Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. We are going to start off with our briefing on the state of housing in Maryland, and we're also going to be reviewing some of the work we've done with regard to tenant protections. But before that, a quick announcement. Senate Bill 71 from Senator Sidnor, that's been withdrawn. So if anyone is in the audience waiting to testify on that after this briefing, I just want to make sure you all know that Senate Bill 71 has been withdrawn. We're going to start off with a presentation from our Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Secretary Day. Come on up, welcome. Before you get into your remarks, I want to make, please approach it as well. So the premise of this briefing is to give us not only just the kind of the state of play of housing, meaning, are there gaps in housing? What steps are we taking to ensure that we're creating and building new housing throughout the state of Maryland, and also to analyze some of the work that we've done here in the Judicial Proceedings Committee over the last 4 or 5 years with regard to tenant protections and renters' rights. To my mind, we've passed well over 20 pieces of legislation, all of which have had subcomponents. So we've done a lot of work in this area. And the purpose of this briefing is to capture not only the state of play now from the Secretary, but also to analyze the impact that our work has had on tenants, but then also the housing market. So we have after the Secretary finishes his presentation, we have the first part of our panel will be a review of, again, the legislation we've passed over the last several years, and a review of how that's playing out. Is it helping tenants, helping renters? Are there glaring gaps in protections? And if so, some suggestions and solutions for us to ponder this legislative session. The third part of the briefing will be an analysis of the housing market. So obviously nothing happens in isolation. And so the policies that we pass here do have an impact on the creation of new housing and the sustainment of quality housing. So the theme here is that nothing happens in isolation. And so we need to understand, A, are we protecting our renters, but also B, what impact are our policies having on the creation of new housing? And I'll give you a little bit of a sample in Montgomery County. So for instance, if you have rent stabilization, whatever you think about rent stabilization, if you have that, and then you have vacancy control, and then you have, we're thinking about good cause eviction. If you have all of those things together, are they A, protecting tenants, but then also what is it doing to the housing market? And because we have two goals: to protect tenants, but also to create, or at least to create a permissive environment for the creation of new housing. I think that's the balance that we're trying to strike in this committee, and that's the conversation that this briefing is designed to encourage. So with that, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee, and thank you for your time. I know you've got a busy day in a couple of other committees, so I will turn the microphone over to you and just say welcome. Thank you.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I do apologize in advance, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, after this, I do have to visit some of your colleagues. We've got a couple of bills that are being heard today that our department is running. So again, I want to say thank you, not only for the opportunity to join you in this conversation, but for taking such a thoughtful and comprehensive approach to a terribly complex and incredibly interconnected set of factors that all influence this thing we call the housing market. Glad to be with you to talk about the state of housing in Maryland today as the legislative session gets underway. Last year, we accomplished a lot together, I think, for the benefit of Marylanders and addressing the housing crisis as it affects both affordability and just the experience of every Maryland family or every family that calls this state home. And we're looking forward to continuing that partnership through this session to ensure that Maryland remains a desirable place for Marylanders to live, for young professionals to thrive, and for businesses to locate. So it's critical, I think, that we start off by noting that Maryland has to keep up with the housing demand for what ought to be a growing economy. So we talked last year a lot about not only meeting the moment and addressing the shortage and the crisis that our state was facing, but we've also got to think about building the future. And while we do so, we've got to remember that the effects of a housing shortage place an enormous burden on the shoulders of Maryland families. So, providing a little context, rents continue to rise. Since we met last year to go over the state of the housing market, the latest median rent figures show a 10% increase year over year. The cost of housing has far outpaced increases in other consumer prices. Since 2010, when the median home value was $300,000, it's risen 37% to today, $413,000 in this state. And since 2010, median rents rose 46%. Even if you find a house you think you can afford, interest rates have made mortgages unachievable for most. Average rates have remained high. Most recently, at the time this chart was produced, averaging 6.8%. Just looking last week, now 6.93%, rising close to 7%. The numbers, what did I do? Of course I did.
Down there at the share.
Here.
Yeah, there you go.
I think I might beat you to it. Did I? All right. Forgive me. These numbers represent housing cost burdens on Marylanders and a drag on our entire economy, stifling growth and opportunity. As a general rule, households should spend no more than 30% of their monthly income on housing, meaning that above that threshold, households have to start making trade-offs with other life necessities like groceries, transportation costs, in order to simply cover their housing costs. Households that are considered, quote, severely housing cost burdened will generally have an extremely hard time making ends meet and are likely to face housing instability and homelessness in the near future. Because housing cost burdens reflect all other expenses as well as the household's income, this indicator is one of the most important data points for understanding the health of the housing market. As of today, more than half of Maryland renters are considered housing cost burden. So more than half are spending greater than 30% of their monthly income on their household costs. Nearly a quarter of Maryland renters are paying more than 50% of their household income toward their housing costs, or are severely cost burdened. That, combined with rising prices and inflation associated with food, healthcare, and other essential expenses, pushes a higher cost of living for residents, which means they'll spend less on goods and services and less toward economic activity that grows the state of Maryland. Maryland currently ranks 43rd among states for housing affordability and 9th highest in total costs of living, the highest among neighboring states. You can see from the map here that we are in a fairly expensive region, and some of our neighbors are also expensive places to live. But for us, we're an outlier, and the problem's only worsening. Polling from the Maryland Association of Realtors shows that 44% of younger renters are considering leaving Maryland, and the reason they cite is housing costs. That's our professional workforce. Those are our teachers, those are our healthcare workers, those are our tech innovators, those are our first responders, all essential to Maryland's future. As housing costs push them out, we risk losing talent and losing expertise that drives our economy and makes communities thrive. This migration is largely driven by 17 to 34-year-olds, who accounted for 65% of out-migration in 2022, nearly 40,000 people. Where are we losing our young Marylanders to? Where are we losing our workforce to? Yeah, of course, Florida, Texas, Arizona, places that are building a lot of housing, but we're even losing them to Virginia and Pennsylvania, significant locations for those that migrate out of Maryland. Housing costs and long commutes are the #1 and #2 reasons that people cite when they're leaving Maryland, making it even more critical that we focus on things like transit-oriented development, building closer to transit hubs and job centers to alleviate pressure on infrastructure, reduce vehicle miles traveled, and lower our carbon footprints, all while keeping our workforce here and supporting sustainable growth. You can, again, see the interconnected nature of how we build, where we build. Despite the escalating need, the state continues to underproduce, with a housing supply that stifles our economy. Over the last 10 years, Maryland has underproduced housing at a rate of 5,600 units per year on average. This underproduction reflects the difference between Maryland's population growth and new housing construction. The latest shows that in 2023, there were about 1,000 less units permitted than the prior year. And on average, we're producing 39% fewer homes than we were before the 2008 market crash. Maryland's economy, by the way, has been stagnant since 2017 and cannot grow without addressing housing costs and availability. Our state's GDP stagnation represents billions of dollars in foregone economic activity. And as the governor has noted, had we kept up with the national economic growth, we wouldn't have a budget deficit. The real estate sector in Maryland has underperformed the nation overall to the tune of $12 billion since 2017 in the state. And construction sector has underperformed by $4.2 billion over the same period. So while statewide, we need 96,000 units just to meet current housing demand, current residents in Maryland. We need even more units if we're going to actually grow our economy. Baltimore and Washington, D.C. regions alone could support nearly 150,000 more housing units to see job growth and to break down barriers to growing our economy. Our housing undersupply impacts our economic competitiveness. In fact, Maryland has only 33 workers available today for every 100 jobs that are open, making it difficult for businesses to choose to operate in this state or to stay operating in this state, to be at full capacity, or to ever consider growing. By increasing supply and being intentional about building near transit and job centers, we will be able to tackle housing affordability, make Maryland's economy competitive again, and retain our workforce in this state. In order for Maryland's economy to catch up, we have to address the housing unit shortage. To be clear, increasing the availability of housing is essential for not just ensuring that Maryland's economy operates at a fundamental functional level, but sees the growth that we all want. So, last year, we had what I think is a remarkable partnership. Last year, working with this committee, the governor's bills focused on housing, made up one of the most comprehensive approaches to housing in decades, and worked to make housing more affordable for Marylanders. 3 bills I know you're all aware of, but I'll just briefly touch on 2 of them. The Housing Expansion Affordability Act will help Maryland produce more housing units near transit on former government-owned campuses, both state and federal, and on nonprofit-owned property around the state. The Housing and Community Development Financing Act unlocks new ways to pay for housing and other community revitalization projects, specifically through increasing our receipt of federal new market tax credit dollars. Housing recognizes economic growth, and those 2 bills, as well as forthcoming legislation from the governor, will help Maryland aggressively address our housing supply crisis. However, we also took steps to increase, in addition to taking steps to increase production and affordability, we took steps to address the thing that we know is our duty, that there are vulnerable members of Maryland's population who are subject to a turbulent rental market. So we crafted the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act, and this distinguished committee played a critical role in guiding its passage and refinement. And I thank you for your partnership, and I want to provide you with a couple of key updates. So, the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act took effect October 1. So far, the provisions of the law that took effect are as follows. The maximum security deposit of 1 month's rent went into effect October 1. Increase in the eviction filing fee for $15 to $50 took effect. Providing tenants with the first opportunity to purchase, the first Maryland and anywhere in the country statewide tenant opportunity to purchase and right of first refusal went into effect. And an online portal to educate landlords and to educate renters with resources, support, all went into effect as well. We have also hired the first employee of the Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs, and we have 2 more positions that we're hiring for. Those are in the interview stages right now. The Tenants' Bill of Rights is the last piece of the legislation, and it is set for release very soon. We have developed it, and it is in review with OAG. Now, I did want to just share some initial preliminary data findings with respect to eviction filings, just to give you a sense of where we're at after last year's legislation. Early data shows that comparing year over year, October 2023 to October 2024, eviction filings in Baltimore City, for example, are down 35%. Eviction filings in Anne Arundel County are down 48%. We see these indicators as a promising sign that the legislation is working as intended to reduce housing instability for renters while ensuring our courts have the capacity to process necessary filings from mom and pop and small landlords. But these are preliminary findings from only 2 jurisdictions. Our team is targeting a 6-month data evaluation and would be happy to share our findings with the committee in the future. I want to point out, one of the things that we collect internally and measure on a monthly basis are actual evictions. Eviction filings are processed by the court, and we're working on extracting that data in partnership with them right now. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity to be a part of this conversation. I want to thank you for your time. I'll note that I have with me our Chief Legislative Officer, Chuck Cook, and our Director of the Office of Policy Development, Haley Lemieux, with me as well. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Very good rundown, and it just, again, shows you just the comprehensive and interconnected nature of all the stuff that we work on here in the committee. Also, glad to work in partnership with you all last session with the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act. It looks like it's having a tremendous impact, even in its nascent stages. So look forward to continuing that partnership as well. We'll turn to the committee for questions to see Senator Henson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the presentation. You mentioned a lot about the need for new housing for us to build our way kind of out of the problem. But I know one of the things your office has been focused on as well is the preservation of existing housing, revitalization of communities. Specifically, was excited to read the report from the Just Communities initiative that you have. Is there anything you can share with us about how that might impact what we're looking to do to build more housing?
Senator, thank you for the question. I think there's a couple of things that I can share. I'll start by noting, if you haven't read it yet, the Just Communities Baseline Report offers a lot of insights into some of the historical harms that government has done to communities, and starts to establish the work that we're getting ready to do, or that is ongoing. We've brought in the Eastern Shore Regional GIS Cooperative to help us with the mapping of the effects of policies like redlining, urban highway construction, where we have, again, kind of visited injury upon communities, really based around race as government. So that report gets us started, and I would encourage everybody to take a look at that. It's available on our website. In addition to that, I would note that we are always looking at how do we balance the limited dollars that we're entrusted with to address both preservation and thus not only preserving the physical unit, but preserving its affordability and balancing that against the need for the production of additional income-restricted affordable housing units. It's tough. So we use our 4% LIHTC tax credit program funds and the rental housing works money that the state pairs with those dollars to competitively award both. And when I say competitively, we don't run a competitive round for that money, but competitively in that everyone's trying to be first in line in a given year to get those limited dollars to award projects competing for limited dollars for preservation and for new production. An approach, and something that we are exploring different ways of doing, is to bifurcate, right, to separate those into 2 different programs. It would require, that would require either a statutory change or a bifurcation of the budgetary mechanisms for funding that support. We have a lot of flexibility today. That could be seen as a good thing. At the same time, I think it also allows for a masking of the challenge of preservation, right? And in comparison to the challenge of production. They're 2 different endeavors, and both are important. And I think it's a worthy conversation about how do we as a state address those 2 things. So I'm not coming today with a solution necessarily to your question, but it's one we're having internal conversations about every day, and conversations with our affordable housing development partners and owners every single day about how we address that.
Thank you.
It's a great, critical topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good presentation. We'll hear from the panel a little bit later, but a lot of the information that you provided with us seems to be really from a tenant's perspective. Has there been any outreach to landlords to see what impact the legislation has been on them?
So Senator, great question. I think number one, what we have tried very hard to do is make sure that landlords have all the information about the legislation so that, one, they can, of course, comply, but also understand and provide feedback from implementation. I think that will all become easier as we get fully staffed up in the Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs. But I know we have had direct engagement, not only with the advocacy organization, the Maryland Multifamily Housing Association, but also with smaller landlords, including legislators that are landlords who have reached out to our office to talk to us about their experience and their feedback. Chuck, I don't know if you have any anecdotes, anything you want to share on this topic?
Ask Haley about it.
Or Haley? I'm sorry, either way.
Senator, I would just reiterate the Secretary's comments. We're very focused on communicating to landlords the impact of the provisions. We haven't received feedback really positive or negative throughout that process. We've received actually very helpful comments on the utility of our online form for the tenant right of first refusal forms. So we've gotten really helpful feedback on how to make that easier to use, more efficient to use. But overall, staff has just been really impressed by the desire and ability from the landlord community to comply with these new provisions.
Well, hopefully the landlord community will give you some feedback, and hopefully that will be included in any future presentation that we have, because I think it's important to see counterbalance and make sure that both sides are giving you the feedback you need. But thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. And if there is any such feedback, we can also incorporate that into our FAQ. We can make sure that that feedback is preserved so that everybody around the state can benefit from it. I know they're not checking DHCD's website every day, but we want to make sure that top 10, well, I'm glad we made top 10. But I want to make sure that we're answering concerns and hearing concerns and addressing them with whatever administrative authority we can, and if not, coming to the General Assembly to ask for modifications if needed.
And Senator, also, that's part of what today is about. We're going to have that balanced discussion today. Some of the information is reflected in the presentation, which I thought was amazing. 53% of renters are paying more than 30% of their household income. You've got 33 workers for 100 jobs. We are, ranked 43rd in affordability for young Marylanders. Like, the housing situation, which is having a significant impact on our economic competitiveness in the region. So, you're seeing some of the results of that. Now, what are the drivers of that? What are the impediments to development of new housing? That's the discussion we're trying to have today. So I think you're seeing the byproduct of some of the stuff that's going on. And I really appreciate the way that was highlighted in the report. Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Secretary Day, for being with us. It's a pleasure to have you. I think it's the first time we've seen you, isn't it?
This year? Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yes.
So I'm looking at, your slides are very interesting. I'm looking at there's no number on the slide, but it's the one about the pace of new housing construction decreasing after the 2008 housing recession. Actually, as I look at the graph, it looks to me like the big slide started in 2004, 4 years before the 2008 housing recession. But this only covers housing. I know in my county, which is Baltimore County, I think there's a general impression that we're pretty much built out. We have a northern area of the county up closer to the Pennsylvania line, which is beyond what's called the URDL line in Baltimore County, urban-rural demarcation line. And I don't think there's any appetite for turning that land into housing subdivisions. And within the URDL line, there's not an awful lot more room for housing subdivisions to be built. Don't you think that may, and I suspect the same thing's true with most of central Maryland, Howard County, Anne Arundel County, Montgomery County, et cetera. Don't you think that may at least partially explain the reason why there's been such a fall off in housing construction, because there just isn't enough land to build houses on anymore?
Senator, great question. So as I look at the chart, I want to make sure we're looking at the same thing. Maryland annual authorized housing units from 2000 to 2006 or so, it was essentially flat at 30,000 units a year. The drop-off doesn't begin until 2007.
I'm just looking at the graph, and in mine, the downturn in the line looks like it starts at around 2004 or 2005. So maybe we're looking at different figures.
Well, and we can get you an exact number per year. But
I don't care when really,
Sure.
it's not important when there has been a downturn and it hasn't turned back up again. But the basic question is, isn't this at least partially attributable to the fact that there's not much land to build on left in central Maryland?
Yeah, great question. I think the answer to that question, though, is no. So Baltimore County is a fantastic example in good long-term planning. The ERDL, I think, is to be commended. Montgomery County has fairly strong boundaries around growth as well. Worcester County, I'm going back to my days as a planner, but Baltimore County, Worcester County, Montgomery County do a great job with land use and particularly conservation of agricultural, rural, and sensitive lands. That's to be commended. None of the conversation around our housing shortage should be ever seen to seek to modify that. In fact, preservation of agricultural, rural, and environmentally sensitive lands is squarely in line with addressing the housing shortage and ought to be treated as hand in glove. These two things should be done together. Now, I understand why that could also sound counterintuitive. Where are you going to put these housing units, right? I don't have it handy, and I didn't reference it before I got here today, but the Maryland Department of Planning does they do a report that shows actual build out. So just based on the existing zoning, what would be allowable in terms of number of additional units within the current zoning in each county in the state of Maryland. So obviously every county has got different zoning. So the residential density allowed in Baltimore County might be different from Howard County, might be different from Carroll County. But in each case, you can quantify based on the land that's zoned and what's built there today, what could be built. And that's two things. One, it's raw land, and there's some of that, right? There's some raw land. I mean, I can picture in my own home county in Wycomico, the areas that are zoned for residential development in, growth areas that are not yet developed. And there's some of that. But the vast majority is the difference between what's built today and what's allowed under the zoning, which would be a redevelopment opportunity. I don't know Baltimore County's numbers off the top of my head because, like I said, I didn't reference it today before I got here. But I think it would be worth looking at what Baltimore County reports through their comprehensive planning process and their zoning and what Maryland Department of Planning, how they compare apples to apples across counties, say is the potential for Baltimore County. Is it built out? I would suspect not. The last time I looked, which has been years, no county was anywhere close to being built out. No county had anywhere near, they could produce tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of units under current zoning. Now, I don't know where it stands today. Zoning changes, things get built. It is somewhere in that chart the last time I looked at it. So I think we've got to look at that and ask ourselves the question. Now, there is another aspect to your question, which is people feel as if we are built out, right? Which is, I think, very true. We got to acknowledge that there is community sentiment, whether or not there is allowable housing units that could be built under the law through redevelopment or development of raw land that is appropriate for housing. There is the feeling associated with it too. And people have an opportunity to speak up through public hearings and with their council members and commissioners and aldermen and so forth. And so that's where resistance to housing often comes from. And it's rooted in all kinds of things: fear of change, actual concern about infrastructure capacity, actual concerns about school capacity. All of those things are factors in, and I think are part of the conversation, but don't necessarily alleviate one of two things. One, they don't allow us to write it off as we don't have the capacity. It's a perception issue that we have to simultaneously tackle because people get a voice, right? People get a say in what their community looks and feels like. So I think that's where there's a narrow window in there of what we can actually do that I think would be acceptable to most people. Not that everybody's going to support every housing development, nor would I expect them to, but I think there is a narrow window in there of we've got to produce more or else our economy's never going to grow. We've got to do it in every jurisdiction. Everywhere has some capacity to grow, and there are few actual restrictions on that, one of which might be zoning, although, again, those are the rules we make and can be modified. There are actual restrictions with respect to water and sewer capacity, environmental or ecological sensitivity of the land. There are those things that actually refine down to the specific areas and numbers that we can build. And I think we got to look at those things and find that narrow window. And I think there are some policy proposals in front of the General Assembly this year, like the Housing for Jobs Act, that work specifically to identify that window and to help us get the machine moving again.
Okay, I think there's a lot to unpack here, and it's worthy of a much longer conversation, which we simply can't have today. Let me move on. I didn't see a similar graph about rental units in Maryland. Now, I've been here in this committee for the last, this is my seventh year on this committee, and I know that during the past 6 years, we've passed a lot of anti-landlord legislation. Every year, we pass 3 or 4 bills, which are more or less significant, which are pro-tenant and anti-landlord. So I would love to see a similar graph showing how many rental units have come online, say, over the past 10 years. In other words, has the anti-landlord legislation that we've passed over the course of the last 6 years depressed the number of rental units being created in Maryland, or has it had no effect? On my intuitive sense would be that if I had money to invest in rental housing, I wouldn't invest it in Maryland. But I may be wrong on that. But I haven't seen any numbers. Do you have numbers like that in your department?
Well, I'll point out that those are included in here. So this isn't just home ownership development, development of single-family home ownership. This is all housing. So all types of housing is included.
Well,
but
can you break it down to us between the
single
single-family homes, which are owner-owned, and the rented facilities?
I think we can try. It's tough to do that because a single-family home can be rented out as well. But we can try to break that down into some more fine-grained data and get back to the committee. Absolutely, we'll do our best. We'll break it down into whatever exists. Absolutely,
it would be helpful because every year I get increasingly frustrated as every year we pass more and more of these bills. They're going to hurt landlords. And in that connection, let me ask one final question. To go back to your slide with the graphs, the pie charts.
Yeah.
A couple of pages earlier entitled Cost Burdens Reach All-Time Highs that the committee chair referred to. You know, to the extent that the landlords are not permitted to collect rents on certain tenants or have to keep tenants there who aren't paying their rents, since the landlords have their own expenses to pay, the inevitable effect, I would assume, is that rents on the other tenants who are paying their rent have to go up in order to cover the landlord's costs. So to what extent or are you able to tell us to what extent the renters who are cost burdened because their rents have gone up because the landlords had no choice in order to cover their own costs and thereby increase rents on the tenants?
Yeah. Well, let me start off by saying, Senator, that the only policy that I'm aware of that has ever enabled someone to stay in a rental unit without paying are pandemic-era protections, which are now lapsed.
No, there was a bill last year the administration introduced, and I asked the administration spokesman on the bill, I said, and it was to try to make it harder for landlords to evict tenants. And I said, well, what should a landlord do if the tenant isn't paying their rent? And the answer was, well, they shouldn't evict them. And my response was, well, if landlords have to keep tenants on without evicting them, how are the landlords going to pay their own expenses? He didn't have an answer to that.
Well, the administration bill that, the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act, which came through this committee.
That's the bill I'm talking about.
So it did not enable anyone to stay in their unit without paying their rent.
Well, as we finally enacted the bill, that's correct.
As drafted, it didn't enable anyone to stay in there.
It's a different bill.
I'm sorry. I mean,
Okay, but we did do that.
Okay, so the administration's piece of legislation, the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act, would not have allowed anyone to stay in their unit without paying rent. And I want to be clear that everybody should pay their rent every month. That is a part of renting, right? Just as every owner should pay their mortgage every month. And so the conversation around reasons for eviction, the conversation around protections are really about ensuring that everyone has a fair opportunity to stay where they're at, to pay a fair rent, and to not be mistreated or removed from their their living situation, but not to keep them there without paying rent. So I just want to be clear that, that's both my perspective, and I think it's fair to call that the administration's perspective as well.
Okay, well, to come back to my original question.
Please.
Are you able to attribute any significance to the fact that more than half the renters are cost burdened, to the fact that we've passed lots and lots of legislation over the last several years which have cost landlords money, and the only way for landlords to get the money to pay their expenses is to raise the rents?
So Senator, I can't give you reasons behind why renters are rent burdened. What I can point you to is that all of the costs associated with owning property and developing property are a contributing factor. And that includes interest rates, on the loans to property owners and to developers who build apartment buildings. Right. That includes labor costs. That includes insurance costs, which are skyrocketing. All of these, it's a mixture, right? Yeah. It's a mixture.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, good to see you. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks. So, I represent Frederick County. Frederick County's seen record growth, nearly 10% in 2023. It's 9.5%. The next closest was Carroll at 2.2. So we're not seeing what you're talking about in my county. But what we are seeing is the collateral damage and effect of that such a rapid growth. Because now we don't have enough school classrooms. We've got to build more schools. We've got to build other things out. So there is a direct correlation between what you're saying that is needed to boost the economy, but there's also the part that isn't being spoken about, which is you add more units, you're adding more people to other, you're creating other burdens on the taxpayers. Because we have, I'll just give you an example. We have 5 high schools that need to be replaced right now that are like 60 years old. Right. And we have to build a new high school right now because of the growth in the eastern part of our county that we don't have simply enough room. So all these other schools got to wait because this rapid development, and we don't have any place to put them.
Sure.
So I hear what you're saying, but can you speak to that on how that's?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, Senator, I think what you categorized as or characterized as collateral damage is the collateral damage that most jurisdictions in Maryland and across the United States would be begging for. There are growing pains. There are challenges that come with growth. And yeah, it means that we've got to build infrastructure to support that growth. We've got to build water and sewer pipes, roads, schools, all of that stuff, police substations, you name it, right? The way we pay for that in this country is through property taxes. If we don't build and we don't grow, we're never going to have any of those things. So we often put the cart before the horse by trying to build infrastructure and then anticipate that we'll get the growth to pay for it one day. It ought to be the other way around. We ought to be thinking about sequencing things such that we are approving the growth we need and then building the infrastructure that it will fund. So we often talk about things in inverse terms to logic. The logical pattern is that you make sure you've got the revenue to support the infrastructure you need first. And I'll also just note that Frederick County is an outlier in terms of growth. And, we used to grow in most jurisdictions, many jurisdictions in the state, at that kind of pace, and we simply haven't been. And you can look at what's happened to our economy as a result. Our economy grew by 1.6% from 2010. Our economy is stagnant. And frankly, the people of Maryland, I think, deserve and need the economic and job growth that comes along with the production of housing to keep it affordable, to support the jobs in the workforce that will ultimately take jobs in this state. And the result of not is they go to Virginia and they go to Pennsylvania. Yeah, they go elsewhere, and but mostly they go to Virginia and Pennsylvania, the number 1 and number 2 locations that people leave for. And they cite 2 things. They cite our housing costs and they cite our commuting times. And they're willing, by the way, to take on longer commutes because they don't abandon the job market. They just move.
Yeah, I mean, West Virginia Panhandle seeing the same thing.
West Virginia, and for me, Southern Delaware. Down on the shore, Southern Delaware, they go.
But this is the policies, this is what I'm getting at, is the policies that this administration and previous administrations have been a part of, have been proponents. Look at the size of our budget from just in the last 10 years. from 2015 or till now, 10 years. I mean, it is absurdly insulting to the citizens how large our budget has ballooned and the services that we're not getting a direct correlation of that increase. One, then the past year and a half, I've got constituents blowing me up about the very thing you're talking about, property taxes. And what did the state do? They decided, you know what? We're not going to worry about when people refinance or when they purchase to adjust. We're going to find a clever way to grab your money, and we're going to say, you know what? Let's do a remote property tax assessment, and that'll bring in a lot of money for no extra services, no extra. We're not getting anything extra out of that except paying more every month. So the very thing you're talking about is why people are leaving. They can't afford to stay because Maryland is constantly coming after their checkbook, their pocketbook, whatever it is.
I think we agree more than you might imagine, in part because, you know, as a former chief executive, I've written a lot of budgets.
Okay.
I wrote 8 budgets, you know, for a smaller city, right? But there's 2 columns, right?
Right.
Not only do you have to watch your expenses, but we weren't, as a state, we haven't been growing our revenue. We haven't been growing our economy at all.
Right.
So even if tax rates were to remain flat, we're not growing the economy. We're not building, and we're not adding jobs. We're not growing our sales tax base. All of that is being exported. And as we export residents to Virginia and Pennsylvania and, you know, all of our neighbors, let's be honest, all of our neighbors, as we do that, it also means that when they hit the gas station on their way home, when they decide to go out to dinner on a Friday or Saturday night, they're not doing it in Columbia or Reisterstown or Annapolis. They're doing it in Winchester, right? Or Burke or Fairfax or Harrisburg or wherever, York. That's where they're doing it. And every time we lose a person, because, you know, again, I believe a huge factor there, and the polling suggests a big factor there is they can't afford the housing here. Every time we lose them, we're losing all of the economic activity associated with that house.
So how do we, I'm curious now, how do you peel that back? Because what you're saying is that you're agreeing with the things that I'm bringing up, which is costing taxpayers and homeowners more.
Completely.
How are you, what are you telling the administration to say, look, if you don't roll these back, this is going to happen. We're facing a doomsday here, but now we're continuing to increase.
Well, I think I got to point out 2 things. So again, I think cart behind the horse, the horse that needs to get out of the barn first is I think we've got to build to acknowledge that people do want to be here. They simply can't afford to be here. So they choose elsewhere. The number one factor affecting home prices, and by the way, this is one of the very few that we can affect here, because as powerful as, you know, we may be in this room, we aren't going to affect interest rates dramatically, right? No matter what we do, we're not going to affect interest rates dramatically. We're not going to affect inflation dramatically, right? And again, I know we can have a lot of influence in this room, but those are huge contributing factors. But another major contributing factor, and has been often cited, there was a recent publication in the Atlantic that addressed this, often cited number one factor is the regulatory process for approving housing. We are slow and getting slower. And look, I was a mayor. I was a local elected official for 10 years. I did everything I could every single day to make it easier, and still we weren't easy to work with.
My colleague, I think she's going to hit on that because we were just discussing that very thing. But I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate the good review. And I would be curious if you could get to me, your office, the numbers, because you were talking about the direct correlation for the interest rates. I mean, it wasn't long ago that we had interest rates that had historically low since World War II.
Yeah.
Soldiers coming home. and first time, so I'd like to see, was there an increase of building then, or did it just still remain flat, which
right.
would be?
We weren't building then either.
Just so, all right. I know the Secretary's been very generous, and you're well over time, so I want to make sure, we've got 2 senators left for questions, but.
Thank you.
Okay, can I just say one thing real quick, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Super quick, I promise. We can show some examples across markets across the United States where housing production has increased and the effect on affordability. Where they produce,
Yeah,
affordability
I'd be
improves.
Thank you. I'd be curious to see it.
Absolutely.
Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm sorry I came in a few minutes late. And my colleagues to my right that are, I'm kind of follow up on them. And I was just gonna, I'm sure you saw this, but I'm gonna bring this to your attention. There was a headline in the Wall Street Journal, new Democratic governor calls for efficiency. So this is the new Democratic governor of the state of Washington. He's bemoaning that they have a lot of problems, very similar to ours, about unaffordability. And he's talking about that. And then he says, we must make it easier, faster, and less expensive to build housing of all kinds. The times call for action. This is why I'm signing an executive order immediately following this speech, directing state agencies to review all regulations that impact housing, permitting, and construction, and identify any provision that can be streamlined, deferred, or eliminated. So I bring that, I think you're singing on the same hymn book here as this, which I certainly am, and would you agree, because that I have seen over the years, have you not seen over the years, study after study after study that says the main driver of unaffordable housing is government itself.
Absolutely.
Right, so we got, right? So we have to get out of the way. So I would just caution that when we come in with all kinds of elaborate bills, I think this governor of Washington's kind of on the right track. The governor in a heartbeat can sign a couple of executive orders that ask for the streamlining and the getting out of the way of state government, not to mention we delegate authority to counties, but we are the lawmakers and the authority. So we can certainly streamline downstream, if you will, by not allowing, because we have multiple levels of government, and that is in addition to a problem. I mean, you're shaking your head on what, he's agreeing.
100%.
I don't want to give you a speech, but
You're 100%.
you know, the towns, the counties, and then come up with some commissions. And might I add, as much as I love the environment and I love land conservation, I've spent my life doing it. I own a farm that's preserved, but we have loaded up environmental regulations, not the least of which is citizen lawsuits with the largest understanding of standing, and that stops everything for decades. Do you agree with that, sir? That's a softball, I hope.
100%.
Okay.
And let me just say.
And then I want to follow up on, just to be a little contrarian, because I am worried about one thing.
Okay, and if I can just
Sure.
weigh in on that, Senator. So I would say that it's important, two things to note. One, Governor Moore did sign the permitting efficiency executive order.
Governor
which-
O'Malley signed stuff like that too, and it didn't make a
Well,
darn
we
difference.
just, so this
we'll
is
see.
essentially the.
Sorry.
Well,
Experience speaks.
It's essentially the same executive order you just described out of
Mm-hmm.
the new governor of Washington, was just signed by Governor Moore. And so it stands up a permitting efficiency commission,
Good.
which I'll be on.
Well, this isn't a commission. He's just signing an order. It's happening.
Well, exactly, to do exactly that, though. So
Good.
to
All right.
identify the things that can be cut,
All right, good,
made
good.
more efficient. But I would say, again, having been through the development process, 10% of the things affecting a housing development might be in state powers. 90%, although delegated,
Right.
90%
Oh,
are
I
in
get it.
local government.
We deliberately did that, and land use and local, we get it,
Sure.
because being close to home, you know, I remember I've been here long enough and in and out long enough, I've seen various governors get their housing secretaries involved, and the locals howl that we're stepping on, as if they are the center of the universe and all their authority doesn't flow from us, right? So they howl in one sense, but when they need something, of course, it's different. But yes, but we've delegated to them because it's efficient sometimes. But that delegation has become inefficient, and I think we do have to pull back because of this dire need for affordable housing, which will then in turn, I agree with you, spur the economy, spur jobs, and allow us to have more money to preserve great corridors of land that need protection, right?
And I would point to two examples, New Jersey and California, who have successfully been able to start producing more housing by reducing those regulatory barriers at the local level. And that, we modeled the Housing for Jobs Act, which is in front of the General Assembly this year, off of exactly those
Now,
precedents.
let me just play contrary because I don't know the answer to this. We're always balancing, and really government is the art of balancing, right? And consensus. If you go back to Governor Malley, he fell in love with the concept of smart growth, which was not his alone, but he was quite a champion of it. So, you know, that was to create corridors. In Hartford County, we have a development envelope that looks like sometimes an odd image, but, and then we're supposed to stay within those confines and not go outside. And in my heart of hearts, I support that so fully, I really do. But that is the very thing, those kinds of ideas of clamping down, nothing outside, everything's got to follow infrastructure. You can shut. So what I'm worried about is if we fall in love with this idea, which, you know, we've got to get out of our own way, we also have to be very mindful, and it's not necessarily in your portfolio, but we have to not undermine those essential corridors of sustainability. I'm a farmer, believe it or not, in the development envelope. I'm probably the only private farmer left, and one of only 4 farms that even exist in that area. But because there's 4 of us and we're near each other, we can get that. So how would you respond to, and be a little more specific than lauded, you know, sort of highlight. How are we going to balance that? Because we do have to do it, but without violating all the work we've done in preserving.
I can do
What
that
do you think?
really quick.
I know,
I'm sorry, it's a long question, and he can follow up.
he is on
How
borrowed
about that?
time. I just wanted.
Yeah, sorry. You want to follow up with
You want to
that?
respond, that's your peril.
Real quick.
No, I agree.
I understand.
You should come back later for that.
Real quick, all I'll say is that nothing, including the Housing for Jobs Act, nothing that I would propose or we have proposed should be seen as undermining those values. And that the capacity to build exists within areas that are already zoned for growth, and that every county should have the ability through its zoning to determine where growth should go.
Real quick question, where do I find the capacity number for Hartford County?
Maryland Department of Planning has that for
So I'll find it easily?
each county.
Thank
and
you.
if they don't find it, if we can't find it easily, we'll work to get it for you.
Thank you for indulging me, thank you.
Senator Muse, do you have a very, very quick question?
Very brief. As we talk about the growth and housing and what's projected, what we want to do, what percentage of the housing, and I think I'm asking this the right way, would be considered affordable housing? And if that exists, what would be a number? I know it varies by county, et cetera. What would be the fixed number for what is affordable housing? If I'm a developer and I'm building and I wanted to build affordable housing, what am I looking at and talking about per unit, and how much emphasis is placed on that in terms of affordable housing?
It's a great question. So I'll tell you 2 things to keep in mind. One, essentially, if an income restricted, or affordable housing unit is going to be built in this state, the state's going to finance it, or else there's almost no scenario where it gets built. There are very few exceptions to that. There are some jurisdictions that require income restricted units through inclusionary zoning by saying essentially everybody's got to build a certain number, or they can, contribute some money to get out of that, to a fund to get out of that requirement in lieu of that requirement. But most of the time, if an income restricted housing unit is getting built, it's something that the state's financing. So if the state's resources have everything to do with how many we produce and where we produce them. So we've got limitations on what we can produce. So those 2 things are in constant balance. I can't give you a specific answer to your question because there are jurisdictions that require it. They also offer ways out of doing it.
right.
And again, we've got some resources that, we've got constrained resources that produce the vast majority of the affordable housing units in the state. So I can't give you an exact number. What we could do is tell you where the current income restricted housing units are across the state, where they're located today, and that could give you a sense of where they're likely to go. As that money will follow development patterns, to a great extent.
And by the way, and I'll close with this, I absolutely love your county. And when I retire, I'm going to move there. They have the best crab cakes of any place that I've seen, including Baltimore City. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was worth the wait. That was worth the wait. All right. Hey, look, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I didn't know this whole thing was going to go this long, but I do want to just and ask you a couple questions because we're going to be wrestling with those things just really quickly.
Please.
And apologies for if this puts you in an awkward spot, but these are issues that we're going to be wrestling with in this committee, and would love your insight. And we can work more on this later too, but just your insight on things like rent stabilization and the impact on housing. What are your thoughts on that? And the second question is on, we're going to be entertaining things on good cause or just cause eviction, and I'd like to just hear your thoughts on both of those measures.
Yeah, there's there's local government experimentation that really can inform our conversations in the future there. But I think there's a lot we need to learn from what's happening in Montgomery and Prince George's County before we have any other conversations.
No, I appreciate that. And in the second, I mean, look, you got to go. So, but it's because none of these, I always talk about this, nothing happens in isolation. And so you talked about some of maybe the adverse effects of rent stabilization and just Tacoma Park, I think, is, we haven't built a single new housing unit in 40 years in Tacoma Park. But that doesn't, what happens when the jurisdiction does both or all of those things? That's the conversation we're having here, because that's where we're wrestling, because we want to make sure we protect our most vulnerable, renters, but we also want to make sure that there's new affordable housing. One of the Tacoma Park City Council members asked me, hey, what are you doing to, invest in and create new housing for that missing middle? And it's like, well, you can't operate in isolation. And so we're trying to have this very complex conversation, which is difficult. And so I really do appreciate you lending your voice and your perspective to that.
Yeah, I hope you'll take my comments not as a suggestion that you can't have rent stabilization.
No, 100%, yeah.
But you're right, that if you do that in a jurisdiction, there has to be significant incentive to counterbalance that, and policy design to counterbalance the effects on quieting production. And it's not easy, and many of those effects I don't think we can easily predict. I think that's a really tough, maybe the toughest challenge to thread.
I think Tacoma Park's looking into tax abatements, to incentivize new growth. Thank you very much. This has been very helpful, and, apologies for keeping you for too long. This won't happen again, but hey,
That's all right.
a lot of questions here, so.
And I think, Mr. Chair, I think we have some things to follow up on with respect to production, breaking down some of the details of our charts. Happy to share that with you all.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My apologies to the chairman of Triple E.
I'll pass that on.
You can blame me, just blame me, it's okay. Thanks a lot. All right, so that'll conclude that panel. We're now going to move on to a panel with Renters United. And if Ms. Chestnut would come up. Edward Gates, Zephyr Shaw is coming up. David Wheaton from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And then is Anna here? Is Ms. Argetta here? And you have is this what we need for translation?
Yeah, do we have an interpreter?
We do not,
Okay.
unfortunately.
One of our staff.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for doing that. Thank you.
This one, right?
That's it, yeah.
You can just hit this to the outside.
Okay, good afternoon. Chair Smith, members of the committee, my name is Zephyr Shaw, the Advocacy Director for Human Right to Housing at Maryland Legal Aid. I appreciate your invitation to speak today to kick off this renter portion of the panel on housing. I've got 3 assignments today, and the first is to give a recap of the work that the legislature has done to protect tenants over the past few years. And then I'll get into a review of what remains to be done. What are the gaps to fill from our renter perspective? And then I'd like to provide some other context about the pressures that are on renters right now as your committee and the General Assembly consider legislation in this session. So I looked at this decade and the 2010s at 28 bills that were passed by the General Assembly. There were 2 of those bills, I'll say, that were vetoed by the former governor. What jumps out, of course, is that by far most of these 28 bills are from the pandemic and post-pandemic period, which coincides also with the tenure of many of you and the leadership of Senate President Ferguson and House Speaker Jones. There have been marquee bills for sure. As you look at this list, you see standout bills like ending source of income discrimination in Maryland, becoming the 2nd state in the country in 2021 to pass a statutory right to counsel and evictions, and of course the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act just last session. Importantly too, though, there are so many supplemental, some might say smaller, but I say supplemental bills that have passed over the past 4 years because so many constituents are voicing their concerns and their needs to you all, and you all are taking action on their needs. So how do we characterize all of that work over the past few years to protect tenants? I found that there are really 5 categories of legislation that were enacted in this time period. And you see at the top of this chart, protecting tenants from unfair conduct in the marketplace has been the bulwark of that work, followed by strengthening notice to tenants, providing better access to housing opportunities, ensuring due process, and then some governance bills with renters in mind. So when we talk about governance, for instance, we're talking about the eviction data law that passed to mandate public reporting of eviction data, setting a mandate that energy performance standards should inure to the benefit of low-income renters, creating the Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs. When we look at access to housing opportunities, we see, for instance, that, again, prohibiting source of income discrimination, shielding fair-to-pay rent cases, creating a state housing voucher program, and, of course, becoming the first state in the United States to have a statewide tenant right of first refusal. On this slide, you see 13 bills. These are just the highlights of notice mechanisms and due process in court. And this has, of course, been one of the main priorities of the Renters United Maryland Coalition. But we see, for instance, not only in the early part out of the housing crisis in 2008, protecting tenants in foreclosure through notice mechanisms, but then more recently extending the period of notice for things like lease non-renewal and rent increases, providing tenants utility billing notices, and Senator Wallstreicher's leadership on providing notice of park closures so that those tenants have time to move or figure out a way to stay. In the due process realm, importantly, right to counsel and evictions has been a significant success. You heard about that on SB 154 last week. But additionally, prohibiting landlords who are unlicensed from using the benefit of courts was another major milestone bill that was recently passed. When we look at deterring unfair conduct in the rental market, we see bills like protecting victims of intimate partner violence and stalking and their ability to obtain rental housing, prohibiting retaliatory evictions, requiring an eviction surcharge last year to deter serial eviction filing. But with all that great work, every piece of legislation has good components that are left on the chopping block. So I want to talk about some of what remains ahead, some of the gaps in those bills. Looking at the ACE law, the committee just heard in the hearing on SB 154 about its empirical success and its need to continue funding, but attention is needed on the predicament of tenants who appear at court without counsel and request to obtain an attorney. The Senate passed a bill in 2022 to mandate a postponement in this situation, but the legislation did not get out of the House committee. Additionally, the ACE law does not treat needs of renters further upstream from eviction. And so there's important work such as disability accommodation requests that would prevent eviction filings from even happening or subsidy terminations from even happening. Turning to retaliatory eviction, although the legislature passed measures in 2011 and 2014 to improve retaliation protections, the compromise that was put into law leaves much to be desired. Namely, that law does not protect tenants who are in the first, sort of the non-periodic part of their tenancy. So for instance, the first year of their lease from retaliation. It doesn't protect tenants from retaliation after the 6-month presumptive period. And overall, although there's a list of protected activities, it's not an extensive list of protected activities, and it is not a substitution for a more thorough statutory right to organize and collectively bargain for tenants. Coming off a banner year passing the Tenant Safety Act, we still see that mold hazards, heat hazards, and energy efficiency, or I should say inefficiency, is plaguing rental housing, and there's a lot of work to do there. Tenant screening remains an area where there's been little to no regulation by the General Assembly. So use of criminal history, of course, is going to be a big topic in this session, but also eviction history and credit reports, credit scores, AI screening tools, and rent-to-income ratios are all areas where there needs to be more work. Good cause eviction is top of mind for most renters right now, and there's going to be a debate about that. But when we look at the overall eviction process, I would just press upon you that changing the actual eviction process hasn't happened despite all the bills that have been passed and enacted over the past few years. There have been notices ahead of the eviction filing, the eviction process, so outside the litigation process. But that notice, the 10-day notice of intent to file, provides some benefits to tenants that don't exist in all the other types of cases that are not non-payment of rent cases. So when we look at mobile park cases and breach of lease and tenant holding over, there's places to fill in those procedures. Electronic notice was allowed in HB 18. but electronic notice is increasingly being abused, as we see in our practice at Legal Aid. There were bills in the Senate that passed over from the House years ago in 2017 and 2018 that would have ensured a minimum 7 days notice of trial in the service of process. That hasn't come back, and still we see inconsistencies with service of process in some rejectment cases. Many renters do not receive notice of their eviction date, and they do not have, like our neighboring tenants in our neighboring states, the right to recover their belongings, their personal possessions, for a certain period after eviction. And finally, on this note, I'll say that the 4-day and 10-day appeal periods and excessively high appeal bonds that we see in eviction cases impede tenants' right to appeal. Eviction funding, of course, too, fell from hundreds of millions of dollars through federal relief to just $10 million in state funding last year. So there's a lot of pressure on tenants right now as you consider what to do next. And I think that the build your way out of it solution does seem very attractive, and there could be ways, as Senator James was saying, to fast track that, to make it more expedient. But as you pursue the long game, you have to keep your eye on the front four pressuring you and your quarterback. And I want to talk about some of those pressures. So real wages, of course, over the past 4 years have not kept up with consumer prices, namely rent and utility costs. As the Secretary mentioned, housing cost burden is an excessive problem right now. He mentioned that over half of households are cost burdened. But when we look more into that number, we see, for instance, that at the extremely low income segment of renters who are at 30% AMI or less, these are my clients, 86% are cost burdened, and 3 out of 4 are severely cost burdened, paying 50% or more of their income. We also see that Black, brown, and multiracial households, in national data at least, are disparately or disproportionately impacted by housing cost burden. We talked about rent inflation, and I want to point out that inflation over the 4-year post-pandemic period still remains excessively high, specifically in Baltimore, the Baltimore-Columbia-Towson region, at 45% since 2020. Is it tenant protections that is causing rent prices to go up? We probably don't have any data to show that. But what we do see in the DOJ complaint against RealPage and Maryland landlords for price fixing on rent is that rent increases have not happened simply because cause and effect resulting from supply chain or other consumer prices rising. 54% of renters have felt pressure to move in the last 6 months based on Household Pulse survey from September. Rent increases, that was the #1 cited reason for that pressure, followed by landlords failing to make repairs. 33% of renters reported that their likelihood of having to leave their home due to eviction in the next 2 months was very likely or somewhat likely. And again, there's a racial disparity in that indicator with almost 20% more Black renters finding that they feel that vulnerability compared to white renters. On the flip side of pressure to leave is the desire to stay. I won't go into all this data, but it does show, according to Redfin, that as you get older as a renter, you want to stay put. And more older renters are desiring to stay put longer than in recent memory. And part of the conversation, of course, about staying stable in your home as a renter has been good cause. Good cause passed in New York, and it passed in Colorado last calendar year. Finally, I'll just wrap up just pointing to some of the eviction data that the Secretary also alluded to. But even with growth in renter households 2023 to 2024, we've seen fewer cases filed for eviction. Warrants of eviction are down slightly, as well as evictions. This is based on data for January through September, prior to the eviction filing surcharge going into effect. So I'll turn over now to my colleague from CASA to talk about the Tenant Safety Act.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wall-Striker, and members of the committee. My name is Jose Coronado Flores. I work as a policy analyst for the organization CASA. We're the largest immigrant advocacy and services organization in the state of Maryland with over 60,000 active members. And my presentation is going to be a report back of what we are seeing with our tenant advocacy and also a little bit of an update on the Tenant Safety Act, which we thank the committee for working on and passing last year. So right now, CASA is actively organizing in 12 apartment communities in Prince George's County and 8 in Montgomery County. We're trying to grow our tenant advocacy in Howard County, Anne Arundel, and Baltimore County and City as well. So if you recall, Tenant Safety Act, the big thing that this piece of legislation did was if a judge allows it, tenants can join together in their rent escrow proceedings just to make the process far easier. It also shifts some of the burden of proof for rent reductions, getting rent that was paid back, as well as paying tenants being able to receive their attorney costs. And the report back on this is that last year, 2 individuals from Park Tanglewood came in the House. Pedro testified, and here a woman named Maria. And they testified from this community where all the tenants were experiencing very similar issues, but they had lots of difficulty navigating the rent escrow system. But I'm happy to report that 1 month after the enactment of the Tenant Safety Act, CASA Legal, with tenants from this leading community in East Riverdale, Park Tanglewood, they were able to, the judge allowed for 38 tenants, well 39 including Pedro, to come together and utilize the Tenant Safety Act's joinder feature. These are active legal proceedings happening right now, but I'm really here to report that CASA is already utilizing what the Tenant Safety Act instituted into law. And also, once again, extending the gratitude and to just convey to you all that the things you pass here and what you work on really has positive impacts on tenants. So the next section in this brief presentation is what I'm calling notes from the field. So I'm going to bring up a couple high-profile apartment communities where the conditions and advocacy was really spotlighted. So Heather Hills is an apartment community where CASA has been organizing since 2023. And tenants there reported really bad conditions, broken AC units, infestations of all kinds. And the issue that we always see is really slow or completely unresponsive maintenance teams. Just to show you the infrastructure is literally deteriorating. I'm sharing this kind of disturbing image of a bat in somebody's laundry basket. Issues with dirty water overflowing in the sink, not through a clog by the tenant, but rather through issues with plumbing. And this case was so egregious that the Attorney General came to this community and is now leading a lawsuit against the property owners for the conditions here. And for your reference, there are links to the articles where you can learn more about the case. Another case that we saw, and this is extremely recently, so in November 2024, a couple months ago, CASA Legal got word that a lot of residents in Parkside Landing apartments in Rockville were having really bad conditions. So CASA Legal represented 29 tenants in rent escrow court, and I'm using this case to really exemplify why something like good cause is top priority, because every single suing tenant received either a lease non-renewal or an eviction from the property. And though CASA Legal is, of course, fighting the ones that we can, there's likely that tenants will be displaced just because of their advocacy. And here are just some of the really egregious conditions that tenants face there. I think one of the overarching issues was mold in the HVAC system. So to wrap up, some of the overarching observations are that people are willing to raise their voices when they're united. And that is to say that Tenant Safety Act and what it allows is really practical and is already being used. I also am here to share that Maryland's affordable housing stock continues to have apartments in extreme disrepair. There's also an overlap. Lots of the issues that we hear about are related to heating, cooling, and weatherization related conditions issues. So I use that to kind of support the building energy performance standards regulations that a lot of these big apartment communities will have to comply by. But I'm also here to say that and acknowledge that these distressed properties that I'm referencing are going to have extremely high building energy performance compliance costs for them to make these renovations. But I'm also here to say that CASA is constantly advocating for ways to help affordable property owners to comply with BEPS through our work on the Empower legislation and a lot of revenue raisers in the climate space. And that BEPS and building energy performance standards and weatherization related upgrades are really effective. In the Langley Park, CASA has an office in Langley Park, and right around it, there's a big, giant apartment complex. And part of the negotiations when, after the lawsuit for such bad conditions was sealing windows, as well as changing the water heaters and the heating and air conditioning systems, all which are fully aligned with what the building energy performance standards would require all apartment communities to have. And just once again to reiterate that we're really here because a lot of the tenants that CASA represents end up having lease non-renewals, and it's not because they've been disruptive in the property or have damaged things. We really see it is because they stood up to property owners and took them to court. And I will pass it to David. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Wheaton. I'm an attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, founded in 1940 by Maryland's own Thurgood Marshall. The LDF is the nation's oldest civil rights law organization fighting for racial justice. And want to present with y'all some research we found on the disproportionate rates of evictions on Black Maryland residents. So just an eviction overview in period. So the most recent full year data that we have from October 2023 to September 2024, we see that Maryland landlords filed over 250,000 eviction warrants for restitution and executed nearly 16,000 completed evictions. So that is 16,000 families that had to leave their homes in the state of Maryland in the last year. These evictions disproportionately hurt Black families in Maryland. So Black households have the highest eviction removal count in the state of Maryland, almost 3 times higher than the eviction rate for white residents. Households headed by Black women, unfortunately, had the highest number of eviction removals in Maryland, period. This is a mapping that we've done, a GIS mapping that shows, on one side the rate of executed evictions and also shows where Black renters are living. You can see the correlation between where evictions are happening the most, and they're seemingly happening unfortunately, in majority Black neighborhoods. And this just shows a GIS mapping of this. So moving on to no-cause evictions or holdover evictions, things that good cause would help hopefully alleviate. So in 2023, looking at that same year period, there were about 5,000 eviction warrants for no-cause evictions. Again, those are evictions that are initiated simply because the lease agreement had expired. This represents a 62% increase from pre-pandemic levels. So from 2019 to 2024, no-cause evictions have increased from, 62%. And so the reality is that many Maryland residents live in their homes at the whim of their landlords. At any time their lease is up or their landlord wants them out, they face possible eviction, even if they are keeping up with rent payments. We want to, again, highlight that these are people who are paying their rent. They're doing everything they can, but at the end of their lease, they still are told they have to move out. Again, we ran the numbers on no-cause evictions and, how it relates to Black Maryland residents. And so we again found that, zip codes that have a higher percentage of Black renters also face a higher rate of no-cause eviction. We also quantified that as well. So a 10-point increase in the percentage of Black renters in the zip code is associated with a 29% increase in the rate of no-cause eviction warrants and a 22% increase in the rate of holdover evictions. So this means that landlords are bringing more Black people to court on these no-cause eviction warrants, and they're being evicted at a higher rate for these holdover evictions or these no-cause evictions. And so also, again, when these folks leave, where they're supposed to go. we want to also highlight the affordability crisis, right? So there are about over 200,000 extremely low-income households in Maryland, but only 61,000 affordable and available rental units. Again, Secretary Day and others have already stressed that Maryland renters, that rent prices in Maryland are actually higher than the national average. But then also we want to, again, bring back the disproportionate impact on Black residents. So in Baltimore specifically, approximately 60% of the Black renters are housing cost burden, compared to only 47% of the white renters. So again, we know that being house cost burden means that more residents have to be more prone to evictions and have to deal with housing instability. And then one of the things that we wanted to also highlight is that, evictions also hurt the economy. So there's new evidence that shows that, evictions, again, are bad for the economy, that annual earnings following eviction for somebody decrease an average of roughly $1,300 the first year and $2,400 in the second year, amounting to a 15% drop in income when somebody has an eviction filed on them. And then also studies show that an eviction, of course, increases the probability of someone using emergency shelter or homeless services more than 300% relative to those who are not evicted. And again, this is an ultimate increase for Black tenants at about 467% increase for Black tenants. So again, just to wrap up, we know that evictions, again, disproportionately hurt Black Maryland residents. We know that good cause, we're about to hear from a presentation from somebody else who's going to tee up that good cause. And other states have reduced the eviction filings and kept more people in their homes. I think we're going to have
Thank you very much, Mr. Whedon. Before you leave today, you'll have to take a picture by the Thurgood Marshall portrait. That's a rendering of a picture that he took after he won the Donald Gaines Murray case, which desegregated the University of Maryland Law School, which is a pretty cool point in history. But so definitely take a picture.
No, definitely will. And just one more thing to highlight, evictions are one of the leading causes of homelessness in Maryland. The Secretary and DHED just put out a report that shows that there was a 77% increase in adults aged 65 and older facing homelessness. So this is also hurting our elderly populations. And then also want to highlight that 1 in 4 Black children in Maryland today in rental housing faces the threat of eviction in a typical year. So again, this is hurting our elderly populations, and this is hurting our Black children as well. Thank you.
Would you mind also, if you could just send citations for some of them?
Oh, yeah,
that'd be great. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
How you doing? You as well. Good day, Chairman, Vice Chairman, committee members. As you see, my name is Tania Chestnut. I am Progressive Maryland's Enclave Tenant Association President. Right here, we do have a picture of a rally we did earlier last year. You see in the picture, we see many tenants. You also see a picture of Congressman Jamie Raskin, Councilmember Kristen Mink, and Delegate Janelle Wilkins. We thank them for coming. This was a rally which we put signs in the building. We knocked on doors. We went around the complex. There are many tenants that are afraid to come to these type of rallies. There are many tenants that are afraid to speak up because they don't want to have the management office do something to them. They don't want to attend tenant association meetings. They don't want to attend or be part of the association itself. I'm here not only as the president, I'm here as a tenant. I live at the Enclave. I am a property owner in New York. I'm a property owner in Jersey. I also have tenants in both properties. I'm here to let you know that there's many tenants that are afraid. In Enclave, no one can have a lease, a 1-year lease, 6-month lease, 2-year lease anymore. Everyone must be on a month-to-month lease from now on. This started maybe 2 months ago. I don't know if anyone has an idea how scared tenants are right now, how many phone calls I have received, how many phone calls other people on the tenant association receive, how many people have come up to us, text us about asking us, what can we do? Who can we call? People scared saying, I haven't done anything. Why are they doing this to me? Are they gonna kick me out? We can't do anything. This is what's going on at the Enclave. I don't know if this is going on at other complexes, but this is what's going on in my complex. This is what we hear and this is what we go through, and we can't do anything. On December 21st, December 20th, we also helped Spring Park, which is in District 20. District 20. We helped them do a rally. Spring Park is going through more issues than the Enclave. I'm going to say it. I'm going to put that on record. The things that I have heard from these tenants, the pictures I've seen from these tenants will make you cry. Lots of these tenants are HUD tenants, HOC tenants. There's one tenant where she came home, all her stuff was gone. She was wondering what happened. She went to the office. They said that they evicted her. She was wondering why. They looked up into their computer. They realized they evicted the wrong tenant. All her items were by the dumpster. They broke an urn that carried her son. The urn that carried her son. Can you imagine how she felt? How she still feels? It was a glass urn. It's gone because they made a mistake. She lost other items as well. She was able to, retrieve some items, but it was a day that it was raining. So lots of her items are gone. Some people stole some items. They said sorry. There was another time. They gave her an eviction notice. Said that she wasn't no longer on the HUD list. That's what they told her. She had to take them to court to stay in her apartment. The third time she received an eviction notice was after the rally. I have another tenant, which also attended the rally. You know what happened? She received an eviction notice. This is what happens sometimes when you speak up. We had the news there, so you can pull this up. Spring Park, there was a rally, once again, December 20th. If you go on YouTube, you can see it. Councilmember Christian Minks was there. The office called the police on us. About 6 cars showed up. They couldn't do anything. It was a peaceful rally. Also, Christian Minks was like, hey, they were like, okay, we're just gonna pull back. But one of the owners was in the office, so he decided to call the police. So, good cause is very important. You know, I hope these examples really stay with you. This is just a few things that happen to tenants. There's more. These tenants at Spring Park deal with roof issues, mold, mice, roaches. The list goes on and on. We also have some things to the enclave as well, but once again, I said that this complex is worse. There's so many issues that they put in with DHCA. They still don't come and fix them. They said that they look in the system and they say, oh, it's completed, but it's not. So they had to resubmit it over and over again. They don't know what's going on with that. There's a lot. There's a lot of things that go on.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Ms. Chestnut. I appreciate you being here today, and I've been to the Enclave several times, and I've been to your house, so I appreciate your advocacy, and thank you for being here and sharing these vignettes, these stories for us, because it helps us contextualize the reality. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I also want, once again, thank you for coming over and doing the tour with us. And if anyone else would like to do a tour with Enclave, you are welcome, and also Spring Park. You also have my information. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
Annie?
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Argueta, vivo en el Distrito 20. Los apartamentos en los que vivo están ubicados entre el condado de Montgomery y el condado de Prince George's. Soy líder comunitaria y formo parte de la Asociación de Inquilinos de mi barrio. Llevo muchos años como voluntaria en la escuela de mi comunidad y trabajando con la organización Acción en Montgomery. ¿Va a interpretar? A lo largo de este tiempo de liderazgo con mi comunidad, hemos logrado muchos éxitos importantes. Por ejemplo, logramos que la administración de mi barrio se comprometiera a reparar los techos y las ventanas, algo que lleva mucho tiempo sin resolverse. Sin embargo, quiero compartir una experiencia personal que refleja cómo los desalojos y las multas usan para amenazar o para tomar represalias en contra de los inquilinos que buscamos mejores condiciones de vida.
Good morning. My name is Ana Argueta. I live in District 20, and the apartments where I live are located between Montgomery County and Prince George County. I'm a community leader and a member of my Neighbors Tenants Association. I have volunteered for many years at my local school and have been working with the organization Action in Montgomery. Over the course of my leadership, my community and I have accomplished some important success. For example, we managed to get the building management to commit to repairing roofs and windows, which had long been neglected. However, I want to share a personal experience that shows how evictions and fines are used to threaten and retaliate against tenants who pay their rent and who are striving to better living conditions.
2 semanas después de una reunión entre la Asociación de Inquilinos y la Administración de la Propiedad, donde conseguimos el compromiso de invertir miles de dólares en reparaciones, recibí una carta acusándome de dejar una bolsa de basura en el porche de mi apartamento por 1 hora antes de llevarla al basurero. Esa carta decía que yo estaba violando las normas del condado y en ese momento me di cuenta que me estaban vigilando a mí y a mi familia.
2 weeks after a meeting between the Tenants Association and the Property Management, where we secure and commit to invest thousands of dollars in repairs, I received a letter accusing me of leaving a trash bag on my apartment's porch for 1 hour before taking it to the dumpster. That letter stated that I was violating county regulations, and in that moment I realized my family and I were being watched.
Imagínense cómo se sintieran ustedes si los amenazan por una simple bolsa de basura. Y el desalojo es grande, ¿verdad? Entonces les dejo esa pregunta. ¿Cómo se sentirían ustedes? Que una bolsa de basura le traiga la consecuencia de un desalojo.
I want to stop here and say, can you imagine how you will feel if a bag of trash will make you to being evicted? How will you feel if just for one action that you put, before we were talking, can you imagine like if you put that trash bag there and then your kid call you or the laundry start to make that noise again and you have to go to watch the laundry and then you go out and you bring your trash bag out to the dumpster? For that hour, they start an eviction process to her.
También hay otra pregunta. ¿Quién haría el trabajo de líderes comunitarias? ¿Quién levantaría la voz si no tenemos esta ley que nos proteja?
There is also a good question, and it's who is going to raise the voice of the tenants if we all are being evicted? And if we all are receiving letters of retaliation, who is going to raise the voice now?
Como mencionó mi hermana Tonia, los propietarios tienen mucho poder y lo usan para amenazar, desalojar cuando los inquilinos exigimos condiciones de vida básicas y dignas. Por eso les pido de todo corazón que aprueben la ley de causa justa. Es necesario que podamos organizarnos, dialogar sobre nuestras prioridades comunitarias sin miedo y sin represalias personales o a perder nuestras viviendas de manera arbitraria. En estos tiempos de incertidumbre política, contar con causa justa garantizará que los administradores de propiedades no abusen de su poder y que los inquilinos tengamos un camino seguro para exigir y mantener viviendas dignas.
As my sister Tonya Chestnut mentioned, landlords hold a lot of power and use it to threaten eviction whenever tenants demand basic and decent living conditions. That is why I am here with my heart, asking you to pass the Just Cause law, because we need the ability to organize and discuss our community priorities without fear of personal retaliation or of losing our homes arbitrarily. In these times of political uncertainty, having Just Cause in place will ensure that property managers do not abuse their power and that tenants have a safe way to demand and maintain dignifying house.
Les agradezco mucho su atención y el tiempo que se han tomado para escuchar mi testimonio. Con causa justa podremos fortalecer nuestras comunidades y asegurar un futuro más estable para todos. Muchas gracias.
I truly appreciate your attention and the time you have taken to hear my testimony. With Just Cause, we can strengthen our communities and secure a more stable future for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, I think that rounds out the panel. Just a personal, thank you for Ms. Argueta and Ms. Chestnut for coming here to share your personal narrative of how the policy can really impact someone. Mr. Hill, are you presenting?
I'm not, Mr. Chair, but Professor Getz is presenting from Zoom, and we're just going to advance his slides from here.
Okay, excellent. Yes, okay, great. Professor, welcome.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Edward Getz. I'm a professor of urban and regional planning at the University of Minnesota and the director of the Center for Urban and Regional Affairs. So as I've been watching, a number of the points that I was going to make as preliminary points have really been well covered, and so I can go somewhat rapidly through the first couple of slides. I guess we can forward to the next slide. But I did want to talk a little bit about this trend in the housing market, because I think it is relevant to some of the comments that Mr. Wheaton made earlier. Research has shown pretty consistently that the growth in the size of the share of the market that is operated by investor-owned landlords is growing, and that sector is associated with some adverse outcomes for tenants. These types of landlords tend to evict at higher rates. They tend to increase rents more rapidly than do smaller scale landlords. They tend to resort to the use of miscellaneous fees more so than small scale landlords. Their management style is less responsive, and it's been associated with lower levels of property maintenance. And this is a growing part of the rental market, but it's also true that our research has shown that people of color and Black households specifically are more likely to live in units that are owned by investors than are other groups. And so this is a trend in the market that promises more problems in the future, but also probably disproportionately affecting people of color and African American households. Next slide. We can skip this slide so we can go on to that, because I think that was fairly well covered in earlier comments. I will say that the concern about displacement is really widespread. You see here communities across the country who have taken it upon themselves to actually develop plans specifically designed to deal with the question and the problem of residential displacement. It's happening all over the country. And basically, good cause eviction protections are a part of virtually every one of these. That is, most of these places are regarding good cause eviction as a common sense way of addressing the question of displacement. And so what we see, next slide, is the enactment and the adoption of good cause in a lot of different locations. And I think that you've seen information about this already, but statewide in New Jersey, Oregon, California, New Hampshire, Colorado, state of Washington, but then at the municipal level as well, there are literally hundreds of municipalities across the country who are using this tool, either because they have enacted it on their own or because it was enacted at the state level. Next slide. I think that it's worth noting there's not very much empirical research on the impacts of good cause. I think in part this is due because of the lack of available data. I think in part it is due to the difficulty of dealing with any kind of confounding effects and adequately dealing with all of the other factors that might affect the outcomes that we care about when we talk about good cause evictions. So the literature review here on research is fairly short. There is a study of municipalities, 4 municipalities in California, that looked at the rate of eviction filings and proceedings, and found that on the whole, after passage of good cause tenant protections, there was a decrease in eviction filings. That's the Cuellar study that is referenced there first. There's a separate piece of research by Huang et al. That took a look at displacement in the San Francisco Bay Area and found that those jurisdictions that had just cause or good cause protections had lower rates of outmigration, suggesting lower rates of displacement as well. And then the Chappell et al. Publication from last year or a year and a half ago argues that good cause is a direct and has a direct and immediate impact on mitigating displacement, especially in comparison to other approaches to minimizing or mitigating displacement. So I think we have evidence, anyway, the evidence that we have, let's put it that way, suggests that that good cause can work in terms of reducing eviction filings and displacement. And it suggests that it's direct and immediate. And I think that that's one of the things that is leading to its widespread adoption. Next slide. But one question that hadn't been addressed in the by researchers was the question of whether the adoption of good cause legislation would inhibit housing production. We were unable to find any empirical research on that question at all. And so in the past several months, we have conducted our own research on this. And right now, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues in this research. Professor Jeremy Schwartz, who is the chair of the economics department at Loyola Maryland University, actually led the statistical analysis on this. But the other co-authors are Kenton Card, a PhD from UCLA, and Evan Davis, a PhD candidate here at the University of Minnesota. We studied 3 states that had enacted good cause protections: California, Oregon, and New Hampshire. And we looked at county level housing permits. So we were looking at housing production data at the county level. And what we tried to do is control for other factors, demand-based factors that would have an impact on rate of housing development. So we controlled for income, personal income per capita. We controlled for population, for the GDP at the county level. We controlled for unemployment and the vacancy rate. And we conducted 2 different analyses. We analyzed California and Oregon together because they are neighboring states and they share neighboring states around them. And so this helped to increase the power of the statistical model. And then we analyzed New Hampshire separately. We conducted, you can forward the slide. We conducted what's called a difference in differences model. This is a powerful statistical model that allows you to examine trends before and after an event and compare those trends to areas that did not experience that event. So that's sort of an awkward way of saying we compared counties that were subject to a good cause protection ordinance or a piece of legislation with counties nearby in nearby states that were not subject to good cause. And we took a look at the trends and compared those trends over time. So you can forward again. And so what we found, in essence, is that housing permits in California and Oregon did not decline relative to the county level trends in their neighboring states that did not have good cause eviction protections. In fact, the statistics actually showed that compared to those other states, the permitting levels in California and Oregon actually increased a little bit, although the difference was not statistically significant. So in statistical terms, we just argue that those were identical across locations. So that's what we found in the California and Oregon case. And then advance the slide, please. In the New Hampshire case, we also found essentially the same thing, which was that there was not a decline in New Hampshire relative to the trends that were occurring in the neighboring states that did not have good cause evictions. So in those cases, in those states, permits declined but they were declining in the neighborhood states as well as in New Hampshire. And so there was nothing different about the trend in New Hampshire compared to the neighboring states. So advance the slide. So both analyses essentially indicated that there was, that provided no evidence that that passage of good cause legislation in those states led to a decline in housing production. And so I think that that's reason for optimism about the impact of good cause initiatives. These differences models are pretty powerful forms of analyses, as I said before. And our best statistical estimate of the statewide impact in these three places is that it had no adverse effect. And so, advance the slide. And so I think that while there isn't a lot of research out there, the research that does exist is somewhat consistent and provides some reason for optimism in terms of what might happen if one enacts good cause evictions. The research shows that it can reduce evictions, it can stabilize households in their apartments and neighborhoods, reducing displacement, and it does not seem to lead to reduced rates of housing production. And thank you for that opportunity. And that concludes my remarks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Professor Getz. Very informative presentation. Thank you for that. We'll turn to questions from the committee, and I see Senator Sidnor is up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for Mr. Shaw, and then just a couple questions for Mr. Goltz.
Getz.
Okay. Getz, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Right.
First of all, for Mr. Shaw, in the packet that you provided to us, there's a top 10 displacement zones sheet, and in my looking at it, it looks like Baltimore County is at some point touched on at least 8 of the 10 displacement zones. So, I mean, and a number of them there, it's really a good bit of it is my district or District 8 over in Northeast Baltimore County. What's going on?
Hey, thank you, Senator Sidnor. It's stunning when I saw that, and for the committee, that's the public data from DHCD on warrants that were issued over the past year, and they, like as you said, all of those zip codes, those top 10 zip codes for warrants of restitution, touch Baltimore County, and one of those is Glen Burnie. And I think that what anecdotally I could say about that is that rent is very high. As I showed you earlier in that presentation, not only was the year-over-year rent increase in the Baltimore, Columbia, Towson metro statistical area significant, but the 4-year period of rent increases was over 40%. And I don't think that wages in Baltimore County and Baltimore City and Anne Arundel have afforded tenants the opportunity to be able to afford that. Rent filings, so not just rent warrants of restitution, but failure to pay rent filings in Baltimore County are the highest in the state of all counties. And we're seeing, and I'll just tell you again, because I supervise staff that are in all 3 district courts of Baltimore County, we see courtrooms that are at max capacity, standing room only, so much so that some tenants are outside the courtroom because of the fire safety measures. So there is an aggressive push to file. I hope to see over the next few months of data that becomes available that serial eviction filing is curtailed, specifically in Baltimore County. through the work of the eviction surcharge, eviction filing surcharge.
Thank you. Mr. Getz, Mr. Getz, there's a couple questions for you. Would you mind talking about some of the relative advantages of good cause eviction compared to other housing stability strategies?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Those anti-displacement policies and plans that I showed on my slide deck identify a lot of different approaches to mitigating displacement. Some of them are based on housing production, and some are based on the preservation of housing, and then some are based on helping to stabilize the household within the neighborhood or within the housing unit. And basically, those that work to build new housing are, of course, very necessary, but take a long time and are expensive. Building subsidized or even obviously building market rate housing is an important and necessary long-term solution. The preservation of existing affordable housing can also be expensive if that involves subsidizing those units or purchasing them off of the private market. And so in comparison then, and in contrast, efforts to provide greater stability for tenants in their units can work immediately and can work at much lower public sector costs. Tenant protections put into place, or right to counsel, or rent stabilization approaches can have a wider and more universal coverage and can have more immediate effects. And so it provides those advantages.
And within your presentation on page 2, when you talk about trends in investor-owned rental housing, are you drawing a distinction when you talk about investor-owned housing between those investors who are investing in maybe low-income housing tax credit projects versus other types of investors?
Yes, I am. The term I was using was really referring to private equity firms who are purchasing market rate housing. And so to the extent that that was confusing, I apologize. Yeah, I was not thinking about tax credit investors.
And one of the reasons is because those investors in low-income housing tax credits already have to agree to good cause, correct?
I think that's the case. There are protections relative to the tax credit program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Professor Getz. Can we go back, thank you, Zephyr, to the slide that Senator Sidner was just referring to that talked about investor-owned? And my question is, there we go, that's it, thank you. So your research shows that good cause doesn't harm housing development. And I'm wondering if there's a correlation in the growth in corporate and investor-owned housing with the decline in housing development, or if there's anything else that we can draw from this slide about what these various things, what impact they have on housing development.
Thank you for the question. I think that the growth in investor ownership and private equity participation in local housing markets is tied to a couple of things. On the single family side, it was tied to the foreclosure crisis, that many of those units were put back on the market by local governments, and they were sold to investors who then rented them out. But there was growth in private equity involvement in the housing market prior to that. And it really has to do with some of the tax advantages and some of the market opportunities that were emerging in local markets around the country. It's actually a worldwide phenomenon as well. You see growth in this type of ownership of rental housing actually in places outside the United States as well. So it's not necessarily related to production slowdowns in the United States. Those the building of new housing in the United States has lagged behind the market demand for years and years, and it's most likely having to do with land use regulations that make the building of housing more difficult and provides local officials with more ways of blocking such development that is sometimes seen as problematic or leading to problems such as density.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Love, I think, I know we're going to hear from Mr. Cole on the next panel. I think he'll be able to speak to that in terms of, I mean, these projects have to get financed in some way. And like when they're stacking investors, like you've got even things like pension funds, which I always use as an example because that missing middle of housing that we're trying to develop and encourage, the very people that are sitting in those units are the people that are going to be depending on those pension funds. But for a pension fund to be successful, you're going to have to invest in something that's profitable. And housing projects become an attractive asset class because there's a strong demand signal nationwide. It's very interconnected. This is what, it's like, so I think Mr. Cole will be able to speak to that because I know he helps develop those deals. So I think it'd be really, I'd ask him that same question too. This is a long way of saying it. Senator West.
Mr. Chair, let's stay with Mr. Getz, Professor Getz for a moment. So I was also interested in your second slide about the trends in investor-owned rental housing. And you talked about all the deleterious consequences of rental housing being owned by corporations or by investors. So what should we do about that? Is your solution to that we have the power, if we wanted to prohibit corporations or investors from constructing or buying rental housing or owning rental housing? Is that your solution?
I will say that there are some places around the country that are looking at not necessarily eliminating it, but limiting it.
Limiting it. How should we limit it? What should we do to limit corporations or investors, private investors, from operating rental housing?
Right. So the way that places have done it so far is to essentially enact legislation or local ordinances that literally numerically limits the number of properties in a given area. I'm not advocating this, by the way. I'm describing to you how other communities have done it. And the research that I'm commenting on here notes that the rate of these kinds of actions are higher among investor owners and large owners. There are some very responsible and conscious, good conscience owners at this scale. So I don't think a complete ban is the way to go. I don't think it's called for. I don't think it would be effective. And so I think that the policy responses to these kinds of problems that are described on this slide can include limiting investment. It can also include other forms of regulatory oversight of the housing.
Okay, well, let me turn from that to Mr. Shaw. If you could go back to the podium, I've got a couple of questions for you. So yes. I was really taken by Ms. Chestnut's and Ms. Puente's stories about some of these awful situations that have occurred. in that particular project in Montgomery County. So I know that some counties have a regulatory system. They have license multifamily housing, and then they send investigators out, and their regulations which govern. Other counties don't. Does Montgomery County have such a permitting system?
They do.
They do. It strikes me that rather than a legislative solution to the problem, which is paints with a very broad brush and makes we have a really hard time dealing with a particular landlord or a particular landlord's relationship with a particular tenant in the building. But it seems to me that's where the local regulatory authority ought to come in. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I think, thank you for the question, Senator West. I think that these anecdotes which have been shared are shared as essentially canaries in the coal mine. These are signals of what's happening across a county like Montgomery County, Prince George's County, et cetera, where tenants have had the support of their fellow tenants or other advocacy groups to become more vocal.
But the stories we got today were coming from Montgomery County, which does raise a question as whether or not the regulatory organization in Montgomery County is effective. Would you agree?
I don't completely agree, Senator. I think that there has been an investment of groups like Progressive Maryland, CASA, Montgomery County Renters Alliance. Essentially, the people who will help tenants organize themselves and mobilize into action are there in Montgomery County. I think that's certainly not a coincidence because there are so many people in Montgomery County who need that support. That's why those supportive organizations are there. And so when you put the resources into advocacy and organizing and support, and right to counsel and evictions is part of that support, what you see is that more tenants are going to use that voice, and unfortunately, then there are repercussions on those folks. I think that across all counties, especially where rental housing is predominant, I can say, for instance, Baltimore City, we don't have enough inspectors. We have counties competing for a pool of code inspectors, so that some where salaries are higher, like Montgomery County, are pulling away inspectors from Baltimore City where the salaries are not that high.
Okay, well, I can tell you, in this case, I have carry no brief for landlords who are doing things to their tenants like these tenants in Montgomery County have experienced. My feeling is if there's a problem, the Montgomery County permitting organization ought to get their act together and get out there and personally inspect, as our chair did, these particular apartments, and then ought to take action against the landlords. But I don't see what the General Assembly of Maryland can do about these particular situations.
Well, I think that certainly what these stories demonstrate is that when when tenants do take make the effort to either confront the landlord, or if they went to the housing code enforcement agency themselves, there's going to be repercussions. The policies that we've talked about today are to minimize the negative consequences on that type of action by tenants. So code enforcement can come out and deal with the landlord. The question is, what's the landlord then going to do? Are they going to put all tenants, as Ms. Chestnut told us about, are they put all the tenants on month-to-month leases that then expose them to that vulnerability that would be alleviated by good cause?
Okay, and that brings to the big question, the elephant in the room, which is why we don't have more rental housing. So I'm looking at 2 of your slides, and it struck me that in Baltimore, Columbia, and Towson in particular, there was almost no rent increases for a number of years, -5% in 2019, 3% in 2020, 1% in 2021, 1% in 2022. But then all of a sudden, in 2023, the rents went up 11%. In 2024, the rents went up 26%. And then I flipped back to your first page, where you talked about the bills that we passed down here in the General Assembly, which I assume you would agree with me were not pro-landlord bills. They were pro-tenant bills and anti-landlord bills. We passed 3 of them in 2021, 6 of them in 2022, 8 of them in 2023, 5 of them in 2024. In each case, the landlord community came to us and said that one of the consequences of passing these bills was going to be rents were going to go up. So, and here we find that rents did go up. Do you find there's a correlation between the number of anti-landlord bills we passed for the past 4 years on the one hand and the fact that rents are going up rapidly on the other hand?
I don't find that to be much of a significant correlation, respectfully, Senator. And I think the data, as the data analysis that Professor Getz did, certainly demonstrates that the premise or the narrative that tenant protections lead to harmful consequences for tenants, such as increased rent, doesn't really hold empirically. I'm hard pressed. I mean, I went through all the bills. I'm hard pressed to find an enacted bill that really would have had a direct impact on landlords' abilities to take care of their bottom line. So, for instance, bills that we worked hard, that you all worked hard to pass, such as providing notice to tenants about ratio utility billing, or allowing tenants more certain access to community rooms for tenant association meetings. These things, it's implausible to me that those could affect the bottom line of landlords. The other decade, Senator, the 2010s, there were more than 5 what I call headliner bills, such as passing a prohibition on retaliatory eviction, ending or prohibiting non-judicial eviction. So asking landlords to always use the court process to evict. We didn't see rents go up significantly this way that we saw in this post-pandemic period back in the 2010s. So I think that's also a counterexample to that narrative that somehow there's been so much constraint on landlords because of these protections that they had to raise rent. I think they had to raise rent for other reasons. I mean, some of the reasons they have cited in past sessions had to do with supply and demand. They had to do with supply chains, cost of labor, financing, et cetera. But they weren't talking about all 28 of these bills, certainly.
Okay, last question, and this can be a quick one. Montgomery County adopted regulations for rent stabilization this past July. Do you happen to know how many permits have been granted by Montgomery County for the construction of rental housing since last July?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is there some way we can get the answer to that question?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll wait till the next panel. Thank you.
I appreciate your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Ms. Chestnut. Thank you. Just a couple quick follow-ups on something. You talked about, and I'm not sure if you all are the right person to talk to. I know we want to make some changes, and I'm not sure if we did, but you mentioned what happened to people's, to one young lady, the urn.
Yes.
Generally, when I get complaints, it's because not only are people evicted, which is hard enough, and the kind of embarrassment that comes with that, but then just about everything is literally destroyed. And there's no accountability for that. I thought that was a bill in at one point, and maybe that would enable or would mandate that when someone evicts someone, an apartment, a complex, et cetera, evicts someone, that they were somewhat responsible for how they did it or had to go into storage, and then, of course, the person pays, them back. But anything that is in law about that, and if it's not you, then I apologize. One of my colleagues can help me with that. And then on the month-to-month, so that's the first question. And on the month-to-month, is that something that is becoming popular or that people are doing, landlords are doing more and more month-to-month? And what's the reason pretty much for that in your mind? So those are the two questions.
Okay. For the first question, the only thing that I know of from right now, that when they have to get evicted, the tenants will receive a notice from the sheriff office. It's usually like a red and white notice on their door.
Right.
From the time that they receive that, they could really get evicted anytime. They usually say 10 days, but it's really any time.
Okay.
Okay. I know at the Enclave, what they will do is they will come, you have people from the office, and then you also have the sheriff that will come. Sheriff will knock on the door, they will announce themselves, and then they will let them know they're getting evicted. The actual complex will have their own movers.
That they contract with.
Right.
Okay, right.
They have their own truck. They will take everything out of the apartment. No one else could touch it. They will actually put everything in their truck. They'll take it outside the gate. They will offload it. No one else could touch it. They have to put it on the ground. Once they put it on the ground, then the tenant is able to touch it from there and do whatever they want with it. If they want to put it in another truck, they want to put it in a vehicle, they have other people to help them, that's fine. But Enclave people have to offload it on the ground.
In the month to month, you mentioned the apartment complex that just did it.
Yes.
And it just seems to me as to what you were saying is that out of nowhere, they just decided to do it. And I'm not sure if it grandfathered those who were on it, I don't know. Normally it's 1 or 2 or 3 years, is that correct?
Yes.
And so were they grandfathered, out of that? Or did they automatically go to a month to month no matter what they had signed the lease?
So,
they were approved to do that for the Enclave because the trouble property list.
Right.
And they can't use 0% increases for rents. They don't come up month. They did anything wrong, they did like a year, it was 0% increases that piece. So
Okay.
month is not a trouble property list. Even if they get off the list, it's still that's why I didn't know that was happening.
right. I mean, the way I think about it is, right, since they own the trouble property list, they once a lease ends,
Right.
then they put them on a month to month. So if you were on a 2-year lease, you're fine.
Got you. Once ends, you go, huh?
Right. They don't change your lease. You're still on it. But if your lease is ending tomorrow, you're automatically put on month to month. Now, they're not increasing your rent. You're still paying the same thing. You're just on the month to month.
Got you.
In my mind, I'm thinking, once again, they're on the trouble property list. Since they can't increase it, they're working to get off the trouble property list.
Got you.
Okay? Once they get off, they're able to increase your rent.
Got you. Huh.
So that's what I think.
Is that something
is the
we
reason.
should be looking into or can do something about?
I know, but she's right. That's the answer.
Okay.
That's a county thing. It's a
That's
county.
okay,
ordinance,
gotcha.
County law.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for what you all do. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Also, I mean, we changed the law on that, so the 7-day notice period, and like, they can't leave your stuff on the street anymore. So if they're doing that, we should.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're
I've
actually leaving
gotten
their
a
stuff
couple
on the
of
street,
calls.
and really people are coming over and stealing
They
people's
steal
items.
it, they steal it, or sometimes the moving companies, they literally just throw the stuff out and they're breaking things and nobody's held accountable, and that just adds on to the sorrow that one already is facing and the
Yes.
embarrassment, et cetera. But the sense of loss, and what you mentioned is gut-wrenching, in an urn, and no one can handle it better than that. But thank you all for what you all do. It's very important, and I appreciate you all.
We also had a couple tenants where they said, once the items got on the ground, they're missing some items as well. That has also happened, Senator. Yes. Yes.
All right, thanks. So one last question. So, one of the through lines, one is that, hey, look, maybe, just cause alone, it doesn't have a corollary between the curtailing of the development of housing. That's something I think the Secretary, alluded to, and then something some Professor Getz said, and same thing you with Mr. Shaw. So, I think that's one through line. Another thing that I heard, a theme that I heard from you all was that it was a fear of retaliation. And then you talked about one of the banner bills that we passed as the anti-retaliation statute. And so I'm going to read that to you. It's a real property article, section 8208. Mr. Shaw, we've had the same conversation. So I want to give you an opportunity here to explain why you think that the statute is inadequate. I'll just read it. So retaliatory actions, for any reason listed in paragraph 2 of this subsection, a landlord of any residential property may not bring or threaten to bring an action for possession against the tenant, arbitrarily increase the rent or decrease the services to which the tenant has been entitled, or terminate a periodic tenancy. A landlord may not take an action that is listed under paragraph 1 of this subsection for any of the following reasons. Because the tenant or the tenant's agent has provided written or actual notice of good faith complaint about an alleged violation of a lease, violation of law or condition on the leased premises that is a substantial threat to the health or safety of the occupants, to the landlord, any public agency against the landlord because the tenant or the tenant's agent has filed a lawsuit against the landlord. And I can go, I'm gonna just read this into the record because I think it's important. Testified or participated in a lawsuit involving the landlord because the tenant has participated in any tenant's organization, or solely because the tenant or another individual, including another resident, summoned the assistance of law enforcement or emergency services to the property. A landlord's violation of subsection A of this section is a retaliatory action, and a tenant may raise a retaliatory action of a landlord in defense of an action to possess or as an affirmative claim, and going on, then the damages are, if a proceeding in the court finds in favor of the tenant because the landlord engaged in retaliatory action, the court may enter a judgment against the landlord for damages not to exceed the equivalent of 3 months' rent, reasonable attorney fees, and court costs. And the question is, so, remember we had this conversation about, well, why not beef up the retaliation statute as opposed to go for good cause because of the contractual issues that we'll talk about during the hearing. What is the shortcoming for the anti-retaliation statute? Because the through line I kept hearing was retaliation, retaliation, retaliation for said activity or that activity. Just want to know, can you help me identify the shortcomings of that statute?
Yes, thank you for that. This is a really important point. So there are a number of deficits in the retaliation statute as it stands. Like I mentioned earlier, it applies only to periodic tenancies. So if your lease isn't written in a way that it's automatically renewing, or it's not in that automatically renewing month-to-month status, the whole 8-208.1 doesn't actually apply. But let's talk about where it does apply. As you mentioned, there are certain protected activities, and not every activity of a tenant for which they may be retaliated for is covered in that list. Participating, for instance, in a meeting with CASA or Progressive Maryland is not an activity covered in that list. The state that we're in, 10 years now, 11 years now since the retaliation law was most recently amended, is that landlords are not going to put in writing what their reason is or their motivation is for the non-renewal of a lease or the diminution of services and what have you. They're just not going to do that. To win a retaliation case today, a few things have to happen that rarely happen. First of all, a tenant would have to be in a proceeding that has discovery allowed. In district court, discovery is limited to interrogatory, so you're not going to get that smoking gun document from the landlord, even if it did exist. Secondly, because the damages are so limited to just 3 times the rent, it may be unlikely that the case involves a regular civil claim for money damages if the tenant's suing the landlord. It may be a small claim and there's no discovery in small claims. But typically where we see a retaliation claim arise is as a defense to an eviction case and in tenant holding over cases specifically. In a tenant holding over case, there's, the rule book just says there's not going to be discovery allowed. There's no way around that. So tenants really have their hands tied behind their back to try to prove the retaliatory motive. We also don't have case law or any other statutes that really define what type of motive a court should be looking at. Is it mixed motive? Is it only a retaliatory motive with no other motives involved? That's another difficulty in bringing these defenses or these claims. But I'll say that even if things improved in those aspects of the retaliatory eviction law, the fundamental difference between that and a good cause eviction law is that the burden of proof is on the tenant in retaliatory evictions to prove things like motive. And in a good cause eviction law, the burden is on the landlord to show the evidence of the cause that they've stated in writing and presented to the court. And so the power imbalance between landlord and tenant, I think, is really solved in a good cause eviction law compared to retaliatory eviction. I think that the success of tenants being able to stay in place, even if the landlord doesn't like them or has found some reason to disfavor them, their success in staying in place is going to be a lot higher where that burden of proof is on the landlord than when the burden of proof is on the tenant to prove a reason or motive. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, excellent. That'll conclude the panel for this section, so thank you all very much. We'll now move on to the next panel with Mr. Anliu, Mr. Cole, Mr. Brutch, Mr. Duvall, Mr. Greenfield, and Ms. Royster.
Yeah, that's fine. This is not my presentation. Just my name's Tom Cole. I'm here on the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition on behalf of them. So just to be clear, MAKE does not have a position on the renter protection bills that will be before you. We represent developers, property managers, and many groups that advocate on behalf of tenants. What we are appearing for the purpose here today is to talk about how these things in the aggregate affect affordable housing, particularly in the state of Maryland, where we're not taking the steps we need to increase the housing supply in order to accommodate the needs of renters. When you look at many of the jurisdictions in this state that have the most significant renter protections, there are also ones where the housing supply is constrained. Whether or not there is a cause and effect, I can't speak to, but one of the things I have discussed with the chair is all of these housing discussions are missing what I think is a very important piece, which is those who finance housing, because they're the ones that are going to look at how a project is coming together and the cash flow ultimately that project will create. It's a very crude way to talk about housing. I don't necessarily like having to raise that, but I think it is important for this committee to consider that the projects that cannot pencil will not be built. And one of the, in addition to many of the protections that the state has put in place, the thing outside of the law that is important is the renter's ability to participate in terms of a market. If there is no vacancy, the renter is disadvantaged in relation to the landlord. If the vacancy rate is low, as it is across the state of Maryland, the renter is disadvantaged. And all of these other protections play into that spectrum of considerations, but I do want to highlight that for you because when you look at places that are really building their housing supply, that are building it at a significant rate, like Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas, at the same time that it's having a great influx of people, is building housing on the other side. Their vacancy rate is about 15%. In the state of Maryland, our vacancy rate is 7%. In places like Montgomery County, it's 6%. And we heard Tacoma Park mentioned before. Their vacancy rate is 3%. When you look at all of the things that disadvantage the renter community, that vacancy rate has to be put a part of that. And so on behalf of MAKE, I just wanted to reference that no one, certainly not a single member of our coalition, wants to see an eviction. Evictions are bad for the landlord, they are bad for the tenant, they're bad for the property manager. When we are countenancing the laws that are coming in and being put on property managers, I do encourage this committee to investigate property managers as an industry, those who manage our affordable housing stock. They're falling off a cliff. They're disappearing. There are less property managing entities today than there were 5 years ago, and less 5 years ago than there were 10 years ago. They are an essential part of the affordable housing ecosystem. So again, MAKE does not want to see evictions. We understand, and many of our members strongly support renter protections. That is not something that we're here to speak against. We just want it to be considered as part of a whole, and also as part of, in a state in which our housing supply, even with all of the great efforts the governor has undertaken and you all as a body have taken on, housing supply is so far below where demand is. And with interest rates being where they are, and I can talk about that as well, it doesn't even seem that even with the regulatory relief that we have on the way, that housing supply is going to catch up anytime soon. Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. Along with Tom Cole, I'm joined here at the panel with Chris Brew, who's the COO of the Donahoe Companies out of Montgomery County, as well as Ariana Royster, who's with Borger Management, and Gabrielle Duval, who is the president of Southern Management Corporation. Also here with Brian Anlou, who is the vice president at AOBA. I want to touch on some of the, let me do this first. Here we go. Brian and I want to go through some of the bills that Mr. Shaw, I think, did a very good job referencing and putting into very specific buckets. But to Senator West's question, there have been a tremendous number of bills regulating this industry. I want to touch on the renters' rights bill that you passed last session. You heard from the secretary and you heard from Mr. Shaw about the bill, but I want to touch on two aspects to it that we have experienced since its implementation in October. One is, as you know, the bill eliminates the ability to qualify an applicant on a double security deposit, on a 2-month security deposit. We have taken an internal survey. That internal survey has indicated that since October 1st, 176 less people have qualified for housing as a result of that policy. That we informed the committee, informed the body that that was a potential consequence of passing the bill. It's just our naturally occurring affordable housing providers are no longer, are screening tougher, are no longer extending that second month. And then secondly, the increase in the filing fee eviction surcharge, as you know, increased by 435%. Maryland is the only state with this policy. We understand that its intended purpose was to prevent, maybe that's too strong of a word, but to not encourage housing providers to file failure to pay rent cases. We think that's blatantly unfair and chills our access to the courts. Nonetheless, we have some members who have decided to continue filing every month and some who have not. And so they're holding back and filing every 2 or 3 months. The consequence of that is you're going to have increased evictions potentially, because folks will not be able to get their, meet their right of redemption if they're sitting on 3 months of rent. So again, these are choices we make, and they have policy repercussions as a result. The next bill is the Tenant Safety Act, which codifies the warranty of habitability, allows tenants in the same building, as you heard earlier, to file joint suits, and enables courts to reduce rent if the landlords are negligent in maintaining safe living conditions. Additionally, a limitation of liability on rent. This is, again, 2024 with Senator Waldstreicher's bill, which limits a tenant's liability for rent under a residential lease if a physician or psychologist completes a form specifying that the tenant has a certain mental disorder and needs to vacate the lease premises. And we worked with the senator on that bill. You heard about the shielding bill that Mr. Shaw referenced, which we worked with the sponsor on that bill as well. We also have the Access to Counsel Bill from 2021. As you heard, we're one of a few states that have this access to counsel. It also established a 10-day notice period, which is one of the longest in the country. Just going through my notes. The Tenant Protection Act was passed in 2022. That established requirements for landlords using RUBS, or ratio utility billing system, expanded protections for tenants who are victims of abuse, and requires detailed statements when withholding security deposits. I just want to touch on, before I turn it over to Brian, I want to touch on one of the themes of this briefing, which I've heard loud and clear, is, and we would second it, echo it, is that this is all interconnected. And what happens at the state level and what happens at the local level is complex on the housing industry. So we're going to touch on a couple local issues. You'll hear more about this from Brian on the rent control in Montgomery and Prince George's County, but want to raise that in Baltimore County, and we worked with the county, established a rental licensing system. They were one of the largest jurisdictions without one, so we worked with the county to implement one of those. And that comes with a fee, understandably so. Frederick, the city of Frederick did the same thing a few years back and has established one of the highest fees in the state at $240 a unit. So again, this has an impact on affordability. I'll turn it over to Brian to touch on the rest of the bills. Oh, and mold. As Senator Henson knows quite well, we had many discussions. The General Assembly passed a work group to study mold, and the report was issued not too long ago, maybe 3 months ago, 2 months ago. And so we worked with that group as well. Mold is a problem, as you've heard, and it's a problem not only that property owners have to clean up, but that sometimes tenants cause. So there's a careful balance.
Hello again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Anley with the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. So I'm going to jump around a little bit. I am going to touch on the 4 bullet points that you see on the right of past legislation. But I'm going to start with the Climate Solutions Now Act, which authorizes state building energy performance standards. And I'm going to be brief. There's a lot more slides in here that I'm probably not going to go into a ton of detail on, mostly because I know you all are anxious to hear from our actual housing providers and what they have to say. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to talk a little bit about BEPS. You heard Jose with CASA mention earlier about the cost that BEPS is going to have, but he kind of just glossed over it and mentioned that it's going to be very costly, particularly for our oldest buildings that are the most affordable. They tend to have or produce the highest emissions and are typically the least efficient. So I just kind of wanted to put it in a little bit more clear terms because you really can't talk about BEPS, which we think of as a extinction level event for affordable housing without talking about what is the impact that it's going to have on the tenant. And we did a couple case studies. We hired the same consultant that Montgomery County hired to do their technical report and analysis of what BEPS is going to cost. And what the case studies found in terms of what all the measures are that it would cost to comply with BEPS is that on average, it might cost somewhere in the neighborhood of 20% of a rent increase annually to comply with BEPS. That is a huge cost. That doesn't include things like heavy up, so increasing electrical capacity to the property. It doesn't include financing. It doesn't include loss of tenant income because a lot of times you can't do the work while the tenant is in the unit. Many parts of the state, many parts of Montgomery County can't afford such high increases. The market just won't allow it. So a lot of those costs are simply unrecoverable. Not to mention, I'm going to touch on this in a moment, that Montgomery and Prince George's County have rent control. So even if you wanted to go to a 20% increase, you'd be capped. You wouldn't be able to do it. And so that impacts your recoverability as well. Also want to touch on alternative compliance fees. There's a chart here in this presentation, which I'm not going to jump to, but you can see it for yourself, and if there are questions, happy to answer them. Alternative compliance fees, they are MDE's alternative compliance pathway. In other words, if you can't meet BEPS, their proposal is you just pay these fees. And we used Montgomery County's benchmarking data, but used Montgomery County's benchmarking data and looked at what is it going to cost to pay those fees. If you didn't do any of the work, you just pay the fees. And on average, that's about a 6 or 7% increase in rent in real terms. And so alternative compliance fees, yes, it's lower than the 20%, but still won't help, and that doesn't keep up with other rising operating costs. Want to touch very quickly on fire safety because it's sort of in the same vein. Won't go too much into it because I think while housing providers generally agree that we have to do more for fire safety, things like sprinkler retrofits are also incredibly very costly. Senator Love, thank you. As you know, you're serving on that work group and appreciate your service on that. But the big issue is that with fire safety is that there are county codes that don't make it easy to do the low-hanging fruit. AOBA has a member that wants to move the pull stations from about this level down to closer to 3 to 4 feet from the ground so that someone who's in a wheelchair can better reach that pull station to pull the fire alarm in case there's a fire. Montgomery County Code won't allow this. They basically say you have to upgrade your entire fire safety system which costs millions of dollars to get incremental safety measures. They won't allow it. And so that's just kind of a note about fire safety. It's not going to be directly in front of you all this year because a report from the fire safety work group has been delayed somewhat, at least until likely after session, but it's something that this body will likely, the General Assembly will have to grapple with at some point in the future. Also want to talk about the notification of rent increases and how a lot of times the state laws and county laws don't quite work and don't interact with one another. Last year, the General Assembly passed House Bill 151, which requires a 90-day notice of rent increases. Well, the problem with that is that in Prince George's County, rent control targets the cap that dictates how much you can raise rents comes out on May 1 for effective date of a lease increase of July 1. That's only 60 days, but you have to give 90 days notice. So there's about a 30-day gap there where the laws just aren't quite working with each other, and there's that conflict. Which brings me to rent control, rent stabilization. They're sort of used interchangeably. We like to use rent control because you're controlling how much rents can go up. Both in Montgomery County and Prince George's County, you have caps that restrict you to the lesser of either 3 or 6%. It's based on inflation. And they also have vacancy control. Vacancy control is how much you can charge between tenants. So if I vacate a unit, there's still rent control on how much rent can go up when the next tenant comes. You're not allowed to reset to market levels. Those make them among the strictest in the country. You'll see in the presentation there's a chart on the cost of vacancy control that was done. It's based on an analysis that was done by an affordable housing provider in Montgomery County, where they basically looked at what is vacancy control going to cost them, and basically they found that it's potentially going to cost them millions across their portfolio because you can't reset to market rents between those tenants. The county laws don't work well with one another, as I kind of just touched on a moment ago. You've heard a lot about the enclave, and I do want to touch on the enclave a little bit without getting too much into the specifics of what's going on there. I will just say I'm very familiar with that. I spent a long time in county government, and I've heard of that property for many, many years. It suffers from historic disinvestment and lacks code enforcement going back several administrations. But one of the things to note there is the property is actually for sale. And Montgomery County has a right of first refusal process that basically says when a multifamily property goes for sale, the county has a right to take a look at it and decide, do they want to buy it and work with an affordable housing partner to take over ownership of that property. I think it's very telling that Montgomery County took a look at the enclave and they declined to purchase it because Montgomery County recognizes that they can't figure out some of these problems. Not to mention, you heard a little bit about the relationship between rent control and County Bill 1915, which deals with troubled and at-risk properties. That's essentially a designation that prevents you from raising rents at all. And so one of the reasons that you have month-to-month leases on that property and other properties with this designation is because you can't raise rents. And actually, that was guidance that was given to AOBA and housing providers by the county. They said, look, we recognize that you can't raise rents, so it doesn't really matter if they're on a month-to-month lease or a yearly lease or a 24-month lease. You can't raise rents anyway. And so once you get this designation removed, which, by the way, can take anywhere from 1 to 2 years, depending on the county's code enforcement personnel and reinspection process, once you get this removed, you can begin offering leases. But what they've actually created is a system where this property is for sale, and it's making it that much harder to attract a potential buyer who's willing to come in and invest the money that it would take to bring that property up to current code. And the reason for that is because you can't raise rents. So if you can't raise rents, the property is only going to fall more and more behind where it should be. I'll just leave you with just a couple quick points about broader impacts of rent control, rent stabilization, the impact that it's having on sales and assessed values. There's a slide in the presentation that looks at the steep drop-off, particularly in Prince George's County, that we've seen in multifamily sales. There was a Wall Street Journal article in December that talked a little bit about this, and it noted that at the same time, Northern Virginia multifamily sales are steady or increasing. I think the anecdote in the WSJ article was that Northern Virginia multifamily sales are up 155%. At the same time, in Prince George's County, they're down close to 90% from a high of in the 20s immediately after the pandemic to when they instituted rent control in Prince George's County to around 3 to 5 a year. And what is the impact? Why should you care that sales are down so much? Well, simply put, it's having a huge impact on transfer and recordation taxes in both counties. Prince George's County had to revise their estimates down for FY25 by about $40 million. And part of that is attributable to the fact that there are fewer multifamily sales. In Montgomery County, same thing. It hasn't been as steep of a drop-off, but you are seeing about a 50% drop-off in multifamily sales from before they instituted rent control to now. And it's not just sales, it's also assessed values. I provided a couple examples of properties in Montgomery County that sold at steep discounts. One was 8300 Flats in Bethesda, a few blocks from the metro station, has a Harris Teeter on the ground floor. It sold at a 37% discount from its pre-pandemic high. And when I asked that AOBA member, what do you attribute that discount to? They said part of it is the regulatory environment in Montgomery County and the state of Maryland with all the different laws that we've layered on top of each other. So with that, I have a lot more data points and anecdotes to share, but as I said, I know you all want to hear from the other panelists, so I'll hold those for now.
Brian, do you want to talk about pending legislation?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
We're not, unfortunately, keeping up with the slideshow, so we apologize. A couple pending bills just early on in session. We've got another BEPS bill that enacts energy use intensity. We have a fair housing testing bill. We're anticipating good cause, ban the box. And there's some bills dealing with increasing the state transfer tax, which has an impact, as well as special taxing districts and ancillary taxes on mixed use. Most of these bills are in the House, but nonetheless, I think it's important to raise them. We will now, here's the article that Brian was referencing from the Wall Street Journal. And I will turn it over for efficiency purposes to Mr. Brew.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I kind of want to say good evening. It almost feels like it's nighttime in here. It's been a long day, but good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher. My name is Chris Brew. I'm President and CEO of the Donahoe Companies. We're a 140-year-old business headquartered, I'm proud to say, in Maryland. One of our business units develops market rate multifamily in the District, Maryland, and Virginia. We've been doing that for over 60 years. What I'd like to do is share with you what's happened in Montgomery County since Montgomery County passed rent control in 2023. But first, I'll simply explain how a typical development works for us and how we finance a typical Class A new build 200-unit project. So a 200-unit project in Montgomery County is going to cost about $100 million. We typically seek 60% construction financing, debt, and we have to raise 40% equity. So that's a $60 million construction loan, and that's $40 million of equity. A developer typically only puts in 5 or 10% of the total equity in a deal of this size. So for us, we'd be putting in $4 million of cash, which means I still have to raise $36 million of fresh equity cash for the project. So what I do is I get a pretty package together, the pro formas, and I pitch the project to investors, pension funds, life companies, sovereign wealth funds, venture funds, whoever will listen to us and potentially be our equity partner. I can say since the passage of rent control in Montgomery County, institutional grade equity, which is what we rely on for $100 million projects, has zero interest in investing in Montgomery County. Just cause legislation would be just one more reason not to invest, but rather divest in Montgomery County holdings. And it's unfortunate, we're based in Bethesda and we are no longer building in our neighborhood. Montgomery County is off limits for any pursuit of new development. So where did equity go? Well, equity has lots of options, right? They can invest in Virginia, other markets, but there's no longer this compelling case that we used to have to say, come invest in Montgomery County. So what's happened since 2023? Number one, multifamily starts in Montgomery County lag the region. Transaction volume, which was mentioned earlier, is way down because there are simply fewer buyers interested in Montgomery County assets. And this has a snowball effect, which was also mentioned. Asset valuations are declining, assessments are declining, property tax revenues are down, recordation and transfer taxes are down. And most importantly, for an owner who has to refinance, valuations are way down. So when it's time to refinance debt on an existing asset, many owners are opting not to throw more cash to pay it down, but instead hand back keys to the lenders. This is happening at a rapid pace in the District of Columbia. So we have a housing crisis. We need to build more housing to serve all income levels. The lower the AMI, the greater the gap between supply and demand. Montgomery County has a shortage of 26,000 units for households earning less than 50% AMI. Rent control has done nothing, absolutely nothing, to help any of those residents. Government has the tools to help and promote the development of truly affordable housing. We have rental assistance, expanding LIHTC, grants, property tax abatements, and unlocking underutilized public property for housing. We should learn from what's happened to Montgomery County, once one of the most desirable markets for multifamily investment, now one of the least desirable markets in the region. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair, and committee members. I am Ariana Royster, Senior Advisor of Borgia Residential, which is a subsidiary of the Donahoe Companies. We are a locally owned firm serving Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia for over 80 years, with close to 10,000 multifamily units under management. I am pleased to offer insight on behalf of my company, as well as my board positions with the National Apartment Association and AOBA, which represent nearly 100,000 combined members. I have served the multifamily industry for 35 years. I would like to share with you today the housing provider perspective on the affordability challenges we are facing and how over-regulation, such as rent control and just cause, have created a very challenging environment. First, the nation's affordability challenge boils down to one simple fact we've heard all day. There's simply not enough rental units to meet the growing consumer demand. Decades of undersupply have set us back. Making matters worse is the increasing challenges in the operations of apartments. Industry data shows expenses increasing year over year, with insurance, maintenance and repair, administrative, and labor costs leading contributors, with insurance being especially troubling. The significant impact of the California wildfires and the Florida hurricanes have an impact on insurance costs nationwide, especially on older housing stock that is the target of rent control regulations. Keeping in mind the real-world statistics that Bryant has in the deck, out of every dollar of rent collected, 94 cents is allocated toward operational expenses. With such a slim margin, rising operating costs impact the sustainability of rental housing while placing additional upward pressure on rents. Decades of research and real-world case studies show that rent regulation devastates rental housing and harms affordability. Ensuring an adequate supply of quality housing is critical to continued economic prosperity and household stability for Americans nationwide. Policymakers should focus on sustainable solutions and avoid any new policies like Just Cause that further exacerbates existing challenges and inadvertently harms residents in the process. Such requirements adversely shift the balance of the landlord-tenant relationship to the detriment of residents and communities as a whole. These policies put good residents at risk by limiting the ability of housing providers to manage their properties and act quickly to remove problem residents. As good business practice, apartment community owners and operators want long-term residents, and we strive to avoid evictions where possible. The process to evict and turn over an apartment is an expensive and protracted undertaking that can cost thousands of dollars. That said, the ability not to renew a lease is necessary to protect residents, staff, the property, and neighboring properties. Under Just Cause eviction legislation, housing providers are forced to renew a lease upon the unilateral decision of a resident. The landlord-tenant relationship can only be ended by proving a resident violated the provisions of their lease agreement in a way explicitly listed under the law. A few common reasons for eviction under a traditional Just Cause would include non-payment of rent. That may seem clear-cut. However, as we've demonstrated in the slide deck, delinquency is at an all-time high. In my portfolio, our portfolio, we're still dealing with COVID delinquency. At one point, we had a total of $7 million in uncollected rent. Next are lease violations that remain uncorrected after notice is given by the owner. I'm often told by legislators, just enforce your lease. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. Imagine you're a new resident, excited about the possibility of finally living on your own. You've selected the perfect apartment for you. You've spent hours on Amazon purchasing items to decorate your apartment. The big day is here, and you move in. You're settled, you're enjoying your apartment, and 30 days into your residency, your neighbor upstairs overflows their bathtub. Things happen, right? You're inconvenienced, you clean up, you move your items back into their place after we've had to paint and restore your apartment. Life's good again. 45 days later, your upstairs neighbor overflows the bathtub again. You think, what's going on? This keeps happening. So we repeat the process. After a month goes by, and it happens for a third time. At this point, as a resident, you're annoyed and you're looking to management for a solution. Well, management's enforcement of the lease is to go the legal route, which can take more than a year. In the meantime, you're being subjected to a neighbor who cannot be controlled by management. Your options are to move out of the apartment you just were so excited to move into a few short months ago, or transfer. The impact of Just Cause legislation at work. This happened to one of our residents just last week. So the next most common example is engaging in criminal activity on property. Again, I hear, just enforce your lease. A resident corners your 67-year-old employee in an elevator and brutally assaults him. The police arrest the resident. He's out of jail in 4 hours. Just Cause states, well, we have to give a cure period, meaning as long as he doesn't assault another person, he can continue to live there. Imagine the PTSD from our employee and residents who are in fear that they may be the next victim of this person's assault. Or it's New Year's Eve, a resident, her boyfriend, and her children are pulling into a parking space. The children's father comes and shoots the new boyfriend. Again, as long as no one else comes of the resident's guests and shoots anyone, they can continue to live there. Another example, interfering with the safety or enjoyment of the owner or other residents. A resident on the 4th floor refuses to clean his apartment. He doesn't take out his trash. He releases himself not only in the bathroom, but throughout the apartment. Food is strewn throughout the apartment in open containers. This behavior produces the worst roach infestation I have experienced in my 35 years. And I've seen some horrific things. The resident will not allow you in the apartment to clean it or treat the roach infestation. Meanwhile, residents beside and below him suffer from this roach infestation. 17 residents are being sacrificed as a result of the one resident that's causing the issue. Enforce your lease. Once again, that process can take over a year, while all these 17 residents are being inconvenienced. I could go on with examples about how the majority of our residents can be negatively impacted by the actions of one. As you can see, Just Cause ordinances shifts a significant burden of managing rental housing out of the hands of the property owner and into the hands of neighboring residents. In order for a property owner to prove that a resident is a nuisance, it not only requires detailed record keeping on the part of the property owner, but the corroborating testimony of the affected resident against their neighbor. Information that is difficult to obtain, especially in criminal cases. Residents expect their property owners to manage properties to ensure their quiet enjoyment of their residents, not to become active in the day-to-day management of their rental community. Just Cause cannot possibly contemplate every scenario, and in some of the examples I provided above, it wouldn't be covered in the regulations. Rent regulations will not add a single new unit of housing. In fact, it has the opposite effect. Rent controls distort the housing market by deterring or discouraging the development of rental housing and investment in maintenance and rehabilitation, further damaging the communities they are attempting to serve. With little to no ability to gain a return on investment, developers and investors will shift their investments to other non-rent regulated jurisdictions. Rent control has been in the District of Columbia for more than 30 years, yet it suffers from a housing affordability crisis. Vacancy decontrol was the only way a housing provider was able to reinvest in an apartment unit when the previous resident moved out. Housing providers understand the need for affordable housing and keeping our residents in place, especially those most vulnerable. While contrary to basic economics, it's understandable, however, the need for affordable housing and keeping our residents in place, especially those most vulnerable, thus limiting the annual increase, while contrary to basic economics, is understandable. However, not allowing a housing provider to increase to the market after a capital reinvestment will be detrimental to older housing stock. A resident who wants a renovated apartment and their salary affords them a nicer apartment should be able to lease that type of apartment. And I'm not talking about Class A luxury. We are simply not able to provide these types of apartments when we are unable to pay for them with limits on turnover increases. So I strongly encourage you to reconsider vacancy control. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any further questions and provide more examples of how the minority of residents who don't abide by their lease have a negative detrimental effect on the majority of residents.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee, not just for your time and your patience with today's long day, but also with your focus on the balance and the important issues at stake when it comes to housing. My name is Gabrielle Duval, and I am the president of Southern Management Companies. Southern Management Companies has been in business in Maryland for over 60 years. We purchased our first community, Lakeside North, which we still own today. Southern is not the institutional investors we heard the professor talk about. Southern is a long-term owner-operator. We don't fee manage. Everything we manage, we own. And once we purchase properties, we don't like to let them go. It is very important to us, given our long-term stake in the community, that we become part of the fabric of the communities around our properties, that we are able to provide social programming for our residents, that we are able to help our residents find ways to afford to live in our communities. Additionally, we provide hospitality services to over 328,000 guests and attendees in our 3 Maryland hotels each year, and we provide over 50,000 Marylanders home in 22,000 apartments within this state. We like to think we're a significant part of the economic infrastructure and not just the housing supply in the state of Maryland. Importantly, we've heard a lot about different housing and different costs, but I'm going to focus on what is the predominant makeup of Southern Management's portfolio. In Maryland, over 70% of Southern Management's communities are less than 60% AMI. That is less than 35% of income goes to pay rent. We are providing the workforce housing to your missing middle class. We are providing homes to your nurses, your teachers, your sanitation workers. We are here for those residents. That's who we love to support. And we do it without LIHTC dollars, without tax incentives. We do it by the nature of our properties, which are older and require more maintenance and more service on site. It costs more to run these communities, but this is a mission-driven business and this is our mission. However, it still has to be within reason, and we still have to be able to pay our bills. Southern provides exactly what you say you're wanting in Maryland, affordable, transit-oriented housing to this middle class. And yet, as you heard earlier from Aaron and Brian, we have faced an onslaught of anti-housing provider legislation since COVID that has massively disrupted our business. You can look at 1 bill or 2 bills or 3 bills, or you can look at death by 1,000 paper cuts in an industry where even where we are owner operators, we are not the majority owner of our properties. We have third-party private investors, and we have lenders that we must answer to. And they look at the environment in Maryland and they say, why should we do business here where we can do it easier elsewhere? We are facing this confounding legislation, and what makes it even worse is that what's happening at the county and city levels, it's so fast, so quick what's coming at us, and it's not consistent. We now have 16,000 of our rental apartments under rent control. However, they're governed by 3 separate laws. 11,000 of our units are in Prince George's County, where the county will not pass the regulations that govern how rent control is supposed to exist until 2026. That puts communities and housing providers at a 2-year disadvantage of having to comply with a bill for which there is no regulatory guidance. This environment becomes harder and harder for us to operate our business in. This wave of new legislation, however, and thank you to this committee today, it offers us a great opportunity for collaboration and conversation. What is our housing priority? What are the problems we are trying to solve? And how many different solutions do we need to the same problems? And I think the balanced approach you've brought today with different panels, different speakers, allows us to address some of those issues together. Because the housing affordability crisis cannot be solved by legislatures alone, cannot be solved by tenant advocates alone, and it cannot be solved by housing providers alone. We must work together to find solutions to make housing viable in the state of Maryland. And as we heard earlier from Secretary Day and the professor that spoke, purchasing a home is becoming out of reach for many of our residents. That is factual and actual and nothing the rental community can control. What we can control is providing long-term solutions and alternatives so people can raise their families in communities that they want to feel safe in, that they want to call home, that they are proud to live in, and proud to send their students to the schools in. Whether you are a renter or an owner, you deserve to like the community you live in and to want to stay there for a long time. But wanting to stay there for a long time requires a mutuality of obligation and responsibility. We, as housing providers, have a lot of responsibilities we have to do. We have to comply with code. We have to provide safe and clean homes for our residents. We have to provide fair and clear leases. We have to provide ratio utility billing statements. We have a lot of things we have to do. All we ask of our residents is that they pay their bills, they pay their rent, and they act cooperatively, living in a multifamily environment with our other tenants. That's what we are looking for. I want to talk for a minute, if you'll indulge me, about rent control. You've heard a lot about it today, and I'm sure some of you are tired of hearing about it. The laws have passed in those counties. It's not up for state consideration, and you're thinking, why do we keep hearing about it? I'm going to share a different perspective. Ariana, Chris, Brian, they talked beautifully and appropriately about the disincentive into investment. You've heard that already. What I want to talk about is, are we over-legislating anecdotal stories and turning them into laws that are not predicated on fact? That is the story of rent control I'm here to tell you. In the last 5 years, Southern Management's average rent increases in the state of Maryland were 1.65%. The highest percentage of year-over-year rent growth was in 2022 at 2.52%. Our average monthly rent has increased in the last 5 years from $1,478 in 2019 to only $1,592 in 2024. In Prince George's County, average rents increased from $1,383 in 2019 to $1,596 in 24. And in Montgomery County, which saw the highest starting rent at $1,725 in 2019, it climbed to only $1,789 in 2024. You've heard a lot of facts and figures about rising rents in Maryland. I'm not telling you those facts and figures are wrong or untrue, but I'm telling you that they are skewed by the fact that the products coming online are brand new Class A's without the appropriate measures of affordability. When you look at Southern's portfolio, which is majority workforce housing, the rent growth is not supported by the market. You see, the market is smarter than we are. I would love to charge more rent. The market tells me we're better than you, Southern Management, and you can't. We must listen to the market where it exists. We must listen to our renters who tell us what they will pay for an apartment. We must not over-legislate issues that are taken care of by the very people we serve. And while we are serving and stuck with rent control and stuck with stagnant rent increases, our expenses have continued to rise exponentially compared to the rent growth. Our expenses have risen on average 4.92% year over year for the last 5 years, for a cumulative increase from 2019 of 20%. In 2024, our expenses rose 6.3%, well above the national inflationary average of 2.7%. So my expenses are going like this, my rent is here, and yet we passed a law that said rent control is necessary, when it doesn't actually solve the problems my communities are facing. Expenses at workforce housing communities are even higher. Our operating margins are slimmer because you have to put more bodies at a community that is 60 years old. Things break more. They require more service. It requires more resident financial services and support. Despite these rising costs, stagnant rent growth, and a record high delinquency for Southern Management, pre-COVID, we sat pretty at like maybe 2% delinquency a year. That was a tough year for us. We closed out 2024 with 9% of our GRP of rent being delinquent and unpaid, over $6 million in rent delinquency that we have to make up for somewhere. Yet we still must invest in our assets because that is what good housing providers do. What does that preservation look like? In 2024, we spent $83 million, and I want to be clear on what we spent it on. It's what we call special expenditures. These are not capital improvements. They're not pretty new kitchens and baths. They're not the updates our residents want that attract more rent. We spent this on electric, plumbing, brick facade work, point up, parking lot repairs, elevator repairs, balcony replacements, and plumbing. That's where your money goes on a 60-year-old asset. You don't get to decide you're going to put that money on beautiful new amenity space and new kitchens. You must take care of the infrastructure holding up the building that supports our residents. These costs have to be done regardless of what our margins are. As our operating margins have shrunk down, in some cases we've had to make capital calls to our investors, and we have had to over-lever our assets with an unsustainable debt structure. This is not a sustainable business model going forward. So we need help preserving our older and aging middle-class properties. We are not getting it from the recent spate of legislation. With that background, I'd like to turn to what I started with, two sides of the same coin, two different solutions to the same problem, potentially. And that is vacancy control and just cause. We've heard a little bit about vacancy control today. For those of you who may not know as much about vacancy control as we have to live with, the perceived value of vacancy control is that you don't want to encourage a landlord who is under rent control to basically say to a long-term resident, I'd like you to leave so I can bring my apartment up to market. That is the theory. But excuse the pun, I'd like to take that theory down brick by brick. First, housing providers do economically better with residents who stay in place and pay their rent. For example, our turnover costs on apartments for long-term residents and delinquent residents have increased in our portfolio from $5,000 pre-COVID to upwards of $20,000 a unit post-COVID. In 2024, I had over 40 units turned over at the above $20,000 mark. And those things are because residents who stop paying their rent, guess what? They don't want to call their landlord with a leak. They don't want us in their apartment because they know we're going to ask about the money they owe. So they don't report damages that fester and become bigger. They don't let us in their apartments for annual filter changes and inspections. They don't let us in to fix the problems that are brewing behind the walls. We find that out when we take those apartments back, and it costs us a fortune. Let's assume the worst intent in the world. Let's assume all housing providers are bad people. Let's just play out the economics and see if the dollars make sense here. For that $20,000 apartment term, I would have to increase rents on an annualized basis in that apartment by $1,200 a month. I have told you that our average rents are sitting around $1,580 a month. I can guarantee you there is no market in southern Prince George's County that will support a $1,200 monthly increase on these apartments. So no matter how you look at it, even if you assume we are the worst intentioned people in the world, it is economically infeasible for us to think that we could possibly make more money by asking a good, behaving, well-paying resident to leave so we can jack our rents up to market. The economics don't math out for us. It is important to remember that when we hear very deep, tragic stories like we heard today. I have no reason to doubt anything we heard from the Tenant panel. I don't doubt the horrors that I have heard for years about at the Enclave. And I don't doubt that there are bad actors in every industry. But what we can't do is take that presumption and blanket an entire business industry with those presumptions based on single anecdotes. Southern has always prided itself on being what we call a second chance housing provider. We will take someone who doesn't have perfect credit, who doesn't have great income, and we will work with them with our on-site credit counselors, our resident financial services. And a product we are most proud of that we have offered for over 35 years is what we call a conditional lease. We say to someone, you want to live at this apartment community and you don't qualify by income or you don't qualify by credit, it's okay. We're going to let us both try before we buy. We're going to give you a 3-month conditional lease. You have to meet with our credit counselors, you have to pay your rent every month, but if you do that, we'll convert that lease into a standard lease at the end of 3 months. Under vacancy control in Montgomery and Prince George's County, they are restricting our ability to raise rents on an apartment within a calendar year. You can only raise rents once in a calendar year, no matter how many different leases you sign for that apartment. You couple that risk of a stagnant rent environment with the credit risk of a conditional tenant, as well as the increased costs of turn, we are no longer able to offer this amazing program to our most vulnerable residents in Prince George's and Montgomery County. It is a program we love, and we can't see a way financially to make it work right now. So we are talking about the very people you are trying to protect, and vacancy control has taken away another tool in our toolbox to protect them and offer them homes. Lastly, vacancy control is an enormously expensive remedy to what may be just a perceived problem. Chris talked extensively about the impact of our lenders. I want to explain to you a little bit, if you'll indulge me for a minute, about our financing.
1 minute, let's behave.
Yes. Well, I will skip the financing then, and I will turn to Just Cause. And what I'll say about Just Cause is that we know that it is the other side of vacancy control. And contrary to some of the stories you're hearing, housing providers simply do not abuse the tenant holding over process. Out of our 22,000 apartment homes in Maryland, in 2024, we issued 137 notices of non-renewal, and we filed only 16 tenant holding over actions. This is not our go-to action or remedy. Tenant holding over and breach of lease actions are already time-consuming and difficult. We use them as a last resort to help keep our communities safe, clean, and drug-free. If we cannot remove the most disruptive, hostile, or drug-abusing tenants, how can we protect 99% of our good residents who want that clean and safe place to call home? I talked about rising costs earlier. Our insurance costs have risen exponentially. Southern's insurance for property and liability rose 73% between 2022 and 2023, and another 38% between 23 and 24. These are due to things like a resident who, on the last day of her management notice, committed arson at Oxon Hill Village and burned down 2 buildings. A guest who was shot protecting a smell-proof backpack in what was clearly a drug deal gone wrong, and yet sued us as the housing provider for not keeping them safe in an undisclosable settlement that we had to reach. We had a resident who poured gasoline on carpets and threw all his furniture off the balcony. And when we went to court on a life safety breach of lease, and we finally got in 4 months later, the judge said exactly what Ariana said. Well, they cured it because they haven't done it since, so we're not going to allow you to remove this resident. Just Cause essentially turns a 1-year private contract between parties into a lease into perpetuity, absent an approved and adjudicated solution. In no other industry or area of law are relationships duty-bound for life. If I behave poorly in a restaurant, we all agree. The restaurant can simply say, Ms. Duval, we don't want to do business with you anymore. If my children misbehave in a grocery store, the grocery store can ask us not to come back. We are taking away with Just Cause the right of housing providers to say, we are no longer in a contract together. We don't want to continue doing business with you for the benefit of our other residents, and we need to ask you to leave. And for some reason, it feels okay to regulate housing differently than any other industry. I will say housing cannot be considered a public right when it comes entirely on the backs of the private housing providers.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Duval. We have questions from Senator Love, and then we're going to go to Senator Charles, and then Vice Chair Wallstreicher, and then Senator James. Believe me, you'll have more than enough time to speak on this. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to touch on the topic of undersupply. We know that the crisis that we're in right now didn't happen overnight. And actually, to quote, I believe, Aaron, this is decades of undersupply. A lot of the conversation today has been about legislation that has been passed in the last few years, pending legislation, just more recent activity. Put that aside and talk to me about why we have decades of undersupply.
Thank you for that question. When money was cheap, we had a regulatory environment with adequate public facilities ordinance and other zoning constraints that made it so that housing construction couldn't keep up. Essentially, what happened was, before the financial crisis of 2008, that was when we were building the most amount of housing. It was at a supply rate that probably was unsustainable. But when the financial crisis occurred, all of that housing production stopped. It stopped almost entirely, and it still has not gone back up to even 70% of what that housing production was. So as that occurred, there were local regulations that were put in place that made it even harder to build housing when the industry itself was suffering. that regulatory regime stayed in place and continues to be in place to today's date. So Aaron's comment about us being decades in a undersupply that is decades in creation, that would go back to approximately 2008 when the financial crisis occurred. Housing production dropped off a cliff and it has not been able to come back. And now that we are starting to see a change in attitude around housing supply, the other market factors are making it so the housing production can't come online. As a matter of fact, nationwide, there were 250,000 less housing unit starts than there were completed units, which means we're even with as much undersupply as we have, nationwide, we're going to get even worse. Housing producers are not building enough housing nationwide. I would suggest that Maryland, if you look at the permits that have been drawn across the state, especially as we've seen more adequate public facilities ordinance come into place, more growth restrictions come into place as it relates to environmental regulations, we're going to see something even worse in the state of Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so my question is in reference to the RealPage lawsuits that are going on right now with at the federal level and at the state level. There's multiple states that have brought lawsuit to RealPage because of their algorithm and the pricing schemes that they put in place that have increased the cost of housing so much that it's almost unbearable for folks to be able to get access to housing. I know I was looking at the list of the businesses, the facilities that are located in Maryland that are in the lawsuit, and I don't think I saw any of your names on there. But in terms of those particular businesses, how did you guys, how are you impacted by that particular lawsuit? So if Bozzuto is setting a rate, you're next door to a Bozzuto property and they set a rate for $3,200 a month for a 2-bedroom, are you guys, you may not be using the actual algorithm that RealPage produces, but here's a competitor that's right next door to you. Are you guys leveraging what's in place, and how is that impacting the overall cost of housing with what, if you guys are actually using that?
Thank you, Senator. That's a great question. I am pleased to state that none of the panelists today are involved in the litigation or use RealPage. What I will say is pricing software like airlines software is a different and unique animal, and no two products are the same. Housing is very different, and like I said, Southern's housing, of workforce housing, you can't compare us to a Class A Bozzuto down the street just because it's down the street. We also implemented in 2020, when we started putting in RUBS into our communities, we implemented price caps on our leasing because we didn't want anyone's rent to re-raise exponentially when considering other costs and fees. So it's a very bespoke price to marketing and to finance. I don't believe anyone on this panel is going to be affected by that lawsuit, whether or not the government is successful against RealPage, because we're focused on how we fill our apartments with paying residents.
Yeah, I guess the most important part for me is because the rental prices are high. And it's a real issue with a lot of residents, specifically in my district. But I want to put us in a better position where whatever the outcome of this lawsuit, we're able to lower some of these costs for residents so we can make sure housing is available. Sometimes it's just too expensive for folks. And I get it from a business side of things. I want to make sure everybody gets to make money, but at the same time, we need to make sure folks can afford to live.
Well, respectfully, I make no money off of an apartment that's priced too high, so I can't rent it. So we all do better when we meet the market where it is.
I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Cole. Mr. Cole, as you're coming up, I'll just mention, I spent the weekend in Austin, Texas. It was my first time there, and you mentioned Austin as well as some other places more local. And so I just kind of want to walk through, because I didn't quite understand the economics. Austin is an interesting case because there were so many young people when I was in Austin, everywhere, young people everywhere, and they're really attracting kind of young folks to that city. But then I have heard elsewhere, and you repeated today, that even as demand is driving up, rents in Austin, Texas are actually going in the reverse direction. How does that happen?
Sure, and Austin is a great place, partly because they recognized that the key to economic growth, the key to attracting the companies that they wanted to bring there, is to make the workforce costs as steady, if not low, as possible. And housing is central to that. So the local government there understood they wanted to build for multifamily housing. They actually did a great job hitting missing middle housing generally, and they just built housing. The market ended up providing an oversupply, where as of, I believe, last year, rents went down 3%. And as I said, a big part of that is the 15% vacancy rate that they're now experiencing. For folks that are on this panel, those will all be terrifying numbers to see an oversupply of units and a 15% vacancy rate. But this is while they've drawn in companies like Tesla, like other very large economic powerhouse companies, big, very large employers that are able to go in that space. So it is directly a cause of the oversupply of housing. Meanwhile, there are good paying jobs in Austin right now that they're still drawing in more young people to go to that space where you can find a job, you can find an affordable place to live, and as the tenant, you have better negotiating power because of the vacancies that they have there.
I don't know if you can control it, but if we can go back to the list of bills that we've passed here, it's a little bit interesting to me. So Austin has rents that are going down, and I'm guessing, I don't know, Texas has none of these protections. We have passed all these bills in order to help limit rent increases in Maryland, but our rents, as described here, are going up. In other words, it's counterintuitive. We did all these protections, we're going in the wrong direction. They have done none of this, and their rents are down 4% relative to the market.
And that goes to what I was saying before, that the best tenant protection is a good market position, and that is something that they do not have control over. It's something that this panel does not have control over. But the absence of supply, I think a lot of these things rightfully are triage. We have a housing crisis. Everyone acknowledges that we have a housing crisis. And many of these things are supposing that legislating from Annapolis can make the housing crisis resolve or make it easier. But what I would point out to is that if a unit is not vacant, no one that needs housing can move into it. And so, again, I want to emphasize and underline, particularly as it relates to the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition, eviction is nothing anyone wants. And I know every one of these panelists would say the same. The turnover for a unit costs between $1,000 and $5,000. You heard $20,000 before. That's just, $1,000 to $5,000, that's if that unit is well maintained and they need to prepare it for the next tenant. New carpeting, new paint, all of that is a result of eviction. These, I think, are all come from the right sentiment. And I would also say that they're trying to address a problem that we all would acknowledge, but we can keep throwing bills at it, but without having housing supply to get that vacancy rate. I mentioned Tacoma Park being at 3% vacancy rate. They could pass all the tenant protections in the world, but with a 3% vacancy rate, they're not protecting many people.
Well, let me follow up on that, because Tacoma Park's a community that's close to my heart. So I grew up in Silver Spring. I went to Blair High School. It takes half from Tacoma Park, half from Silver Spring. So I spent a lot of time growing up in Tacoma Park, even though it's not in my legislative district. And so it's fascinating to me, the struggles of that specific municipality. So it sounds like even, and I supported some of these bills, but they have even stricter laws than this. How many, as they've been instituting those rules, how many units have been built in Tacoma Park in order to increase the supply like other jurisdictions, as you've mentioned?
I'm not aware of any. And that also goes back to, it's not developers, multifamily home builders saying, oh, well, we weren't treated well in Tacoma Park, so we're not going there anymore. It's rather when they try to finance a building. You heard a moment ago about the equity necessary to pull that together. It's not just the investors that say, I will not invest in that, the equity. It's also the actual banks. The banks say, I cannot finance a project based off of the regulatory environment there, and if you have a building there, I might have a hard time refinancing that building. So because of that, as far as I'm aware, multifamily construction discontinued after the drastic rent control that Tacoma Park adopted.
Which was around when, do you know?
It was in the 1980s, we believe. Yeah.
They've had 0 units built in 40 years?
And our population's only grown about 2,000.
And one would think that if you were trying to create a community that did not have any more multifamily housing, a better way to go about that than zoning would be to undermine the financing of new multifamily buildings.
Well, can I follow up with you about that? Because as this committee knows, as the secretary on an unrelated issue found out, I'm a little bit of a stickler for using statistics honestly. And Dr. Getz referenced that when you compare 2 nearby jurisdictions, one with certain policies and one without, the result is relatively the same. But all of the jurisdictions that were being compared were neighboring jurisdictions that share a similar region and a similar political culture. For example, Seattle and Portland are 2 different cities in 2 different states, but I imagine they share very similar politics and not dissimilar cultural norms. I guess my question is that a legitimate way to measure? Because what I hear today is that financing is national. And so if you are a pension fund, you don't have to choose between Portland and San Francisco. You can choose between Portland and Miami or Tacoma Park and Austin, that the kind of duality that the professor referenced is not how financing is looking at the world.
I can't speak to the professor's analysis. You know, I appreciate the statistics that he referenced. It did strike me, though, that just in terms of being in the housing space, talking to housing producers, that when certain regulatory schemes are introduced to a jurisdiction, you will see a flight of capital to other jurisdictions that don't have that same regulatory regime. And it is, again, not because of a judgment. It is not because someone is trying to get the most amount of money out of a project. It is simply because there are things that this body cannot regulate, that you cannot, fix with a legislative mandate, and the biggest part of that is the financing of these projects. And so I think that Professor Getz, the studies that he's done certainly may indicate that in terms of what he produced, and I wouldn't have a reason to dispute those results. But I would say in the state of Maryland, I do think it's important to look at the real life outcomes of what happened in jurisdictions like Tacoma Park when they've taken steps that maybe were more aggressive than the market could tolerate.
And one more question, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity. It's actually for Mr. Greenfield, because Mr. Cole, I know you can't kind of talk to specific positions on policy, but I really appreciate the input of this panel, but I especially appreciated the input of the previous panel, which I thought was compelling. And it seems like Mr. Shaw provided us a roadmap forward, which I took a lot of notes on and thought was really convincing. So Mr. Shaw kind of identified for this committee really strong gaps in our law when it comes to retaliatory evictions and how we might find an opportunity to move forward to plug those gaps, because anytime you pass a law, there's going to be unintended consequences. And as he indicated, there's been 10 years of experience, so we know now where we need to fill. And it seems like that might be kind of our treasure map here to lead where we need to go. So I just wanted to kind of go. So Mr. Shaw said, we need to beef up the retaliatory law because it only applies to periodic tenancies. And so could we find a way to apply the retaliatory eviction law to other than periodic tenancies to better encompass all the leases that we want to encompass?
Yes, I think we can.
Okay, and then he also said there's certain activities that were unprotected. Now, I think that might have changed because one of these, the Tenant Protection Act, is mine, and I'm glad we passed it. It requires landlords to respect community meetings like CASA and Progressive Maryland. But to the extent that that has not been effective, if we were to add to the current retaliatory eviction law protections so that CASA can continue to organize, Progressive Maryland can continue to organize, Ms. Puentes and Tanya can continue to do the amazing work that they're doing, would that be acceptable to the housing providers?
I think it would be, yeah.
Okay, and then there was this issue related to discovery. and that part of the challenge here is where tenants believe a wrongful motive was utilized, the lack of discovery is an impediment to their action. I mean, it seems to me that we could sit down with the housing providers to provide either full discovery or some type of limited discovery to better empower tenants to make sure that racially biased landlords who are using improper motives to non-renew, that they have access to that discovery. I mean, it seems like that is possible. Is that a conversation we could have?
Yeah, I think the industry would be more than happy to engage in that kind of a conversation rather than just cause, to be candid.
And I guess last thing is just to conclude, Mr. Chairman, Senator West and I usually agree on many things. I actually don't, I see this list, some of them are mine, I don't view them as anti-landlord in any way. Maybe you do, but it does seem to me that the theme here is each one of these has been really well-intentioned. And I know the ones that I pushed were with, I believe, honest intentions to support tenants. But I guess the question is, has these accumulated in such a way that in our desire to protect tenants, we've accidentally done harm in a way that we didn't realize at the time?
Yeah, I think so, and I think you heard that from Ms. Duval in particular, that it's just death by 1,000 cuts, and that it has this kind of cascading effect, for sure. Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really regret having to step out of the room when the presentation by the Loyola professor was there, so I'll have to get caught. I think that's a little bit about the discussion that's been going back and forth on this, but is that a little bit? So I don't want to go there. I just want to get a sense of a few things in the broader picture of this hearing, which, by the way, thank you for coming. Because it is true that we've had certain advocates come down, very articulate. They have some intense stories, but they are anecdotes. But without additional information from a much broader swath of landlords and housing providers, it's human almost to go in a direction when there's no counterbalancing information, or you believe the stories you've heard, which are true, are perhaps how the world is. So you all, thank you, but also bear in mind, it's not a perfect way we operate, but you really do have to come down year after year to explain broader things, if you can, if there's a broader perspective. So I didn't know all this, it was very helpful to me. But I wanted to kind of get just, you all can follow up, and I don't want the answers to be too long, but my questions are too long. But I get the sense, look, we're always going to have housing crises, and if you want to call it a crisis, because look, it's a complicated process to build and then to assess the market, trends, needs, and then of course we're talking about all these risks and variables that you all can't control. You try to forecast, we can't control. So I'm hoping these hearings, let me just hear your thought. I'm hoping that we're recognizing today that because we're always going to have these, we should be more reticent about making continuous mistakes and impounding on them, and maybe get a working theory that when something happens, we maybe should not rush to a solution, but we should bring in bankers, business people, tenants, and have a much broader and more thoughtful approach to things, because it does seem to me we've had some cumulative mistakes over the years when we are, swatting a fly, got rid of the fly, but we didn't deal with the swarm. So just generally, is that your sense of that we need to sort of approach this a little differently? And be a little, I know there's crises and emergencies and people come in with tears in their eyes and worry, but sometimes we do something immediately that doesn't even help them and then compound some problems, and we create a lot of heartache for people further down the road.
That's a great question, Senator, and I think you're right. I will say that I think this committee does a very, very good job at bringing all the parties together through work groups and through very deep discussion on topics and hearing all sides. And for that, I very much appreciate it. But I do think having a little more introspection, a little more review, a little more thoughtfulness, a little bit more about what other states are doing and the kind of the consequences of passing policies that we're considering, I think is part of that dialogue.
Because it's not an unknown in the state of Maryland that we have regional competitors and they're close by. We are not insulated that we are a large state like Texas. So if we're doing something, it's easy for people to change their housing situation very readily and not even change their employment. We know that banks have lending standards. And if we pass a lot of bills and they're inconsistent or make risk higher or more unpredictable, hey, that's not an unknown. That should be a surprise to no one. So perhaps we should ask the banks, if we do these various things, and then when we, I can't speak to local jurisdictions and whether they want to do price controls or rent controls, but to the extent it has a ripple effect in the state of Maryland, maybe some more collaboration with local governments. So that's, and then of course there's remote work. But I kind of want to go back to the women from the Southern. I did not have your name there. So I find it very interesting that you are in a niche, because what we've been hearing a lot, I am so new to this committee, it's only my third year. When I first got here, we had advocates and they came in and there were just horrendously bad landlords in Baltimore City. That's where I got the sense of it. So they're cutthroat, huge. Now I come in and I also know some mom and pops. You're right there in the middle, and I just want to understand one thing. Why did you pick this niche when Class A sounds really sexy and amazing and you can, get new and fancy, and then of course we don't want, whatever they call landlords that are really bad absentee. So you're in here trying to do the right thing. Why can you do that affordably? And what generally do we need to do to help you? And I mean really short, like
yeah, that's a great question.
In this area.
Why we do it is
you're who we should support.
It's what we were founded on.
Okay.
Our founder started, he was a former accountant, and he wanted tax shelter, which you get in older property. So let me be candid with you. That's how we started.
Oh.
Then we fell in love with the mission.
Right.
We no longer have the tax shelters. Our properties are too old.
Okay.
What we need to do is work together to find ways to preserve this housing stock because some of it's already past its useful life.
Because you're also preserving land. I do a lot of land conservation, so every time, sometimes you redevelop, but oftentimes people keep doing stuff, so.
Well, and that's the consequence of BEPS. If BEPS is passed, we're going to be forced in a lot of these cases to basically tear down existing buildings, build beacons of brand new Class A with a minimal nod to MPDUs and lose thousands of
green
affordable.
stuff, is that green buildings?
Yes,
things like
BEPS
that?
is building energy performance standards. It's approximately $40,000 a door for 40 and 50-year-old vintage assets who have to change from central systems or split systems, which are boiler and chiller, to all electric.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's going to happen with President Trump and the fact that a lot of the national federal laws and the money that goes with them may be retreating and also I think the governor's even indicated recognizing that may not go forward. So, but we still should address it. Just quickly, last one. So we were talking about Austin and comparing it to Tacoma Park. So just in the sort of up here, what would you say, not in over decades in that area, how would you characterize it as different than us when I'm sure they deal with housing crises or housing issues, supply, demand, inflation, wars, good times, bad times, homelessness, not homelessness, glutton, and then Maryland or Tacoma Park, if it's representative. What do you think thematically, decade after decade, help them be in the position they're in and us in the position we're in?
Unfortunately, Southern's communities, we have 77 communities, all in 44 square miles. We're exclusively in Maryland and Virginia.
Anyone else can answer
so
that
that's what I was going to say. I'd like to defer to my other panelists.
I didn't mean to, yes, sorry. Just quickly, because I think that's so telling to use two, places that we know that are familiar, and there's not like it happened overnight. Some things are going on in the culture of the government and the way they're responding and how to characterize it.
So the short answer is, we look at Tacoma Park and we look at Austin, both sort of hip and cool and vibrant markets. If I'm a fiduciary for a state teacher's pension fund, I'm not going to invest in Tacoma Park because there's no certainty of any return. I need to be able to return to my retirees 5% or 4%
Is that a
or 6%.
long-standing position? I mean.
Because of the regulations,
Okay,
right?
but is it long-standing? The
I'm
overregulation?
going to avoid a regulated market at all
Okay,
costs.
okay.
And that's why Austin's overbuilt and rents are coming down. That's why the Southeast is overbuilt and rents are coming down. The way you reduce
Because of a little
rents
bit of
is
the
to
Wild
create
West?
more supply, right? And you
Okay.
can't build more supply in markets like Montgomery County that are overregulated. We'll just cross the river. It's real easy, right? So it's really a supply-demand story.
So things we know, and the last question, nobody references Harford County. So after this hearing, could somebody get back to me about how we, and if you want Baltimore, Hartford, Cecil, sort of regionally, I'm hearing about I always hear Montgomery County, Prince George's County, Baltimore City, and sometimes Anne Arundel. I don't know how our housing stock is. I don't know where we're at capacity. I don't know if we're doing a good job or bad job with rents. And, you know, what could be learned from this hearing for us, or whether we're doing anything that happens to be good by accident or design. So if you could get back to me sort of about the status of Harford County's housing market.
Sure, Senator. I'll be happy to look into that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator West.
Is it Mr. Breaux? Brew.
That's close.
I had a next-door neighbor that spelled his last name the same way as he pronounced
Wow.
it Bruck.
Well, that's the correct pronunciation. For some reason, my lineage have been pronouncing it Brew for 2 generations. It's very confusing.
I want to tell you, I found your testimony absolutely compelling. Now, it may be because in my real life before I became a legislator, I represented lots of venture capital companies all across the country, and I documented loan deals for banks. So you really spoke to my sweet spot, which is whether or not people want to finance these projects. And you were quite direct. You said people will not finance projects in Montgomery County these days. They said across the river, the other side of the Potomac River, it's, you know, Katie bar the door. But Montgomery County, they won't invest in Montgomery County. I'm wondering about the whole state of Maryland. We've passed a lot of bills, which I probably incorrectly characterized as anti-landlord bills. I don't think anybody wanted to go to hurt landlords. What they were trying to do is help tenants. But the collateral consequences of that was to hurt landlords. And the landlord community, I think, believed that they did get hurt by the bills we passed. So we passed a lot of bills statewide, and we're going to be asked to pass some more this year. What is your view about the entire state of Maryland in terms of the investability in new housing stock for rentals in Maryland?
So we have 2 challenges, right? We have local legislation that we deal with at a county level, which we've discussed, and then we have what you all are considering or what you push down on us at a state level. There are certainly areas in the state of Maryland today that we would consider investment. There was a senator here from, I don't really know your county, I'm sorry. But Frederick, the gentleman from Frederick is probably, we would bet on Frederick being a fairly stable market where the market rents can determine, the future. It's all about underwriting, right? We need to underwrite with certainty what our returns are going to be. If you're in a regulated market where we don't control that anymore, the government does, it's just, we're going to go somewhere else. But I think for Maryland, like other places, we need to build more housing, as I said in my testimony, of all asset classes. And the way to attract investment in a market category is to not overregulate it. The way to make it happen in an affordable 50% or less AMI is that's the government's job. That's not me as a market rate developer. I build 15% of my units are MPDUs. That's it, right? 80% AMI. We got a real problem in this state with real affordability. And we, market rate folks, you're putting the burden on us. You're turning us away from investment. We're not going to solve your affordable problem, right? Deeply affordable housing like Gabrielle, you should figure out ways she can hold on to those assets and not sell them or tear them down to comply with BEPS. I mean, this has got a lot of different issues. BEPS is a big issue to deal with.
And let me ask one final question, if I could. So we've heard suggestions about rent control and imposing good cause requirements on lease terminations on the one hand. And I talked to a few witnesses earlier about county regulatory agencies who deal with specific problems in specific buildings on the other hand. And would I be putting words into your mouth if I suggested that comprehensive statewide regulations on rental housing are detrimental as far, and rather discourage investment into that state, whereas local regulatory schemes to deal with specific problems in specific locations would not deter investors from investing in those locations.
I'd agree with that. I'd go a step further and say, you know, all industries, ours included, has a few bad actors, and we've heard stories about those folks. We should figure out ways to put those people out of business, because they represent 2% of the population of housing providers. So we shouldn't be legislating statewide because of this bad 2% we're dealing with. Let's figure out how to get rid of those people, have them turn the lights out, and put somebody else in charge of those projects. But this statewide approach to micro issues, I think, is just troublesome.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, look, we've burned this candle for about 5 hours now, but it's well worth it because this issue is very complex. Since I've been chair, we've passed a little over 20, tenant protection bills, and all of them significant in their own right. And last year we passed 2 landmark bills after a lot of work. But what this hearing, this is all well done. Every panelist, I thank you for your time and your stamina today, because what the picture that this entire conversation has painted, that this is an extremely complex problem set. And that, nothing, again, I keep saying this, nothing happens in isolation. And we have to start thinking and seeing around some corners, because a lot of the stuff we're passing has some collateral consequences that are not intended. And actually maybe adversely impacting the very same folks that we're trying to help. And so I really do appreciate just the context. And I also appreciate, the identification of where we need to plus up some additional tenant protections to ensure that people are stable in their house. So I just say thank you for this conversation. And it's something that obviously a single bill hearing couldn't lend itself to this type of in-depth conversation. So I appreciate all the panelists and for the committee members for your stamina, and the conversation continues. So thank you all very much. This has been great. All right, I almost don't want anyone to go anywhere. We're gonna do a 5-minute break so she can reset the system, and then we're gonna hop right in. Senator Watson, hey, welcome. I know it's late. Some committees actually work in the General Assembly, okay? This is the Judicial Proceedings Committee, all right? We've been grinding here. I know you've been off.
the bills up yet. No. It doesn't show the bills on. This was my present.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. We've got 5 bills on the docket. We're going to start off with Senator Watson with Senate Bill 46, the distinguished alum of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Welcome, Senator.
Good evening, colleagues. It's great to be a distinguished alum. That means I can come visit, but I'm not trapped here like everybody else.
Woo. Your bill might be trapped in this drawer. I don't know.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Senator Watson from the 23rd District. Good to be with you this evening. Senate Bill 46. The purpose of this bill is to create a law in Maryland to prevent criminals from breaking into homes and living rent-free while the homeowners have no way to get back their homes unless they go through a very lengthy and costly process. Not only is this unfair to the homeowner, but it is an injustice. Homeowners pay property taxes to help generate revenue for state and local governments, and ideally, state and local governments should make it easy for property owners to swiftly remove squatters and have them face both civil and criminal penalties. The squatter is a criminal trespasser, just like any other criminal, and should be treated as such. Instead, homeowners are told by police that they can't do anything, but instead go through a very long, lengthy process to remove the trespasser. As you know, evicting a tenant costs lots of money and time with hiring an attorney, cost of hotels if necessary, and the effect of having, and in my case, multiple rental properties where I've had tenants who refuse to leave, the cost can amount into the several thousands while you're trying to work through the process. So Senate Bill 46 does something to help the homeowners out. Under this bill, a property owner can request their local sheriff to immediately remove a squatter from their property with a sworn affidavit. It also creates penalties for those who engage in squatting and allows the homeowner to sue the squatter for damages. Several other states, Florida, Georgia, West Virginia, have passed legislation last year to prevent squatters, and I employ Maryland to do the same. Don't allow Maryland to make it easy for squatters to live rent-free because it negatively impacts our housing market. One Maryland homeowner, Darrell Brown, told the press that he regrets ever buying a row house in Southwest Baltimore because it turned into a nightmare with multiple unsuccessful legal battles to evict squatters. Mr. Brown called the police to remove the squatters who had moved in while he was fixing up the house, and the police said there's really nothing that you can do. The only thing you can do is go downtown. So he turned to the courts, writing an emergency petition for eviction because the squatters were stealing electricity and using drugs, but a judge denied it because there was no provision for an expedited trial. Mr. Brown was confused. He did not give up. Court battle continued as the court denied the eviction a second time, and eventually he was able to get a judge-ordered eviction, but more than 2 weeks passed while the sheriff's office was backlogged with cases and unable to carry out the eviction. That eviction order had not been served yet when someone was murdered in his home. And then the house was set on fire with the body still inside. This is a tragic case when a court delays justice and refuses to do the right thing and allows Maryland homeowners to suffer the consequences of their inaction. Mr. Brown said he learned there's nothing a landlord can do, and while he hopes for change, he's not optimistic. Senate Bill 46 provides the needed change that Mr. Brown and other Marylanders are hoping for, and if this committee will favorably pass Senate Bill 46, we'll stop squatters in Maryland. Let me speak briefly on the opposition because there are two. The first one comes from the Maryland Office of Public Defenders, who suggests this bill should be rejected because the state has not remedied issues related to shortage in housing. They also, in their opposition, seek to inject race into something that should be common sense. I also want to address a letter of opposition from Maryland Legal Aid that says this is a Trojan horse legislation of the national conservative movement. I don't even want to address that silliness because this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of doing the right thing for those who own property here in the state of Maryland. Today I have a panel of witnesses like my constituent, Ms. Patrice Onwuka, who will tell you her story when she encountered a squatter. And the Maryland Realtors will testify in support of the bill and the damage the squatters have caused. In addition, I'd like to submit for the record, but he is here to speak for himself, Prince George's Sheriff John Carr, who is all too familiar with squatters and with the county and difficulties in removing them. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments, and I'll defer to the sheriff here.
Good evening, committee. Thank you, Chair. I am Sheriff John Carr of Prince George's County, and I'm here seeking a favorable response with amendments. As Senator Watson said, Prince George's County is all too familiar dealing with squatters and landlord-tenant issues. Currently, as of this year, the beginning of this year, in 2024, we actually were the largest, I would say, county dealing with landlord-tenant issues, as last year alone, we actually received over 28,403 eviction writs. Out of those 28,403 eviction writs, only 4,178 were actually executed. As we look at those eviction writs that do come through, we do see a large amount of squatters. We do see a large amount of those coming from sovereign citizens and individuals actually taking possessions illegally of a home. Here in Prince George's County, the Sheriff's Office is not primary as far as law enforcement, so therefore when you dial 911, you actually get the Prince George's County Police Department. Once they respond, you have individuals who actually are able to produce fraudulent lease or actually are present there with actual bills of electric, water, saying that they have residency in that property. Our community and our citizens also see those facts that the houses could become drug houses. They've been used in human trafficking. They've been used in order for our youth to actually have skip parties. So there's several issues that come from these vacant homes or these homes that are now being taken over by squatters here in Prince George's County. I asked for a favorable response with amendments because I still do believe that due process still needs to occur. I know we do have processes in which you have a warrant of detainer, a wrongful detainer of the property. I do believe that if language were to be changed in reference to that, that we could expedite this process. Currently, right now, we're 3 months behind as far as conducting an eviction after a ruling has been given by the courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Why don't we bring Ms. May up, and then we'll have questions afterwards. Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors here in support of this bill. And we thank Senator Watson for bringing it forward. As you heard, because of the underlying conditions in our real estate market, this is largely why we are seeing squatters emerging with far more frequency than we have in the past. Our housing is scarce, it is expensive, and it leads to desperation among people to find housing. You will hear that there have been some occupants of these houses, squatters, who truly believe that they have a valid lease because they have been scammed by someone who is forging those documents, renting out properties that are not legally theirs to rent. And so that does make it a very complicated issue for all of you, for our law enforcement, and for property owners. But we're here to tell you today that really the current process is not working for property owners who have had their residences or those of their tenants taken from them illegally, and they have to wait for weeks or in some cases even months to rightfully have their properties returned to them. Often we see this in homes that are vacant, whether they are currently listed for sale, whether they are offered for rent or between tenants. But there are also instances where people have gone on vacation, come back a week later, and they find all of the belongings cleared out of their house and new people living there. And in those instances, even 1 day of delay in getting the properties back to the rightful owners feels like too long. So you have very difficult decisions to make. There are many bills that are introduced here in different approaches, but realtors really do ask for your support of something that changes the status quo and helps property owners who are the true victims in this instance. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, Senator, thank you for bringing the bill forward. I've had conversations with colleagues from Prince George's County, Baltimore City, Frederick, all of whom want a solution to this problem. So I appreciate you opening the door for dialogue. Senator Sidnor and then Senator West.
Thank you. And I had a conversation with the sponsor. This is something I've been trying to deal with as well. The issue that I've had in trying to introduce the legislation was one of the facts that you brought up regarding how one deals with someone who believes that they rightfully have gotten a lease and they're paying, it's like, oh, have you seen anything? Do you have a solution to how we deal with that flip side? Because I've wanted to try to deal with it entirely rather than a portion of it, because I mean, again, for someone who thinks that they've rightfully gotten a place, it'll be kind of tragic to penalize them because of this person who did what they did.
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. There are a number of states that have approached this from an expedited unlawful detainer process. I know that Virginia is one. Actually, Senator Joan Carter Conway had a bill to do that several years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. That was here in Maryland. So there are some options. There was actually a hearing over in House Judiciary on this topic and similar bills to Senator Watson's today. And we talked about how we should probably also look at some education up front to consumers on how they can avoid falling prey to some of those scams in advance, particularly now that we have a statewide Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs, that maybe there is some public awareness campaigns, PSAs, things that can be put out to help folks avoid falling prey to those fake lease scams before you even get to the point of occupying the property.
In these other states, would the tenant get their money back? I mean, be able to file suit against the
there
fraudster?
are, yes, sir. There are several states. There is a whole list of states that are taking action in this regard. Some have had increased penalties. Some have really redefined tenant rights versus squatters and formed a very clear separation between those two, and asserting that only the rights of tenants to go through the courts and have the things only apply to those with valid leases, not to squatters. So probably if you have a question or have an idea, there is probably a state out there that has that either on the books or under consideration right now.
Thank you.
I find this a very interesting bill. It has both a criminal component and a civil component. So to refer to Senator Sidner's question, if a person was defrauded and is occupying a house because he thinks he has a legitimate lease, the bill says a person may not, with the intent to defraud another, that's the criminal component. So that person would not be guilty of a crime for being there. But then towards the end of the bill, it says, subparagraph 2, a sheriff shall remove a person in possession so long as the sheriff ascertains certain things. That's the civil portion. So I'm not sure I've ever really run into a bill quite like this before, but in terms of dealing with the defrauding squatter who wants to set up a crime location inside the house, on the one hand, you've got the crime part of the bill, which is actually only a misdemeanor. I'm a little surprised that it's that low a level of penalty. But then with respect to the really defrauded person who signed a lease, you have the civil portion of the bill. It seems to me the bill does a pretty good job. Would you agree? You can just say yes.
We are here in support, Senator, yes.
And just to close it out, just let me say this, sitting on the cyber IT workforce, the sophistication you can get with new AI tools to be able to create almost anything with a few keystrokes is going to make it very, very tough. And this is something we have to deal with, and we have to deal with it now. The key thing I'll leave you with, if somebody suspects me of stealing a car and the police pull me over, what are they going to ask for? Who am I, and how can I show that I own that car, license and registration? We need to seek an expedited way to do the same thing with property owners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator West, for phrasing that, because it raised a question in my mind. Senator Watson, the language says a person may not with intent to defraud another. So would that get at the individual who is just staying in there to do illegal activity? Are they necessarily intending to defraud the owner?
They still have possession that they should not have.
Right, but I'm concerned about that limiting language. if that's really what we're trying to get at, with intent to defraud another. Because an argument could be made by someone who is not there, who is there doing illegal things. Well, I wasn't intending to defraud them. I just needed a place to do what I'm doing.
In a place you don't lawfully have possession of.
Correct. No, I understand, and that's the second part. But I'm just questioning that use of language and wondering why that's in there.
Yeah, the chair did not allow me to get my law degree when I was on this committee. But if we can agree that this is an issue that we may be able to solve this session, I'd love to sit down with you, sit down with Senator Sidnor, Senator West, and put together kind of a holistic package that we can get the realtors to support, that we can move forward. So I'm open.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Further questions from the committee? All right, excellent. That'll conclude the testimony for the proponents of the bill. Now switch to the opposition panel. Kristen Downs and Mr. Shaw, Zephyr Shaw, and Matt Hill.
Ready for me to begin? Welcome. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Kirsten Geddes Downs. I'm the Director of Systemic Reform at the Office of the Public Defender. And I'm here to ask the committee to issue an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 46. This bill proposes to criminalize unauthorized occupation of residential properties, enabling property owners to bypass judicial oversight and directly involve law enforcement. While it's important to address property fraud, SB 46 has several unintended consequences that exacerbate the existing inequalities and fail to protect vulnerable Marylanders. First, this bill disproportionately targets victims of housing scams, as we have talked about previously. According to the Federal Trade Commission report, 6.4% of renters nationwide have fallen victim to scams, a trend that is growing due to the rising demand for rental property and the rising cost of housing. In Maryland, housing scams have particularly affected low-income renters, as highlighted by the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development's recent warning about fraudulent Section 8 housing choice voucher schemes. For example, a young mother of two in our community paid rent for months only to find out her landlord wasn't the property owner, resulting in eviction. Another disabled mother with two disabled children unknowingly paid rent in cash to someone with no connection to her property. Criminalizing victims of these scams compounds their hardships, leaving them financially devastated and at risk of homelessness. Secondly, this bill circumvents due process, allowing law enforcement, not courts, to determine the legality of occupancy. Law enforcement officers are not equipped to adjudicate the complexities of a valid lease or other property documents, and a function traditionally reserved for the judiciary. Without judicial oversight, legitimate tenants, scam victims alike are left defenseless. Imagine the long-term consequences of evicting someone unaware of fraudulent circumstances. They lose not only their home, their belongings, stability, and sometimes even their employment. For these reasons, we ask for an unfavorable report on SB 46. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Hill. I'm an attorney at the Public Justice Center. We too oppose SB 46. We appreciate the intent from the sponsor. But unfortunately, this bill does set up the sheriff to be the street judge and the jury in situations that are extremely fraught and very challenging. And, you know, I've been representing renters for 15 years, supervising a team. We see this all the time. Someone goes online, they find a property, they go, they tour the property, Sometimes they sign a lease, sometimes they don't sign a lease. They hand over the security deposit, the first month's rent, they get a receipt, they're given the keys to the property. 2 weeks later, they get a knock at the door. What are you doing here? I'm the real owner. Happens all the time. Another variation, the property management company, reputable company, they look them up online, they're fine. They go to the property, they get in there, they sign a lease. 2 weeks later, knock on the door, what are you doing here? Well, I signed a lease with the management company. That management company was never authorized to lease you the property. Another example is sometimes we'll see the owner of the property, the landlord, actually go in, they'll lease the property out, the property's in bad disrepair, and so they'll sign a lease, maybe they won't sign a lease in that situation, they'll actually just give money and they'll get a receipt, they'll get the keys, and 2 weeks later, the landlord, the tenant's complaining about the leak in the ceiling and the lack of heat. And the owner says, well, you're kind of a pain. I didn't really want to lease to you if you were going to complain about threats to life, health, and safety. I'm going to pretend that we never had a lease, and I'm going to pretend that I can just evict you. And what this bill does is it sets up a system where all that person has to do is file an affidavit with the sheriff, claiming to be the owner. Are they the owner? We don't know. Claiming this person's not a renter. And suddenly you have the sheriff out on the streets of whatever jurisdiction you're in, adjudicating whether or not this person's a renter and whether or not this owner even owns the property. It's a complete violation of due process, and it would be absolutely devastating to renters throughout the state.
Good evening again, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, members of the committee. I'm Zephyr Shah from Maryland Legal Aid. We represent homeowners and renters, so we certainly recognize the careful balance that this situation requires, and I thank Senator Watson for raising attention to this type of situation. But I want to talk about how this bill, by not involving the courts, really can hurt people who do have a lawful right of possession. So distinct from the scam victim type of scenario that we do see at Legal Aid for sure. But let me tell you that about a client in July 2022 who moved into a rental home in Pikesville, Maryland. She signed a lease with the owner and thereafter for several months was paying rent. That fall, a woman whom our client had never met appeared at the property insisting that she was the owner of the property and threatened to call the police if our client did not vacate. When the Baltimore County Police arrived, our client showed a copy of her lease to the officers, who then took no action except to escort the strange woman off the property. But next, that same person filed a wrongful detainer action in court against our client, claiming that she was the owner and that our client had no lawful right of possession. So in other words, the case alleged that our client was a squatter, but there was a trial proceeding. And in that proceeding, our client vindicated her rights by showing that the woman who had brought the case as plaintiff did not have title to the property. During the pendency of that case, the property was sold, and it became apparent that the only reason our client was subject to allegations of squatting was so that the owner could sell the property unencumbered by our client's bona fide lease. Without the protection of court, our client would not have faced, she would not have had her rights vindicated. If she had not had a copy of her lease for circumstances that Mr. Hill addressed at the right time when officers showed up at the property, she would not have been able to stay at that property under SB 46. So we strongly urge the committee to vote unfavorable on SB 46.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for you, Matt. So I understand the opposition, that kind of stuff, but my question is data. That's a story that you brought up. Are we talking 50% of these things are fraudulent and the person shouldn't be at fault? Or are we just talking one or two issues that would stop, I believe, good legislation to go through? And very similar to a automobile, you have to show your license and registration. So would you all be interested in figuring out a way that showing some form of proof, if there is a said bill, would that satisfy it? And if it wouldn't, how many times is this happening to clients of yours?
Yes, Senator. I think my colleague brought up some data with respect to the number of renters who've been involved and been a victim of some sort of scam. I don't remember it offhand, but maybe she can refresh our recollection. I would say that it's also a burden of data on the people bringing the legislation to show that this is happening on a regular basis, and it's something the General Assembly has to address. All I can tell you is it does happen. It happens quite a bit. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
How often you have that data. But to your point about proof, I agree. There should be proof. There should be a hearing. One side should bring their proof. The other side should bring their proof. And we should have a trial. And that's what we have today in the state of Maryland in wrongful detainer proceedings.
Yeah, but, and I'm jaded because I too had a house that was for sale that squatters moved in. They literally took the kitchen cabinet and the sink. And when I went down to the basement to check what has happened down there, the light bulbs were out. So I went to Dollar General and put new light bulbs in, only to discover when they came back a week later, I came back a week later to continue to work on the issue. They had now stolen the washer and the dryer because I had provided the light bulb to allow them to do that. So if I have to go to the courts to be able to prove that this person who's doing drugs, now, I get the situation on somebody with, they believe they've got a lease and all that kind of stuff, but there's got to be a way, you got to meet us in the middle here for true people that are squatters compared to those people who have been scammed. And that's why I want to look at the data to actually see how many people you guys are actually, you guys, that's not proper, I apologize. But what are we actually looking at? Because I tend to believe for the proponents, this is an issue. This is an issue that's happening a lot, and I'm sure that the good senator can come up with plenty of data to back up why this is necessary. So look forward to working with you on that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, that'd be great. I mean, in terms of other options for folks who are victims of scams, I mean, if we wanted to solve this issue around having relocation assistance, people then could transition from that property where they were scammed. To Senator Sidner's point, real quick, you had raised suing the scam artist, and we've looked into that. We thought about that, but these guys just, they go to the wind, right? You can't find them. The number you had no longer works. Even if you could find them and sue them, there'd be no way to recover. It simply, leaves people who then could be evicted by the sheriff without any due process, really out in the wind. But that's not to diminish your experience, Senator. I completely understand.
And there again, I said I'm a little bit jaded there, but there's got to be some responsibility on somebody who's going to go rent a place. And so there's got to be some way that says, I'm bona fide, I'm able to rent this, and it's true. And I think there's some other legislation to fix that that's out there, but that still doesn't take away the squatters that are happening that this bill is supposed to attend to look at, and I think it would help. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the problems is the court system itself. Somebody's in your house, you're already pissed off because they're in your house. They know their time isn't long, but they know that they have a while to continue to destroy the house. And I would almost agree with what you're saying, but the problem is that person who owns the house, who after 3, 4, 5, 6 months, they're going further and further in debt. If we had a court system that in these cases could settle it within 30 days, then I'd be inclined to go along with you. But depending on the jurisdiction in which one lives, it could take from 3 to 6 months, 7 months, and going back and forth. If you come up with some kind of compromise that could help us to put in some amendment or something that moves the courts along in this process, as they have for other issues that they can immediately, within 30 days, handle, because it's not really something that is so detailed that they can. Other than that, I agree with my colleague that we've got to start here, we've got to start somewhere. Maybe if you all can get together and come up with something that we can slip in there for the courts to say within 30 days you got to have this settled. You either have the papers or you don't, blah, 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 and maybe that's a good compromise. You think?
Happy to work with you.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quickly, I just want to chime in and agree with Senator McKay and Senator Buse. Shortly after I was elected, I had somebody in my district, a lady who called and said she came back to her house and there were strangers in there. And I said, call the police. And she called back later and she said, call the police. They said they couldn't do anything. And then she called again 2 days later and said, I looked in the window and some of my furniture is missing. They're selling my furniture. And I said, call the police. And nothing that could happen. And then a week and a half later, I got another communication from her. More of her furniture was missing. So as these people sat in the house, they continued to sell her furniture, and she felt, there's nothing I can do. Can you imagine the frustration? So we need to come up with a solution. It'd be great if you would work with us. Thanks.
So I think maybe what would be helpful is to figure out why the wrongful detainer process is taking so long and where it could be streamlined that doesn't take out due process. Because we are in a situation in this country where even if you are charged with a crime, you have the opportunity to present evidence to make sure that those charges are rightfully attributed to you. And so this bill, as written, proposes to take the court all the way out of it altogether, just on a say-so to the sheriff's office. I'm not quite sure that the sheriff's office is willing to take on that responsibility. And so that is something to really think about. Why is it taking so long? Is it because this is such a big problem? And can we really address the problem in a way that stops the need for people to be so desperate that they're going to be willing to pay cash to someone that says, I have something, a place for you to live with your family. If you look at why this is such a big issue, it's because of the housing crisis. It's because of this housing stock. You asked for statistics. According to TransUnion, there's been a 30% increase in fraud triggers amongst rental applications starting in 2020. This is a growing problem. The scams are growing more and more. Both the FBI has been warning potential renters about this scam. So I think it's a public education issue. I also think you do run the risk of, if you're requiring people to get certain things in order to show that they have a valid lease, you have to think about how does that affect the rentor, right? Yeah, the person, the property owner. You are also encumbering them to have certain policies in order to deal with how they're dealing with their own property. So there's consequences on each side. I think a really good look at why this process is taking so long, where it could be streamlined without compromising people's fundamental rights would be useful.
Let me see it. Thank you very much. That's good. Further questions from the committee? All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. With that, that'll conclude the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 46. We'll now move on to Senator Watson, with Senate Bill 11. Would you like to bring up your sponsor panel, or?
Yes. Good evening again, colleagues. Senator Watson for the 23rd Legislative District in the great state of Maryland. Colleagues, I come before you with a bill that we presented last year, Organized Retail Theft Act of 2025. Very simple bill aimed at stopping a very real issue that continues to occur each and every day in our communities. This bill addresses the problem of organized retail theft, and as you recall, organized retail theft is a commission, either alone or in concert with one or more persons, of a series of thefts of retail merchandise from one or more retail merchants over a 90-day period with the intent to permanently deprive merchants of merchandise, return the merchandise to the merchant for monetary gain, resell, trade, barter, or in any other way seek to gain from the stolen goods. And with this bill, to be charged with a felony under this, the aggregate value of goods stolen is $1,500. When I presented this bill last year, we all saw, and I think I presented documentation showing hooded folks who go into different establishments, break and grab, steal a variety of things. Over in Bowie, at the Macy's in the back, we had a bunch of hooded individuals who came in and robbed the place. Over in Bowie, where I represent, we have a CVS that's closing up shop because of organized retail theft. And when you think of these places, the fact that they put plexiglass inside and you think that's going to stem the problem, no, it doesn't. It makes people uncomfortable going in. It reduces the foot traffic for those entities, and it just brings the overall property value down. So this is something that is very near and dear to my heart, and I want to do something about. At least 2 people from Charles County, Maryland, are currently facing charges in connection with organized retail theft in Maryland. They're accused of stealing a Mercedes-Benz and more than $11,000 in fragrances. These retail thefts are causing businesses to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars nationwide. Just recently, 4 men, 2 from Maryland, District Heights and Hyattsville, were indicated for committing at least 37 retail crimes. They allegedly stole $800,000 in retail merchandise across 6 Maryland jurisdictions, including Baltimore County, Howard, Anne Arundel, Montgomery County, Queen Anne, and Prince George's. Currently, there's a loophole in the law that doesn't allow these thefts to be joined across jurisdictions. This bill would fix that. Organized crime rings strategically travel across county lines when committing multiple thefts to avoid coupling the amount and facing felony theft charges. Organized retail theft is a serious problem that's ballooned over $100 billion in criminal theft nationwide. And the impacts are felt in communities in many ways. As I said, from higher prices, store closures, lost sales tax, revenue from the state and localities, and increased crimes that are funded by these retail thefts. We've all seen on television the smash and grabs. We're not talking about baby diapers, infant formula, and food. We're talking about high-end luxury bags, cologne, perfume, and anything that can be resold. And where are they selling it? In the backs of barbershops, beauty salons, word of mouth, eBay, Amazon, Facebook. I have several people to speak on behalf of the benefits of the bill and why it's important and why it makes sense. And as I've always stated to you before, crime always takes the path of least resistance. And this is one way to really stem something that's very, very important. And as we work, not only to achieve what the governor wants in the state of Maryland, but in our respective communities to increase economic vitality, to lure high-end businesses and establishments in our community, if we do not address this, this impedes our progress and our ability to do so, and folks will continue to go outside to spend their money. So with that, that concludes my remarks. Mr. Chair, I will now turn it over to the Maryland Retailers Association with Kelly Locklear.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are here in strong support of this legislation. And I'll just start by saying thank you for your work on this bill. It's been 9 years that we've worked on this with you all and many of your predecessors before you. As a reminder, the bill before you unanimously did pass both chambers last year, but unfortunately it passed after crossover on the House side, and it didn't make it across the finish line on time. We chased it until midnight on Sine Die. The bill, it defines organized retail crime. It allows for data collection, and then it allows theft to aggregate across jurisdictions. The House side, I will tell you, added some critical language in the bill about felony theft levels that we actually left out of it on this side. So the version of the bill that you're seeing follows the current law about felony theft to a T. There is no difference there. 37 states now have passed similar bipartisan legislation, including a very aggressive package of bills in California, and that even passed their voters via proposition this past year. Every state around Maryland has organized retail crime laws. And beyond being a target for criminals, so many communities have been impacted by grocery store and pharmacy closures. And I did pull the numbers for pharmacies last year because this has become a concern. I've heard from many of you about this. Between 2023 and 2024 alone, 37 pharmacies closed across the state and many of your communities, and more will occur. You also in your packet have a letter from the majority of counties in the state. We really wanted to demonstrate to you that this is truly impacting all communities, not just on the 95 and 81 corridors. So I'm glad to answer any questions, but we do urge the committee again to move the legislation, and I'm glad to answer any questions. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jason Shoemaker on behalf of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association and Frederick County State's Attorney's Office. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee for hearing us this afternoon and evening. First of all, this organized retail theft is not committed to be to need, or it's not merely opportunistic. It's planned and engaged in with the intention, as noted by the Senator, to steal items to be returned or resold, enabling the culprits to make 100% profit. We know this is largely a large-scale situation, but we have individuals that are going store to store across county lines engaging in this behavior. Senate Bill 11 encourages the implementation of task forces across the state between law enforcement and prosecutors, as well as retailers, to work together to allow us to coordinate prosecutions for maximum impact. Further, if this bill passes, when these crimes are consolidated for prosecution, that will conserve judicial resources by placing multiple offenses in one courtroom as opposed to multiple courts in different jurisdictions. Hopefully, a few successful consolidated prosecutions will reduce the desire to commit this type of crime in the state of Maryland, and certainly as states pass a law, that's what we hope to see. It is time to reassure the brick and mortar retailers and their employees that we support them and want them to continue to make their in-store products available to us as purchasers and to the customers of the stores, as well as our communities. We want them to be able to shop in safety and not have to pay more than necessary for the products they purchase. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill, and I urge this committee to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 11. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Walstreicher, and esteemed members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. For the record, I am Perry Paylor, Deputy State's Attorney for Prince George's County. I'm here on behalf of the State's Attorney for Prince George's County, Aisha Braveboard. Our office is here today to ask the committee to strongly support Senate Bill 11, the Organized Retail Theft Act of 2025. Our office's Special Prosecutions Unit prosecutes, among other offenses, organized financial and economic crimes. These crimes usually involve predatory activities such as identity theft, computer fraud, and so-called Ponzi schemes. The recent spate of events involving systematic looting of our region's retail outlets by identifiable organized crews, often wielding firearms and other deadly weapons, presents an additional insidious challenge to our efforts to enforce the law. What makes these crimes particularly concerning isn't just their frequency, it's their evolution into sophisticated criminal enterprises. We're no longer dealing with isolated shoplifting incidents. Instead, we're seeing coordinated crews, often armed, systematically targeting multiple jurisdictions across Maryland. These aren't crimes of opportunity. They're calculated operations designed to exploit the current limitations in our prosecutorial capabilities. The provisions proposed under Senate Bill 11 will provide a powerful tool for prosecutors to use in confronting this emerging challenge by allowing individuals instances of retail theft committed in furtherance of an organized criminal scheme to be joined in one prosecution, even if the perpetrator committed such crimes in multiple Maryland jurisdictions. Otherwise, perpetrators are able to hide behind the legal fiction that each of their retail looting crimes somehow stand alone, without connection to the organized criminal enterprise of each of these crimes is the essence. For the foregoing reasons, I respectfully urge favorable report and ultimate passage of Senate Bill 11. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. Kaylee, I believe you said last year a similar bill passed both chambers and then died on sine die. I'm not finding that in the legislative history. Can you get us the bill numbers? Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Just for background, look, everybody's watched this, and I remember, shoplifting was something young girls did at the mall, and you get like a compact, and now it's turned into this. I almost feel like it's a copycat thing because it just seemed like it was contagion. But very briefly, or follow up, can you tell me sort of how this morphed from, what we consider petty shoplifting into this organized criminal endeavor that crossed the nation, multi-jurisdictional, and I feel like it may have amped up during COVID, but sadly my son manages a number of high-end retail stores and told me, I think it was before COVID, but it might have been right, that, it happened in Texas. At some point, they had a store in one of the Houston, and that, they came in with guns, masks, and, did the whole thing, totally blowing up this particular store, and I think they ultimately left the area. But does anybody kind of know the genesis of why it went from one thing to this proliferation of violence and organization and criminality? Just, very briefly or follow up.
Sure. I think professional thieves realized how lucrative this was and how easy it was to get away with it, because often there would be issues with misdemeanor crime. Individuals would very easily be able to get off and just keep repeating the crime.
I mean, do you think then it was a matter of we never wrongfully or whatever, maybe in a desire to be more lenient on people and take some excuses about poverty or limitation, and then people said, hey, guess what? This never results in, sort of like broken windows. This never results in anything, so let's amp it up. I mean, do you think
you have everything from transnational crime going on? Some of it sounds like it's right out of a movie.
Yeah.
But truly, you have individuals and gangs and groups traveling from different countries and moving up and down our seaboards and moving stolen goods.
So there's people not from this country.
Correct, to domestic groups that are also doing it, to more regional or local groups.
Are they in the country lawfully and then turn to criminality?
And I think you're actually going to have a detective who's going to testify about this, but there were Romanian gangs in Montgomery County, that Frederick as well, that were perpetrating some of this.
It's not coming just because of our proximity, to D.C. and New York. In other words, did you find that in like Omaha too? That
you do.
Romanian gang would, okay.
That's why you have 37 different states now in a bipartisan way that have gone ahead and addressed this. I mean, they're moving all over the United States, but it can be regional too.
Right.
So it's a fascinating kind of dichotomy.
I'll look it up, but and see if there's an article about the genesis of it. But thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Other questions from this panel? All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I assume, Mr. Pell, you're here for Ms. Braveboy?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Mr. O'Halloran? Micah Newmeyer? Kirk McCauley? And then is Farad Noor. Matt Vendimo? Is it Matt? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, virtually? Excellent, okay. Well,
All righty. Mr. Chairman, for the record, Mike O'Halloran here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, which is the association for not only energy marketers, but convenience store operators. So before we get to some of our operators and some of our asset protection folks that really live this day to day, just from an industry perspective, look, we all know that the convenience store industry is a creature of the times, changes with the times. They continue to be a beacon of the night. They continue to penetrate in communities where some of our friends in the larger format stores and grocery stores, retail, they are there. They are the ones that we're going to in the middle of the night As you can probably tell, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, and I was actually at one just this past Sunday picking up some decongestant. So they are there for us. So that is why we're here today asking this legislature to be there for them as they battle this surge in crime, and in particular these organized retail theft. You know, look, I think you guys probably recall my testimony last year. You know, I've seen footage of some of these criminal elements when they go in, particularly when it comes to ATM thefts, which we are really seeing an issue with. But they go in and they are military tactical precision. You know, a 4 or 5 person squad, they each have their duty. One goes into the back, disables security. You know, another one makes sure that any employees aren't doing anything that they don't care for. Somebody's out as a wheelman driving the car, and then 1 or 2 people are there to haul out the ATM cassette. And we are seeing this, again, as the previous panel said, these are not just solitary one-offs. These are coordinated efforts, not just in one particular jurisdiction, but across many jurisdictions. You know, Maryland, for all its greatness, you know, one thing that it can hold against it, at least in this regard, is how compact we are. So we are seeing these folks go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. That's why this bill, which allows our prosecutors to work collaboratively to prosecute these multi-jurisdictional cases. So with that, I'll conclude and request a favorable report. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Farjad Noor. I'm a franchisee with 7-Eleven, a small business owner in the community. I have 2 locations, one in Prince George's County and one in Anne Arundel County. Recently, you know, I've been dealing a lot with the crime, and it just happens to get worse and worse year after year, not just in Prince George's County, but Anne Arundel County as well. Last year in Anne Arundel County store that I had 2 instances where, you know, people came, they jumped the counter, they stole cigarettes, brandished weapons, and, you know, harassed the employees while they were at it. In the Prince George's County store, I had 2 instances, again, where, you know, they came, did a cash grab, same scenario. In one of the scenarios, they also robbed the employee because they weren't happy with how much money they got. They took the employee's personal belongings, wallet, phone, and et cetera. We also had an issue just 3 months ago where they came in, broke the back entrance, took the ATM. We were boarded up for about 3 months now, and we still haven't gotten the ATM back. I'm talking about losing like thousands of dollars in profit just from the ATM alone in 3 months. And on top of that, in the last year alone, I've lost $28,000 in inventory and cash. This is 1 year across 2 locations only, $28,000. This was always an issue, you know, theft 5 years ago, but something's happened in the last few years where they think they can get away with it, and it's just wrapping up. I've never had an issue in the first 2 years of business in the Anne Arundel County location, but last 2 years, for some reason, it's spilling over more and more, and it makes an effect on our customers because, you know, it's a neighborhood store where you can feel safe sending your kids just walk down the road to our store, but less and less, you know, families are not comfortable sending their kids just to be out on the street where, you know, the crime's happening and they don't want to be caught up in those situations. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Micah Neumeier, and I oversee 132 7-Eleven stores in the state of Maryland. I'm here to speak for the franchisees who are not able to come today. The thing with the crime that's happening now is it's increasing and also violence. So we have smash and grabs where they come in, steal all the cigarettes, take all the money, physically harm the employee, brandish weapons, and when they do that, that franchisee is losing about $5,000 in inventory and sales, right? So I get a call from one franchisee, hey, I've been robbed. 15 minutes later, I get a call from another franchisee, I've been robbed. And then another county over, 2 days, I've been robbed. And we look at the review of the pictures, it's the same persons or groups of people going from one location to the other. So we're losing all around. Now, the thing we have to think about with 7-Eleven is it looks like a really big company, but it's a company of small business owners. These are franchisees, sometimes first business in this country, just trying to make the American dream. And when this happens, the profitability drops at a rapid rate for them. I've experienced in the last year franchisees telling me I can no longer operate this business because I am losing too much money. I can't support my family. Additionally, with the ATM robberies, they're scary. Looks like something out of a movie when you have all these guys running in, full mask, gear, large guns. Take the ATM or don't take the ATM. If they're not successful with pulling it out with the jaws of life or driving through the front of the store, taking it, they're going in the back room and they're destroying the property in the back room, taking out our camera system, knocking down all the computers, basically causing $30,000 to $50,000 worth of damage from an IT perspective. And really just would like your support today to try to help stop this and stop these people from doing repeat offenses at different locations. Thank you.
So questions from the committee? All right. Do we have any, is he joining us virtually? Do we have anyone in the waiting room?
I do not have a map.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks a lot. Thank you.
I do not have a map.
All right, with that, that'll end the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now switch to the opposition panel, and there is none at this time. Okay, excellent. That'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 11. We'll now move on to Senator West, Senate Bill 170.
Oral testimony? Come on up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, it is indeed a pleasure to be here, even at this late hour, to present this bill. And I don't think this bill is going to take very long. I don't think there are any opponents to this bill. So, last year, this identical bill passed unanimously in the House, but it had no Senate cross-file. So it got caught up in the end of session crunch here in the Senate. Once again, this year, the House bill has been introduced by Delegate Aaron Kaufman. This bill, my bill, is a cross-file of Delegate Kaufman's bill. I know he was going to try to be here today because he's very, very interested in this bill. This is one of his top priorities. But I guess things waylaid him. Let me describe the bill for you simply. The bill would create a new crime involving the exploitation of someone's government benefits. The crime would have three elements. First, a person would need to be found guilty of using deception, coercion, exploitation, isolation, or other means. These terms are all defined in the bill. Second, through such means, the person charged with the crime would have to be found guilty of knowingly recruiting, harboring, transporting, or obtaining the individual as a victim. And thirdly, that conduct would need to be found to have been perpetrated for the purpose of appropriating the government benefits of the victim for the personal benefit of the defendant or to benefit another. In other words, this crime would be similar to human trafficking, but could instead be referred to as benefits trafficking or benefits exploitation. In the context of this bill, benefits exploitation refers to the systematic recruitment, harboring, and financial exploitation of elder and/or disabled adults who receive government benefits such as Social Security, veterans benefits, Medicaid, Medicare, pension benefits, disability benefits, or other government benefits. So if you're familiar with Delegate Kaufman, you can probably understand why this bill is very important to him. Such exploitation occurs with alarming frequency. The exploiters tend to pose as sincere individuals, offering to provide care for at-risk adults in an in-home setting. And then once recruited, the at-risk adults sign over their government benefits to their caregiver. From that point on, the victims are held against their will while their caregiver receives their benefits and uses them for the benefit of the caregiver, not for the benefit of the victims. In extreme cases, the victims are moved from location to location and are denied basic needs such as food, clothing, and adequate shelter. Victims of benefits exploitation are often forgotten at-risk adults who have fallen through the cracks of various mental health systems, are unhoused, and are no longer have a social support system in place. Benefits exploitation is deceptive and predatory behavior, causing extreme detrimental harm to individuals and their families. I'm just going to read a paragraph out of the testimony of CHANA, which is an agency of the Associated Jewish Charities in Baltimore. They say, CHANA supported an older gentleman who was physically assaulted, deprived of food, and falsely imprisoned in the basement. His abusive relatives only let him out for trips to the bank on the day after his pension and Social Security benefits were deposited. They then forced him to give the funds to them. So this fellow was kept as a prisoner in the basement of the house while the relatives made use of his benefits. I only have one witness, but let me just explain or refer to you the fact that on the witness sheet, we have the State Department of Human Services testifying favorably, the Baltimore Jewish Council, the Alzheimer's Association, the National Association of Social Workers, the Maryland Human Trafficking Task Force, the Maryland Department of Aging, et cetera. And with that, I have one witness, and then I'll take questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Peters, and I am the Director of Government Affairs for the Alzheimer's Association in Maryland. On behalf of the estimated 127,000 Marylanders living with Alzheimer's disease and many others with other forms of dementia, we support Senate Bill 170. People living with dementia are particularly vulnerable to financial abuse and exploitation. As their memory and other thinking skills decline, they may not remember or be able to report the abuse or understand that someone is taking advantage of them. Many Marylanders living with dementia are likely receiving some of the governmental benefits represented in this bill, specifically Medicare and/or Medicaid. In Maryland alone, the Medicaid cost of caring for people with Alzheimer's in 2020 was estimated to be $1.23 billion. It is important that these government benefits are supported for individuals who are using these services and not bad actors. This bill will provide further safeguards and protect Maryland's most vulnerable. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
And with that, we commit the bill to your tender loving care, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
So I think we have one witness signed off. Alicia, you're live. Welcome.
Oh, there we go. Sorry.
Mr.
No,
Mr. Chairman,
I didn't know
and
you'd sign up
Senator West,
to.
thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Alicia Bickoff. I'm the Deputy Director of HANA, an agency of the Associated Jewish Community Federation of Baltimore. I'm testifying in favor of Senate Bill 170. HANA is a domestic violence, sexual abuse, and elder abuse agency that serves Baltimore County and Baltimore City. HANA provides safety planning, supportive counseling, shelter, crisis intervention, case management, and legal advocacy. Elder abuse is an act or failure to act that causes harm to an older adult. 1 in 10 community residing older adults report being abused, and an article cited by the World Health Organization reported that elder abuse increased by 83% during the initial months of the pandemic. Elder abuse includes physical, emotional, psychological, sexual, medical, and financial abuse or neglect, and perpetrators of elder abuse are most often adult children or spouses. Acts of elder abuse extend throughout the criminal justice system to include assault, sexual assault, theft, fraud, and other crimes, none of which sufficiently cover the exploitation of benefits. HANA has served older adults who have been abused for financial gain, including to receive their benefits. As the senator mentioned, HANA supported an older gentleman who was physically assaulted, deprived of food, and falsely imprisoned in his basement. His abusive relatives only let him out for trips to the bank on the day that his pension and Social Security benefits were deposited, as the senator mentioned. They then forced him to give their funds to them. Their intentions were very clear. To date, Maryland law does not specifically address the exploitation of older adults such as this client to gain access to their benefits. HANA supports this bill, and we ask you to support this bill so that our older adult clients can receive the full relief and protection that they truly need when they have been abused and their benefits have been exploited.
Thank you. When Delegate Kaufman asked me to cross-file this bill, I accepted enthusiastically. I recommend it to you.
I have two questions. One for Ms. Bickoff. What happened to the people who did this to the gentleman? Were they prosecuted, I guess, were they prosecuted for something?
I don't believe that they were. I can look into that and get it to you if I have a release from the client, but I don't believe that they were.
To the senator, are there, when I was looking at the people who were, had submitted testimony, written or otherwise, I noticed that the State's Attorneys Association hadn't submitted anything.
No.
And I'm just curious because most of the organizations are advocacy organizations, or you have state government organizations. Is there nothing already on the books to deal with people who commit these types of acts against someone?
Not to my knowledge.
You would think
there
that,
is something on the books that deals with exploitation of people who are over 68 years old. But Delegate Kaufman isn't close to 68 years old. And I think the bill was intended to apply across the board.
Oh, we're talking about theft, right? Essentially, you're talking about theft.
Well, yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is there a need for this special type of theft? I mean,
I don't know whether since the person voluntarily signed over the benefits, I'm not sure it specifically fits our theft statute, and that's why this is proposed to be a separate crime.
Which is also why I was wondering if the state's attorneys had weighed in or if you had a conversation with them.
I'm a little surprised that when I got all the testimony, I sort of expected maybe someone would have weighed in, but they didn't. I could call up Mr. Steve Crowell and ask him whether or not the state's attorneys thought about commenting on this bill, but I can't force them to take a position one way or the other.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 170. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 90 with Senator Muse.
Okay, my colleagues, let's just please remember the magic number 100. 100 for the whole session. $100. The number is 100 if you ask me absolutely no questions on any of these bills. Okay. All right. I do. Thank you. Chairman Smith, Vice Chairman Wallstreicher, and members. For the record, I'm C. Anthony Tony Muse, and I'm here to support Senate Bill 90 and competency to stand trial. For my panel, I have Tracy Varder from the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office with me today in person, and Mr. Troy Turner, who will join us virtually. Senate Bill 90 has been in front of this committee year after year. Former Senator and now Secretary Susan Lee presented this legislation several times before, and we worked really hard to move this legislation forward and to get it out of this committee, which we did do last year. Senate Bill 90 seeks to alter the time period after which a court is required to dismiss a certain charge against a defendant found incompetent to stand trial under specific circumstances. It also requires a court to provide notice and offer an opportunity to be heard to the state's attorney and the victim or the victim's representative before dismissing the charge against a defendant found incompetent to stand trial. Currently, there's no provision requiring the dismissal of charges after a certain period of time if a defendant is found incompetent to stand trial. Prior to 2012, the time period for defendants charged with murder was 10 years. That was a result of amendments made to the statute after public interest groups, including the Public Defender's Office and Maryland Disability Law Center, participated in numerous work groups to amend the statute to mostly effectively balance the rights of defendants with disabilities and society's interest in public safety. In 2012, when the death penalty was repealed, most of us were here when that happened, the term capital case was stricken from the statutes. But with no discussion or consideration of the consequences, the time for dismissal of murder charges was inadvertently reduced to 5 years from the 10-year time period. So all that this bill does is to seek to restore the 10-year time period that was the result of the hard work of various interest groups. So Senate Bill 90 seeks to modify the timeline for dismissing, mandating that charges be dismissed within 10 years for those defendants charged with first-degree murder or even first-degree rape. This ensures that the legal process moves forward in a timely manner while respecting the complexities of cases involving defendants who are unable to stand trial due to incompetence, but are still deemed restorable to competency. There are two amendments. The amendment number 1, the language on page 2, lines 11 to 15, which is redundant, with the language found on lines 18 to 20 will be struck to eliminate confusion. Amendment number 2, the word charge will be struck on pages 2, lines 16 and 17 to avoid any implication that the court has the authority to extend the maximum penalty for the charge itself. In conclusion, SB 90 is an important piece of legislation that seeks to balance the interests of justice with the rights of victims. The proposed amendments will ensure clarity and prevent confusion, enhancing the effectiveness of this bill, and I urge a favorable report. I do have Ms. Fonda, who is here to also talk.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Good evening. I'm Tracy Varda from Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. I've been handling our mental health court there for 14 years, and because of that, I understand the need for this bill. There seems to be some misunderstanding about Senate Bill 90. So first I want to tell you what it's not going to do. This bill will not violate the constitutional rights of the defendants as is explained in my written testimony. It will not result in longer hospitalizations because dangerous mentally ill individuals will stay in the hospital even if their charges are dismissed. What this bill will do, it will protect public safety, especially for our most vulnerable population, children and individuals with disabilities, which seem to be the targets for many crimes committed by these individuals. It will allow more time for us to allow these defendants to become competent. And it will allow the defendants more time to receive services which benefits them and mitigates their risk to public safety. I have two cases that illustrate these points. I had a defendant who brutally murdered his intellectually disabled girlfriend. He confessed and was charged with murder. He was incompetent for 5 years, but the last year he lived in the community in a community program where he required one-to-one 24/7 supervision because he was so aggressive and threatening toward their disabled clientele. With more time, I am sure this man would have become competent. However, because he had an intellectual disability and not a mental illness, under the law, he could not be civilly committed. So after 5 years, his charges were dismissed and he walked free. And he is out in the community now with no supervision. I have another case where a family had a neighbor with an intellectual disability. They felt bad for him, so they let him come to their house and visit often. Well, then they learned that for months he'd been raping their 6-year-old daughter. He's currently charged with rape. He is incompetent to stand trial, and he's in the community. Time goes fast. He's in the community receiving all types of services that he's never had. So he's getting services and his risk is being mitigated. So I just want to say 3 really important points. Under this bill, every 6 months, competency will be reassessed. And if somebody is found to be not competent, their charges will be dismissed. It only applies to a very, very small population, those charged with murder and first-degree rape. And most importantly, even under this bill, a judge can dismiss the charges at any time. This law does not require them to dismiss
the charges at the time frame we're suggesting just gives them that option. So for all these reasons, and for the safety of our vulnerable citizens, we are urging a favorable report on Senate Bill 90. Thank you very much.
So thanks. And we have a guest joining us virtually. Mr. Turner, are you still here?
Mr. Turner, I saw him on
There you
earlier.
go.
There he is.
Welcome.
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Hi. First, I'd like to thank you guys for allowing me to speak again. For some of you, it's probably the 5th or 6th time hearing me. Last time I was there, I had requested and I guess kind of pleaded that I don't have to do this again. It's not easy. So I'm gonna ask, I guess, the same request. Hopefully this is the last time I have to do this. It gets actually harder year by year, not any easier. I guess the first thing is just kind of cover why I'm here, because not everyone probably knows. But my children were murdered by their biological mother about 10 years ago, September 2014. She took them one at a time and failed to get one of them, thank God. So it went to court through the laws the way that they're set up now, since capital punishment has been taken away. There was a mistake made where everything was taken out with it, as the senator spoke of, where there was a much longer time frame to bring people to competency. Because of the way that law is set up, the charges have been dropped against my children's biological mother, and she's going to get out of there and be walking around. It's not about punishment. It's about giving the state the proper time to bring someone to competency. Part of it, I believe, is having gone through what we've been through. With the way that everything went in court, we had Dr. Brown from Perkins sit under oath and say they don't treat people while charges are pressed, even to bring them to competency. So I think that part of it is, with it being such a short amount of time, it's actually being used to kind of just get charges taken away and protect people. The main thing for us is just having the time for someone to be able to stand trial, be competent, and protect the victims that are out here. Thank you.
Mr. Turner, thank you for coming back. I remember your testimony vividly, and so I really appreciate you taking the time to come back and continue to advocate and participate in the process. I know it's difficult, so just thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope we're going to live up to that promise that you won't have to come down or speak to us again on that. Having said that.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator. We have a question from Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's your $100.
So murder and rape are both felonies. And in Maryland, there is no statute of limitations on prosecuting felonies, correct? So when this statute, proposed bill, uses the word dismiss, it doesn't mean dismiss with prejudice. So even after a case is dismissed, if the person subsequently were to prove competent, would it not be possible for the state's attorney to bring an action of first-degree murder or rape against the person,
yes,
say 20 years down the road?
Mm-hmm.
They could do that theoretically. The problem with doing that is there's a shift in burden when somebody is non-restorable.
Why don't you stand with the microphone?
Okay, I'm sorry. So the problem with that is when somebody is incompetent and we try to make them competent, and then when the time comes that their charges are dismissed, the burden shifts to the state to show that they are restorable to competency. So for example, in the case that I had where the individual had his charges dismissed after 5 years, where he confessed to the murder, because he was incompetent and those charges were dismissed, one, he's out there and we don't know where he is. So he's released. So one, we would have to find him. My fear is we're going to find him the next time he hurts somebody else. So that's one of the problems. But the other problem is Now, the state has to prove that he is restorable to competency, and that's more of a difficult burden when we don't have them. So in just these two circumstances where we have these defendants charged with these really serious offenses, we're just asking for the opportunity for more time to restore them to competency.
I think you misapprehend me.
I'm sorry.
I understand exactly what you're asking for.
Okay.
It makes sense to me. But my question is, after the 10 years have passed,
Right.
and the charges against him are dismissed, it still will be possible, 15 years or 18 years down the road, if it's determined that he now is competent for the state's attorney to charge him with murder or rape and take him to trial.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We could recharge them after that.
Good. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much. That'll conclude the testimony for the proponents of the bill. Now switch to the opposition panel.
Thank you so much for your patience.
Oh, wait, favorable with amendments. Oh, that's right. Ms. Taylor. Sarah Taylor? Sarah Taylor?
Sarah Taylor.
Okay.
You don't have to, but if you want to. You do? Okay, come on.
Excellent. Welcome.
You want to go down? I gotta call your names up, okay? So just wait for you to call your name and come down. Yes, you go right here.
Well, thank you for staying so late and listening to us. My name is Sarah Taylor. I'm a real estate agent in Baltimore City. I'm also the president of my condo board in Cross Keys in Baltimore City.
I'm gonna make sure that's not.
I know, I
That's the
think
next
you've
bill.
got the wrong one.
I'm sorry, that's the next bill. So you can wait right here. Let's just call this bill closed and we open the next bill. All in favor? Y'all any opposed? No? Okay. Let's move right on. This next bill, Mr. Chair, this.
Hold on one second. We still have an unfavorable.
That's that bishop side of me.
Is Ms. Parsley here? Ms. Kimberly Watts?
I closed it.
You tried.
Thank you, members of the committee. Lucienne Parsley. Lucienne Parsley, Disability Rights Maryland. We're the Protection and Advocacy Center for People with Disabilities for the state of Maryland. Here to raise serious concerns about Senate Bill 90 as wasteful and unlikely to produce the intended result. Excuse me. The weight of our social science research, and there is now more and more, shows that an individual who's been found IST and not restored to competency in 5 years is not going to be restored to competency in 10 years. Most people are restored within 90 to 120 days. Across the country, there has been litigation on this issue. States are changing to do competency evaluations more quickly, move people into treatment more quickly in order to have them, and most people are restored to competency, stand trial on their charges. Maryland law already provides that if someone's not restorable to competency or their charges time out, they have to be involuntarily committed if they're dangerous due to their mental disorder. We conclude that this is going to result in more people being detained in state hospitals for longer periods of time. We brought suit against the Department of Health on January 9th for failing to transfer people from the detention centers to MDH facilities. There's currently more than 200 people waiting, being very seriously harmed and deteriorating in our detention centers. Individuals found IST are typically not only provided with medication, monitoring, and very short, simple competency restoration. Basically, they teach them what is the criminal justice system, what is the judge, who is your lawyer. People do not have the ability to engage in robust treatment until they're out of the IST program and their charges have been resolved. So most of the time, they do not get any individual treatment. They don't get any robust medical treatment. So they're being delayed in getting the treatment that they really need to move them through the system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kimber Watts. I am the Chief Attorney for the Forensic Mental Health Division at the Office of the Public Defender. First, let me say, whenever I hear Mr. Turner tell the story of his family, I'm always heartbroken and amazed that he has the fortitude to stick with all of his efforts. That being said, we have some concerns about the constitutionality of the statute, as the bill. A person under constitutional law cannot be held for more than a reasonable time to become competent. The courts have deemed 5 years as a reasonable time, and admittedly, it was 10 for capital cases. Rape has never been a capital case, and not all murders have been capital cases in Maryland. So I'm not so sure that this will pass that constitutional muster. That being said, there's also a provision this year that adds that the state's attorney, it's page 2, lines 16 and 17, which I think Senator Muse addressed. We are in favor of amending that. We would be in favor of striking that provision in its entirety, because it already allows the statute as it currently stands for the state's attorneys to petition to extend time. And we feel that the addition of that word "any," in addition to the ones that Senator Muse referenced, is really going to make things unconstitutionally vague. Lastly, what I would like to say is that we have actually been engaging in conversations with all the involved parties, and I think that it's possible that we'll be able to reach some compromise. So we are very much in favor of continuing conversations here. I am slightly concerned about the impact that this could have on the hospital bed issue, which I can address at any point when you guys would like to offline. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, were you the last one on the panel to go? Sorry, I just stepped out. All right, excellent. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, I still remember last, what? Ms. Watts, yes, yeah. I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I do have a panel for this next one. You can all come up. You can all come up. All right, Bishop Smith, if you could, I'm sorry, Chairman Smith, yeah. He doesn't even know, I just made him a bishop and he doesn't even know it. I'm just getting all these things mixed up. But,
I need all the blessings I can get.
Colleagues, SB 63, and again, C. Anthony Muse for the record, and this is a bill that seeks to improve how cooperative housing corporations, condominiums, and homeowners associations manage reserve accounts for future repairs. It also increases the time to meet reserve funding goals from 3 years to 5 years, making it easier for communities to plan and avoid large assessments. It requires detailed reserve studies that include an itemized list of components needing repairs and the square footage of each component. Mandates an annual review of reserve studies for accuracy, ensuring funds are allocated properly. It requires governing bodies to deposit funds into the reserve accounts based on the latest study and plan, ensuring financial stability. It requires COCs to develop a detailed funding plan, prioritizing repairs that ensure safety and structural integrity. The benefits of SB 63 include number one, financial stability. It helps prevent sudden large financial burdens on homeowners by ensuring adequate reserve funding. Number two, transparency. It improves accountability by providing clear, accessible financial plans for residents. Number 3, long-term planning ensures communities are prepared for future repairs, promoting safety and quality of life. Therefore, in closing, SB 63 is a step towards stronger financial stability, stable communities rather. It provides the tools necessary to manage future repairs responsibly and protects homeowners from unexpected costs. I thank you for your consideration. I do urge a favorable report. Thank you. We can start with whoever you want. Start.
Jane, why don't you see what you've got?
Well, good evening. Thank you, Chairman Smith and members of the committee, for the opportunity for us to speak with you today. My name is Jean Hyatt, and I've lived at Cross Keys, a condo community in Baltimore City, for over 30 years. I've come to speak about Senate Bill 63, which gives much-needed amendments to House Bill 107. I'm going to speak first. No one really knows whether a decision is a good one until it's implemented, and that's true with the law. So I'm going to speak first about the actual effect of this bill. Legislature make the policy, but we live the policy. So let me explain. We have had, most condo associations, ours have had reserve studies for decades. We've done them because they're useful planning and budgeting tools. So nobody is against those studies. The problem with House Bill 107, which this bill provides some amendments for, is I guess in a nutshell, clarity and practical execution. And I want to be more specific about that. What the result of this bill, the funding of the bill, not having reserve studies, but the way this bill rigidly implements the funding, is that monthly assessments have gone sky high. Where for 30 years they might have been 5%, 6%. They now are going 20, 30, or higher percent in order to meet the totals that every year you get that you have to meet to fund items 20, 30 years in advance. There are special assessments. I'll use myself as a representative example. Our condo fee suddenly, after this bill was implemented in 2022, went up 11%. That's on top of a special assessment, which was $4,000 to $14,000, depending upon the size of your unit. Now this year, it's not over and done with. This year, they wanted to do 21%, but we managed to cash in some CDs, and so it was 16%. But it's not over and done with. Next year, we'll have another total to meet, and that will be even higher. The result, many people in condos are seniors, retirees on fixed income. In order to meet these demands, many people have had to take loans, going into debt, cash in investments, which means taking penalties, losing the interest, or in many cases, actually being forced to sell.
Excellent.
In our community of 66,
Thank you very much, Ms. Hyatt.
two people already this month said they want to sell. The problem is fewer people want to buy.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, my time is up.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize that. Sorry.
I didn't want to break the gavel out, but
I was on a roll.
No, you were on a roll. It was
sorry.
good. It's good.
Some of my colleagues will take up where I left off.
I appreciate that.
Well, that's the effect. We're going to tell you why this bill will help.
All right.
Thank you very much for letting us come. My name is Jeannie Polhouse. I have been a realtor for 46 years. I live in the Cross Keys, as you know, is Jim Rouse's prototype for the building of Columbia. We are a village. We have 9 neighborhoods in Cross Keys. They all have separate condo associations. And what Jean was referring to is one of the reasons why our condo fees are going up and our assessments are going up is the way this bill was written, that you have a reserve study, which is good for 5 years, and each year it tells you what you should have in your reserve fund in order to meet those expenses. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow you to deduct the repairs or replacements that you're making during that 5-year period. I sit on the board of my association, my condo association, and our biggest problem was we did a $50,000 repair on our balconies last year. Well, we could not deduct that from the amount of money that the reserve study said we needed at the end of the year because they wouldn't let us pull that out. That's still in there. So our lawyer told us we had to put that money right back in, which meant our condo fees went up. We had a huge assessment, and next year we're going to be in the same boat because any repairs we make off of that reserve study, we can't deduct it from the total because it doesn't state that in the bill, and it needs to state it. We have different attorneys that represent the different 9 neighborhoods. They are all interpreting this differently. So it needs to be clarified because if we're going to implement it, it's got to be everybody on the same playing field. The other thing that I think it needs to be considered in this bill, which the state of Florida finally did, they're now in their 4th revision of their bill. Baltimore has many different kinds of condominiums. Now we have 9 neighborhoods. We go from a garden type apartment to townhouses, to mid-rises, to high-rises. I've gone over my time. Do you want to hear the rest of it? So we have patio homes. And so we have all different types of condos with different types of responsibilities. And that the bill needs to take into consideration.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I'm Carol Jenkins, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all of you for having this opportunity to speak. I have owned my condo in Baltimore for 12 years. For most of these years, I have served on the board as committee member and past president. We've always believed in the importance of a reserve fund and have successfully grown it each year, raising condo fees as needed. With guidance from past reserve studies, we've seriously attended to our responsibility to maintain 5 condo buildings, which are now over 50 years old. Prior to HB 107, this fund was considered an emergency fund used to repair water mains, hot fire hydrants, emergency tree removal. This changed drastically with the 2023 reserve study, which excludes tree removal and assumes that the repair and maintenance and replacement of utility components are covered by the utility companies. This is not so. I could go on, but really, this is to say, the original HB 107 is one that we respect because we believe in reserve studies. However, to set prices such as these 2 colleagues have said that we must have in our reserve fund at all times actually limits us from doing necessary work so that we could have a very robust reserve fund, but be working with a very lean operating fund. We're not allowed to touch the reserve fund unless specifically reserve fund items are mentioned. That skip water mains, skip tree damage, skip other things. So this is the essence, I believe, of SB 0063 in order to give us more flexibility as a board to deal with these kinds of discrepancies. This legislation offers specifics to address the confusion that has taken hold of many other condo associations for practical implication.
Excellent.
At any rate,
Thank you.
I do support this bill. It may need a couple of further tweaks, but it's the right step.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So I'll try this again. I'm Sarah Taylor. I'm a real estate agent in Baltimore City and Baltimore County, and I'm also the president of my condo board in Baltimore City. You know, I've written this very lengthy thing to read, but maybe I just should say, I don't think this bill is helping us. I think it's hurting us. It's forcing homeowners to sell their homes because they can't afford
107 bill.
107, but I even think when it's amended, there are still problems. I think that for 60 years, the homeowners, the condo boards in Cross Keys have been increasing their reserves, taking care of their properties, and now people are having to move because they don't have the assets to throw into these reserve funds. I think the government has been mandating an unexpected amount of money that we need to put in reserves, and we're not prepared. And one company is deciding this, the reserve company. You know, in many cases, we're sitting with $500,000 in reserve accounts that we can't touch, but when we really want to do preventative maintenance, which would, you know, make it so that we don't have all these reserve repairs. And I think it's making condo living in Baltimore City an unviable housing option for many people because their monthly fee covers their taxes, which in Baltimore City are tremendous. The insurance rates have gone out of the roof. Water in Baltimore City is really high. So now, where are you going to, you know, now just to live, if you don't even have a mortgage on your house, is going to be well in excess of, you know, what you can afford. And also, I think we need to think mortgage lenders, when they give somebody financing, they look at the reserve fund. Insurance companies look at, you know, they're telling you what to do, and now we have the government telling us what to do with our money. I just think it's
Thank you.
too much regulation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Senator West.
Mr. Chair, so I didn't see any written testimony. You have a.
We didn't know we were supposed to submit.
Well, if you would send to me,
Okay.
you can go online and find my email address. Send me your written testimony, which explains in more detail than you were able to today exactly how you think the bill should be changed. I will make sure the other members of the committee get it. Because I think we'd probably like to pass the bill, but we want to get it right. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for your patience and hanging in there with us. All right, do we have anyone else that wishes to testify on this bill that has signed up? It's in the Attorney General's office. Yeah, sure, go ahead, Senator West.
I just want to say, since you're all across Keys, my mother-in-law, Gladys, lived in Cross Keys prior to her death, and she loved Cross Keys. I hope you loved it as much as she did. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Karen Strawn. I'm with the Maryland Office of the Attorney General in the Consumer Protection Division. We supported HB 107 when it was first passed because it's an important bill, because there are a lot of communities that were not doing what they needed to do with their reserves. And we needed to make sure that we were not placing communities in crisis, that we were actually helping communities to be able to get together the funds they needed to be able to repair things when things needed to be repaired. We support this bill, however, because we have learned since that time that 3 years may not be enough time for some organizations that were not properly prepared before. They weren't preserving what they needed to preserve, and so they needed a little bit more time to get to the point of being fully funded. And we have heard from a number of different associations, and I even saw an article today in the Baltimore Banner that Baltimore County is concerned about needing this bill to pass because there are associations in Baltimore County that are struggling to get to where they need to be in their funding. So for the reason that this stretches it to 5 years, we think this is very important, and we support this bill, and we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. Agree with many of the points that have been made by the previous panelists. You have our written testimony. The amendments under this bill absolutely are necessary, and we strongly request a favorable report.
Excellent. On time and on message. All right. Our final witness for the day is Mr. Horvath. Welcome.
Yes, good evening. Thanks very much, Steve Horvath from HOA United. We are an organization, you heard from me last year, we connect homeowners and provide support, advocacy, education, empowerment, and we spend a lot of our time doing legislative advocacy. Here's what I'd like to tell you about this bill. You absolutely, Maryland is one of the few states that has implemented very stringent minimum funding requirements. I don't even know that the ramp of 5 years is appropriate. 7 years, 10 years, how do you make up for decades of underinvestment and deferred maintenance? You don't require homeowners to fund that in 2 to 3 years. So 5 years is certainly a step in the right direction. I would encourage you to really consider if that's appropriate. Use some academic research in determining how much more time you should give homeowners. The other thing I would implore you to consider, having a list is a great idea. When it comes down to funding these reserves, it's really anything that over the course of the lifetime of the property, however long that may be, 50 years, 100 years, who knows, is not going to be regularly funded in the operating budget or continuously funded. So there might be some easier ways to talk about the definitions, and I'd be happy to send those to Senator West or whomever would like to receive some written testimony. Finally, if you look at Maryland Property Code, you look at 11-132, what's required for a developer to turn over. The list is quite short, and it could be longer, and it's not all that specific. It does include a reserve study if one's been done, and current Maryland law requires that first initial reserve study only happens at least 30 days before the transition, which is required when 50% of the units have been conveyed. Why aren't developers required to get these initial reserve studies done right up front? And then going back to some other testimony you heard, it's not clear that the so-called experts are truly experts in all the domains they need to be in order to provide accurate, precise, comprehensive studies with accurate information. Thanks so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? All right, Mr. Horvath, thank you very much. And with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 63 and our hearings for the day. Tomorrow we have 12 bill hearings. We're going to start at 10 o'clock. Our goal, we're going to throttle back. Goal is to get out of here while it's still light. And then we have Thursday is a much lighter day, and then Friday is a lighter day as well. So we'll kind of crest out into the week. But I know today, yeah, Friday no one's.
Actually, Thursday is not as good because we have voting.
Yeah, we have voting, but it's a lighter day in terms of bills.
Yes.
So with that, thank you all for hanging in there, and we'll see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock.